Chapter 1667. Young man Yang, where is the heavenly thunder fire now? Luo Li asked curiously. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed to the bottom of the magma. It's still there at the moment, but it won't be long before it disappears. Luo Li's body shook as a look of horror flashed across her beautiful eyes. She naturally knew the ferocity of the heavenly thunder fire, but listening to Yang Kai's words, he actually had the means to extinguish it, which was beyond Luo Li's expectations. In her opinion, Yang Kai might have the ability to restrain the heavenly thunder fire, so that she could deal with Brilliant Flame Sect freely. As such, after dealing with Brilliant Flame Sect's matters, she immediately rushed here to help Yang Kai. She had never thought that there would be nothing for her to do here. Young man Yang's means are truly heaven-defying. This queen truly admires you. Luo Li sincerely admired him. Even if she took action personally, she wasn't confident she could extinguish the heavenly thunder fire, but Yang Kai seemed to have such ability. Senior is too kind. Since there is nothing to do here, this queen will not stay any longer. Young man, if you have free time, please visit my Ice Heart Valley as a guest. Ice Heart Valley will surely welcome you with open arms. There will be an opportunity, Yang Kai said non-committally. Luo Li didn't hesitate and quickly left. After Luo Li left, another person flew down from the volcano's crater and sat down beside Yang Kai, exuding a refreshing cold aura. It was Su Yan. Turning his head, Kai Yang reached out and grabbed one of her small hands. Holding it in his palm, he gently played with it. Su Yan didn't speak, just wearing a quiet smile on her face as she stared at the tumbling magma in front of her, leaning her head on Yang Kai's shoulder with a look of satisfaction on her face. The senior sister and junior brother pair seemed to have finally had time to enjoy each other's company. Junior brother, where are we going next? After a long time, Su Yan asked. Shadowed Star. Shadowed Star? Where is that? Shadowed Star is far, far away, but it is much better than today's Tongxian realm. Although there is a strange world principle suppression there, it is very suitable for the people of Tongxian realm to develop. We have a high heaven sect over there, sitting on a treasure trove. Yang Kai described the beauty of Shadowed Star one by one, causing Su Yan to yearn for it. In the vast star territory, the territory was limitless. It didn't matter where she went as long as she had this man by her side to accompany her. Even if it was the ends of the earth, it would still be his home. At this moment, Su Yan felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The battle between the Firebird and the Heavenly Thunder Flame seemed to have lasted for a very long time. Yang Kai and Su Yan sat at the mouth of the volcano for half a month, but the battle below had yet to decide a winner. On the other hand, Bing Long came and gave Yang Kai a lot of space rings, all of which contained the wealth of Brilliant Flame Sect. Precious ores, herbs, finished artifacts, pills, martial arts books, hundreds of millions of Saint crystals, all in one go. The list went on and on. This time, Ice Heart Valley was able to destroy Brilliant Flame Sect in one fell swoop thanks to Yang Kai, so naturally, they didn't dare take all the wealth they had plundered from Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters. After receiving instructions from Luo Li, Bing Long personally divided the huge wealth into two, one for Ice Heart Valley while the other for Yang Kai. This was an expression of goodwill from Ice Heart Valley, an attempt to mend the relationship between them. Yang Kai understood this in his heart and naturally did not refuse, quickly accepting the space rings. Now that he had brought tens of thousands of people to Shadowed Star, he needed a lot of cultivation materials. The wealth of Brilliant Flame Sect was enough for the people of Tongxian realm to use for 10 or 20 years. Although Yang Kai did not leave the mouth of the volcano, he could still detect the movements of Ice Heart Valley's people. After Brilliant Flame Sect was destroyed, this Brilliant Flame Mountain range became ownerless, and the people of Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice attribute secret arts. Obviously, it was not suitable to open a branch here. However, Ice Heart Valley had many affiliated sects, and these days, some of them had moved to Brilliant Flame Mountain range to reoccupy this treasured land. None of this had anything to do with Yang Kai. To Scarlet Wave Star, he was just a passerby. While waiting, Yang Kai and Su Yan talked about everything that had happened to each other over the past 30 years. Every little thing they talked about made the other party listen with great interest. From time to time, They would meditate and cultivate. The two of them found that when they cultivated together, their cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than when they were alone. The Saint Qi between them flowed endlessly, like a surging river, madly absorbing the surrounding world energy and pouring it into their bodies. Time flew by, and half a month later, the two people who were cultivating seemed to sense something, and opened their eyes at the same time to look down. Down below, the roaring magma was actually calming down, and the terrifying heat around them was also decreasing at a noticeable rate. The flowing magma even seemed to be solidifying. It was as if something was absorbing all the heat from this volcanic crater. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he faintly guessed what was happening, and began watching expectantly. Half a day later, the situation became more and more obvious. The temperature at the volcanic crater had dropped to its normal state, and even if an ordinary person who had never cultivated came here, they wouldn't feel much discomfort. The roiling magma in front of them had already begun to show signs of solidification. An aura was rapidly rising from the depths below. This aura was familiar to Yang Kai, causing a smile to appear at the corners of his mouth. Xiao. A beam of red light shot out from below, and the firebird, which was about 10 meters long, suddenly floated in midair. Its entire body was a dazzling fiery red, and on its body, purple lightning flashed, exuding a domineering and destructive aura. Yang Kai raised his brow as he stared at the firebird in surprise, feeling the powerful aura coming from its body and secretly feeling shocked. The firebird had undoubtedly successfully swallowed the heavenly thunder fire, and obtained a soul evolution. After this evolution, the firebird was no longer the same as before. Was it at least 10 times stronger? Yang Kai felt a pressure from the firebird that only an origin king could give him. Was the firebird now comparable to an origin king? Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. Screech. The firebird raised its head and let out a crisp and clear cry. It seemed to be very excited as well. Immediately, its figure began to spin as it folded its wings, and its entire body underwent an earth-shattering change in a very short time. The other had a fiery figure. A beautiful woman with fluttering red hair suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was dumbfounded in an instant. Looking around, the beautiful woman who appeared in front of him was simply unbelievably beautiful. Her delicate face was decorated with flawless facial features and slender willowy eyebrows. She had a delicate jade nose and thin, tender red lips that shone with a ruby-like luster, causing one's imagination to run wild. Her seductive collarbones, flat abdomen, delicate navel exposed to the air, and two beautiful legs that descended from her thighs. Her snow-white jade-like feet lightly stepped on the void, as if stepping on one's soul. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little dizzy. Su Yan was also surprised and covered her mouth with her small hands. Immediately, she seemed to remember something and smiled towards Kai Yang, her eyes filled with deep meaning. You. How did you become like this? Yang Kai pointed his finger at the evolved firebird and asked somewhat incoherently. Greetings, master. The firebird suddenly bowed to Yang Kai. Her voice was clear. Her voice was very cold, not at all as passionate as her fiery figure and indifferent expression. Moreover, her voice contained a kind of destructive and murderous aura, just like her dark red eyes that burned like flames. Looking through her eyes, Yang Kai could even see a strange burning world, one that seemed capable of melting one's soul. You can speak? Yang Kai was even more shocked, his mouth wide open. The firebird nodded and thought for a moment before saying, After fusing with that guy, I can speak now. I can already speak. Why? Does master not like me like this? Should I like it? Yang Kai's brow furrowed a few times as he caught a glimpse of Su Yan looking at him with interest from the corner of his eyes, causing him to feel a little guilty. Of course. I've followed master for many years and felt that master had this kind of fetish, so, shut up. Yang Kai was furious and took a deep breath before turning to look at Su Yan and saying in a serious tone, This is slander, senior sister, please don't take it seriously. Su Yan smiled sweetly and said, Naturally, I believe in junior brother. Then it's my fault. Firebird thought seriously for a moment before sincerely admitting her mistake. After speaking, she respectfully bowed to Su Yan. Greetings, mistress. Little girl has good eyesight. Yang Kai cast a look of approval towards the firebird. Su Yan smiled and stepped forward, taking the firebird's hand and saying, "You don't need to be so polite. I can see that you're quite young in your current form, so from now on, let's call each other sisters. You've followed junior brother for so many years, so you must know what he's been doing all these years. If there's time, let's have a good chat. Master probably doesn't want me to expose him, especially to some women." The firebird frowned and replied with some reluctance. Yang Kai's face went as black as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly found that he still preferred the firebird who had always obeyed him without taking the initiative to speak. Now that the firebird's intelligence had greatly improved and her strength had soared, why did he always feel like he had lost something? By the way, junior brother, now that she's in human form, does she have a name? Su Yan didn't want to get to the bottom of these trivial matters and suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and turned to the firebird. "Do you want to have a name?" A strange light flashed across the firebird's eyes as she quickly said, "I ask Master to grant me a name." A name was a code name. Only when one was given a name could they be considered a real life form. "Let's call her Lu Yan." Yang Kai didn't think much about it. Attractive collarbones, flat abdomen, delicate navel exposed to the air, and 2 beautiful legs. Snow white, jade white feet lightly stepped on the void, as if stepping on one's soul. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little dizzy. Su Yan also covered her mouth in surprise, but immediately seemed to think of something and smiled sweetly towards Yang Kai. Her eyes filled with deep meaning. You, how did you become like this?" Yang Kai pointed his finger at the evolved firebird, somewhat incoherent. "Greetings, Master." Firebird suddenly bowed to Yang Kai. Her voice was clear. Her voice was very cold. Not at all like the passion of that fiery figure, just like her indifferent expression. Moreover, her voice contained a kind of destructive and murderous aura, just like her dark red eyes that burned like flames. Looking through her eyes, Yang Kai could even see a strange burning world, one that seemed capable of melting one's soul. You can speak?" Yang Kai was even more shocked, his mouth wide open. Firebird nodded, thinking for a moment before saying, "After fusing with that guy, I can speak now. What's wrong? Master doesn't like me like this. Should I like it?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed a few times, glancing at Su Yan from the corner of his eyes and seeing her looking at him with interest, he couldn't help feeling a little guilty. "Of course. I've followed Master for many years and felt that Master had this kind of fetish, so, shut up." Yang Kai was furious, taking a deep breath, turning to look at Su Yan and saying seriously, This is slander, senior sister, please don't take it seriously." Su Yan smiled sweetly and said, "I naturally believe in junior brother." "Then it's my fault." Firebird thought about it seriously for a moment before sincerely admitting her mistake. After she finished speaking, she respectfully bowed to Su Yan. "Greetings, mistress. This little girl has good eyesight." Yang Kai cast a look of approval towards Firebird. Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled, stepping forward and taking Firebird's hand. "You don't need to be so polite. I can see that you're not very old, so we'll call each other sisters from now on. You've followed junior brother for so many years, so you should know what he's been doing all these years. If there's time, let's have a good chat. Master probably doesn't want me to expose him, especially to some women," Firebird replied with a frown, a somewhat reluctant look on her face. Yang Kai's face went as black as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly found that he still liked the Firebird who had always obeyed him without taking the initiative to speak. Now that Firebird's intelligence had greatly improved and her strength had soared, why did he always feel like he had lost something? "By the way, junior brother, she now has a human body. Does she have a name?" Su Yan didn't want to get to the bottom of these trivial matters, and suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and turned to Firebird. "Do you want to have a name?" Firebird's eyes flashed with a strange light as she quickly said, "Please grant me a name, Master." A name was a code name. Only when one was given a name could they be considered a real life form. "Let's call her Lu Yan." Yang Kai didn't think much about it. Chapter 1668. The pitch-black Origin King grade starship sailed deep into Starry Skies territory. moving in a certain direction without needing anyone to control it. Inside the starship, only a small number of cultivator monitors the surrounding movements. Yang Kai was not here, but had entered the sealed world bead. This was a journey home. Shadowed Star was the new home of these people from Tongxian realm. It had been a year since they left Scarlet Wave Star, and over the past year, the starship had been sailing safely and smoothly according to the route drawn by Yang Kai. Occasionally, they would encounter some small troubles, but with the help of the crystal cannons, the road ahead was unimpeded. With the tyrannical power of the Origin King-grade starship, not many people could afford to provoke it. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai and Xianing Chang were constantly refining pills, spending a lot of financial and material resources to improve the cultivation of the people from Tongxian realm. The overall strength of the human, monster, and demon clans had skyrocketed, and Saint Realm cultivators could be found everywhere. The top masters of the three clans had now reached the second or third order Saint King realm, their strength increasing by leaps and bounds. This was a process of accumulation. The situation of Tongxian realm and Shadowed Star was different. The former was due to the lack of world energy, which limited the cultivation of cultivators, while the latter was due to the suppression of world principles. Now inside the small sealed world, the world energy was rich, and the supply of cultivation materials was abundant, so the cultivator from Tongxian realm could naturally develop and improve their strength. Yang Xiuzhu and the others also explained the mysteries of cultivation to them, so it would be strange if they did not make rapid progress. Every day, the atmosphere inside the sealed world bead was jubilant, and every day, someone would break through their shackles and advance to the next level. Yang Kai gave special treatment to his closest relatives. Everyone had selfish motives. Yang Kai was no exception. His parents, Grandmaster, Ancestral Founder, his martial uncles, the old demon, and so on. All of them were personally refined by Yang Kai, using all kinds of heaven-defying pills to transform their physiques, clear their meridians, and thoroughly enhance their potential and aptitude. At a window on the second floor of a palace, there was a beautiful figure standing by the window. A gentle breeze brushed past, ruffling her hair. She stared blankly at the square in the distance. Her gaze was fixed on a handsome young man. Her gaze was gentle. There was also a trace of nostalgia in the depths of his eyes. Sister Qiu. Suddenly, a shout came from behind her. Qiu Yimeng withdrew her gaze and turned around to see a pair of twin sisters, Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er. You've come. Qiu Yimeng smiled slightly and collected her thoughts. Sit down. Hu Jiao Er looked at her thoughtfully. He looked out of the window again. When he saw the busy figure in the square, he suddenly sighed. It seems like the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. I don't know if I can catch up to him in this lifetime. That's right. The more I cultivate, the more I feel like the distance between us is growing. Hu Mei Er's expression also dimmed. Qiu Yimeng pursed her lips and smiled. Why are two little sisters so discouraged? The secret art you two cultivate is at least much better than this elder sister's. Now you've both reached the second order Saint King realm while this elder sister has only just entered the Saint King realm. That being said, I heard that he has already reached the third order Origin returning realm. Hu Mei Er showed a worried look. The only ones who can accompany him now are only Su Yan and Su Yan. I don't know how they cultivated, but both of them have already reached the Origin returning realm. A few days ago, Xia Ningchang broke through to the second order Origin returning realm. Just thinking about it makes me angry. They have their own opportunities. We just need to work hard on our own. Don't try to catch up to him, just don't fall too far behind him. Qiu Yimeng persuaded. Elder sister Qiu's heart is really firm. Hu Jiao Er looked at Qiu Yimeng with admiration. Qiu Yimeng smiled and said, since we chose to leave Tongxian realm with him, we should have this kind of heart. If we feel despair, we might as well stay on Tongxian realm and become the overlords. What do you think, two little sisters? Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er glanced at each other and nodded solemnly. Good, enough with the small talk. Come with me. I have also made an appointment with the other young talents of the monster race and demon race. This time, the younger generation of our three clans will have a good competition. Only through competition can people grow. Qiu Yimeng got up and beckoned to the two women. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei quickly followed. The days inside the sealed world bead were calm and uneventful. Time flew by, and soon another year had passed. One day, Yang Kai was dual cultivating with Su Yan. Their palms pressed together as their Saint Qi flowed freely through each other's bodies. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he opened his eyes. "What's wrong?" Su Yan also opened her eyes and asked suspiciously. "We seem to have arrived," Yang Kai grinned. "Have we finally arrived?" Su Yan was also quite happy. It was such a long journey. And Shadowed Star is very remote. If it weren't for the Origin King grade starship, we wouldn't have been able to leave. Come with me. Good call, Ningchang as well. After informing Xia Ningchang, the trio's figures flickered and appeared inside the starship. Immediately, a High Heaven Sect disciple stepped forward and reported, "Sect Master, Shadowed Star is up ahead. We've finally arrived home." His expression was one of excitement. Unlike the people from Tongxian realm, he was a disciple of the Haikou family, and was born on Shadowed Star. This time he had been out with Yang Kai for at least 7 or 8 years, so naturally he missed home. "Please give us your instructions, Sect Master." The High Heaven Sect disciple respectfully asked for instructions. "Go." "Yes." The next moment, the starship quickly flew towards the huge cultivation star. And after a quarter of an hour, it entered the atmosphere, and the enchanting scenery below immediately entered their eyes. Yang Kai did not let the starship continue to sail, and instead took Su Yan and Xia Ningchang away, put the starship into the sealed world bead, and directed his star shuttle to descend. The Origin King grade starship was too ostentatious, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai did not want to expose it to the eyes of the world. Su Yan and Xia Ningchang had just arrived, so when they felt the rich world energy aura here, both of them wore looks of pleasant surprise as they breathed in the air with exaggerated excitement. "Junior brother, what city is that down there? It's so big." Xia Ningchang pointed to the city below and asked. "I'm not too sure." Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly. Although he had spent a lot of time on Shadowed Star, the entire Shadowed Star was simply too big, so he naturally couldn't recognize every city. Xia Ningchang pursed her lips and smiled, no longer making things difficult for Kai Yang. "Oh." Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as he carefully observed the outline of the city below and laughed. "I know where this is." "Where is this?" "This is Heavenly Fate City." Yang Kai pointed down. "Look over there. Do you see a mountain range? When I first came to Shadowed Star, I settled down on Dragon Cave Mountain. Later, this place was besieged by many people, and after a great battle, Dragon Cave Mountain was destroyed, so we migrated to the current High Heaven Sect." Following the direction of his finger, Su Yan and Xia Ningchang really saw a dilapidated small mountain range. Perhaps because Yang Kai had once stayed here, the two women looked at this mountain range with eyes full of affection. "It's really fate," Su Yan said with some emotion. When Yang Kai first came to Shadowed Star, he had landed here, and on his return this time he had inadvertently come to this place as well. The trajectories of history were amazingly overlapping. It really is fate. "Come, follow me down. I know the City Lord of Heavenly Fate City, so I can borrow his space array." Yang Kai waved his hand and rushed down. Heavenly Fate City's City Lord was Fei Ji too, and if not for his injury causing his cultivation to fall, he would have left Shadowed Star with Yang Kai just like Qian Tong. After so many years, Yang Kai wondered if Fei Ji Tu's cultivation had recovered. When Yang Kai was still weak, Fei Ji Tu had taken good care of him, something Yang Kai had always remembered. At that moment, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly appeared somewhere down below. "Junior brother, someone is fighting," Su Yan noticed and pointed in a certain direction to Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in the direction she was pointing, but suddenly his expression shook and he came to a stop, his expression becoming strange. How could it be them? Although they were separated by several hundred kilometers, with the strength of Yang Kai's current divine sense, he was able to instantly detect the identity of the two parties involved in this battle. It turned out to be Shadow Moon Hall's disciples Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. These two were rising stars of Shadow Moon Hall, and were famous young talents throughout Shadowed Star. After so many years, The cultivation of these two seemed to have improved greatly, and when they joined forces, they were able to display terrifying combat power far surpassing that of the First-Order Origin returning realm. However, the other side they were fighting was even more powerful. There were more than a dozen Origin returning realm masters, and there was even a Third-Order Origin returning realm master among them. They had surrounded Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, not giving them any opportunity to escape. How could it be them? Yang Kai was puzzled. This place was near Heavenly Fate City, and was within Shadow Moon Hall's sphere of influence. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were the future pillars of Shadow Moon Hall. The former was the disciple of the old hall master, while the latter was Qian Tong's disciple. Their identities and statuses were extraordinary. Who would dare attack these two in Shadow Moon Hall's sphere of influence? Yang Kai instinctively felt that something was not quite right, as if something big had happened on Shadowed Star during the years he had been away. Junior brother, do you know them? Su Yan asked. And let's go take a look. Yang Kai's face became calm as he led Su Yan and Xia Ningchang over. A few hundred kilometers away, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were fighting a bloody battle, their opponents 5 Origin returning realm masters. Even though Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer's combat strength was quite good, they were still outnumbered. On top of that, they seemed to have experienced a lot of battles recently, causing their Saint Qi to be weak, and their auras to be somewhat unstable. If it weren't for the moon-like artifact floating above Wei Guchang's head, these enemies would have already swarmed up and killed the two. The moon-like artifact, stimulated by Wei Guchang's secret technique, exuded a soft light that transformed into a myriad of illusions, capable of both attacking and defending. At every critical moment, it saved Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer's lives. Chapter 1669. Although this moon-like artifact had unfathomable power, Wei Guchang was constantly using it, consuming a lot of energy. During the battle, he had stuffed a number of pills into his mouth, hoping to restore his Saint Qi, but the effect was not as significant as he had imagined. The 5 Origin returning realm masters besieging Yang Kai and Dong Xian were somewhat hesitant to attack, so they didn't directly attack them. Instead, they simply circled around them, consuming their physical strength and Saint Qi, seemingly wanting to capture them alive. Not far away, a Third-Order Origin returning realm master stood with his hands behind his back, staring coldly at Wei Guchang as he shouted, "Martial nephew Wei, don't be stubborn. Hand over the Heavenly Moon silver plate and martial uncle will spare your life." Bah! Wei Guchang spat, and although his appearance was extremely distressed, his face was filled with contempt. "Xieli, you used to be an elder of Shadow Moon Hall, but now you're so greedy and afraid of death. Not only did you collude with evil monsters to harm the sect, but now you're willing to become the dog of that bastard. Ha ha ha. If you want me to hand over the Heavenly Moon silver plate, come and get it yourself." Wei Guchang's entire body was bathed in blood, but he still did not change his heroic nature of the past. Xia Li's expression became cold as murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Wei Guchang's words had undoubtedly poked at his sore spot. Taking a deep breath, Xia Li did not explode on the spot, and instead continued to persuade. "Nephew Wei, you are also a hero of your generation. Don't you know that a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in? Today, Shadowed Star is a place where the glory of Shadow Moon Hall and the other great sects is gone forever. Martial Uncle sees that you are young and ignorant, and does not want to bother with you too much. Hand over the Heavenly Moon silver plate, and you can leave. Otherwise, even if you die, won't you consider Xian'er's safety? At such a tender age, if she dies here with you, don't you feel the slightest bit of guilt?" Wei Guchang's expression changed slightly. After the fierce battle, he turned his head to look at Dong Xianer, the blood-red look in his eyes instantly replaced by a touch of tenderness. It was undeniable that Xia Li was a cunning old fox. With just a few words, he had disintegrated Wei Guchang's momentum. Dong Xianer clenched her silver teeth and shouted, "Brother, don't listen to his crazy words. He is no longer our martial uncle. Xian'er can live and die with Big Brother in this life. I can die without regrets. No matter what, I cannot hand over the Heavenly Moon silver plate." "Xing!" Wei Guchang called out softly. At that moment, Xia Li's eyes flashed and he, who had been biding his time, suddenly pushed his pure Saint Qi and pointed towards Wei Guchang. A dark ray of light. It shot out from his fingertips and hit Wei Guchang's chest while he was distracted. Wei Guchang's body shook as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His already weakened aura quickly weakened, and he staggered back over 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. Big brother. Dong Xianer was shocked. She let out a mournful cry, like a cuckoo crying blood, causing one to shed tears. A ferocious look flashed across Xie Li's face as he laughed. Smelly brat. You dare to fight with this old master? Let's see if you can survive this time. Kill him for me. Despicable. Wei Guchang gnashed his teeth and shouted angrily. Seeing several enemies arrive in front of him, the brilliance of many artifacts and secret techniques blooming and enveloping him, he was unable to use his Saint Qi to defend himself. The full moon-like silver plate that had been suspended above his head also dimmed, unable to play the slightest role. Death was beckoning to him. Strangely, Wei Guchang's expression softened at this moment, but he finally glanced in the direction of Dong Xianer, his eyes filled with guilt and distress. Behind Dong Xianer, 2 other origin-returning realm cultivator bombarded her back with violent attacks. Dong Xianer smiled at him, and the whole world suddenly became bright and colorful. Before death arrived, the two did not speak, just a simple exchange of glances, and they knew that each other was satisfied. They were not born in the same year, month and day, but they could die in the same year, month and day. What else could they ask for? Wei Guchang stretched out his hand to grab Dong Xianer, and Dong Xianer also stretched out her jade white hand. The 2 hands clasped midair, as if their bodies and minds had become one. Immediately, the 2 hugged each other tightly, closed their eyes, and waited for death to arrive. The horrified screams of the enemies echoed in his ears. There was a violent energy fluctuation, and the sound of bones breaking. The expected death didn't come as expected. Wei Guchang frowned and opened his eyes suspiciously, only to see a familiar face standing next to him, looking at him with a smile. Wei Guchang was stunned, his eyes widening in an instant, as if he could not believe what he was seeing. Rubbing his eyes hard to confirm that the person in front of him was not an illusion, Wei Guchang cried out, "Brother Yang!" The person standing next to him was Yang Kai. Wei Guchang's heart pounded wildly. Yang Kai had left Shadowed Star long ago for the vast star territory. Something Wei Guchang knew, because he had heard Fei Zhitu mention this more than once, and every time he did, Fei Zhitu would wear a look of regret and regret. If his cultivation had not fallen, he could have left Shadowed Star with Yang Kai and experienced the wonders and wonders of the star territory. But at that critical juncture, something happened to him and his cultivation fell. In the end, from the Shadow Moon Hall, only Qiantong left with Yang Kai. Yang Kai had been gone for 7 or 8 years without any news from him, so no one knew whether they were safe in the star territory or not. But today, at this critical juncture, Yang Kai had magically appeared and saved his brother and sister's lives. Since Yang Kai had returned, what about Elder Qian? Wei Guchang hurriedly turned his head to look around, but apart from discovering 2 unknown but astonishingly beautiful women, he did not see any trace of Elder Qian. Wei Guchang's heart sank. Elder Qian is fine, Brother Wei need not worry. Yang Kai saw his expression and knew what he was thinking, quickly comforting him. It's been many years since we last met, Brother Wei In, you're still as elegant as ever. Hearing Yang Kai's teasing, Wei Guchang grinned, the blood at the corner of his mouth making him look even more ferocious. Brother Yang, are you making fun of this Wei? I wouldn't dare. Brother, let go of me first. Dong Xianer's voice reached Wei Guchang's ears like an ant. Startled, Wei Guchang remembered that he was still holding Dong Xianer tightly, and had not let go even now. The soft body in his arms was rapidly heating up, and the fragrant breath in his ear made Wei Guchang feel inexplicably restless. But the fullness of her chest made him even more reluctant to let go. Brother and sister, although they had been deeply in love with each other for a long time, the two had not done anything too intimate for so many years. This time, if it were not for the fact that they were in a life and death crisis, they would not have been able to do this. Gently letting go of Dong Xianer, Wei Guchang scratched his head. I've made a fool of myself in front of Brother Yang. Dong Xian'er stood to the side with a red face and lowered head, not saying a word. Su Yan and Xia Ningchang looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Brother Wei and Miss Dong are true friends in times of need. This Yang is very moved. How could he make a fool of himself? Yang Kai said seriously, then raised his eyes and looked forward, lightly saying, "What's going on? I've been gone for so many years, but something big seems to have happened in Shadow Moon Hall." Hearing this, Wei Guchang's expression became cold. It's not just Shadow Moon Hall, all of Shadowed Star has been turned upside down. It's hard to explain in a short time, but this person was one of the elders of Shadow Moon Hall, and held great power in his hands, but now he has surrendered to the enemy, and is committing all kinds of crimes. He even killed the old temple master, and imprisoned City Lord Fei. Killed the old temple master, and imprisoned City Lord Fei? Yang Kai looked shocked. Yes. Little beast, so it was you. Opposite him, Xie stared at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression, his eyes full of hatred, as if Yang Kai had some kind of irreconcilable grudge against him, throwing his head back and laughing wildly. This old master has searched high and low for you for so many years only to find you by chance. This old master has been looking for you for so many years, but now you've delivered yourself to his doorstep. Good, very good. Today this old master will kill you and avenge my dead child. Do you know me? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Xie roared. Nearly 10 years ago, Xie Hong died at your hands. Do you still remember him? Xie Hong? Yang Kai frowned but immediately remembered. You mean the Xie family's young master who led his men to attack me in the Luyan desert? Yes. So you are Xie Hong's father, Xie. Yang Kai understood the other party's identity. It is this old master. Today is the day I take revenge for my dead child. Little bastard, do you have anything to say? Xie gnashed his teeth and roared, his eyes turning red like a mad beast, causing those around him to shudder. Yang Kai sneered, Xie Hong's death is entirely his own fault, he can't blame anyone else. You murderer, you actually dare to twist words and force logic? Good, since you say so, you can only blame yourself for dying today. You can't blame anyone else, Xie shouted hysterically. Yang Kai sneered and shook his head. Old man, you're wrong, I won't die today, the one who will die will be you. Xie laughed. Ignorant brat, you think this old master will listen to your nonsense? Whether you listen or not has nothing to do with me. Forget it, since this is a matter of the Shadow Moon Hall, it's not good for me to intervene, so I'll let Elder Qian clean up the house. Yang Kai didn't want to waste time with Xie anymore, so he communicated with the sealed world bead with his divine sense and informed Qian Tong. Then reached out and pointed forward. Elder Qian. Wei Guchang heard this and looked around with a happy expression. Where is Elder Qian? Is my master also here? Dong Xian'er also looked surprised. He is. Yang Kai grinned and a mysterious power burst out from his fingertips, gradually forming a vortex in front of him. Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er's eyes were attracted, nervously and expectantly watching as an old figure walked out of the vortex. Qian Tong. What is this? Xie Li's expression changed slightly as he stared at the strange vortex, unable to understand how Qian Tong came out of it. The vortex seemed to be connected to another world, making him unable to understand it. But soon his eyes focused on Qian Tong, his face full of fear. Chapter 1670. As the great elder of Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong had great prestige in Shadow Moon Hall for many years. The old hall master was in retreat all year round in order to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm. So in Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong was almost equivalent to half a hall master. Coupled with his extremely high cultivation, Xie had always been very wary of him. Now that he saw Qian Tong appear, Xie instinctively took a few steps back, a look of fear on his face. But soon, he stopped moving with a ruthless look on his face. Yes, 10 years ago he was indeed not Qian Tong's opponent. After all, he was a minor realm below him in terms of cultivation, but now, he dispelled the deep-rooted fear of Qian Tong in his heart and replaced it with eagerness. Oh, we're home. Qian Tong walked out of the vortex and saw Heavenly Fate City not far away at a glance. He laughed and said, We're finally home. This old master was too bored staying in that damned place. Although the sealed world bead was peaceful and rich in world energy, there was still something missing, making Qiantong feel uncomfortable. Now that he was back in Heavenly Fate City, Qiantong was in a good mood. Good. Chang Xian, I haven't seen you for many years. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit. You're actually about to break through to the second-order origin returning realm. How did you get hurt? Qiantong's face sank and a thunderous anger appeared on his face. Who hurt you? He was still aware of the current situation. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer both stared at Qiantong in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. After a while, the two knelt down at Qiantong's feet. Elder Qian. Disciple failed to protect Shadow Moon Hall. Please punish me, Elder. Wei Guchang pressed his forehead to the ground and shouted in a trembling voice. Master, please punish me. Dong Xianer also knelt on the ground, sobbing softly. Even in the face of an enemy several times stronger than himself, even in the face of death, the brother and sister didn't even frown. But now when they saw Qiantong, their firm will finally crumbled. They were like children who had been wronged and saw their parents. Qiantong also realized something was wrong at this moment, and swept his eyes around coldly. Weiwei's gaze paused on Xiechen. She had a vague guess, but she did not pursue the matter immediately. She raised her hand and helped Wei Guchang and Dong Xianu up. She said in a low voice, "Get up and talk. Shadow Moon Hall, what happened?" Qiantong's face was calm. However, it was like the eve before a storm, causing an inexplicably oppressive atmosphere to appear in this world. The Shadow Moon Hall has been destroyed. Wei Guchang replied bitterly. Destroyed? Qiantong's face sank. Who did it? Tell me in detail. Yes. Wei Guchang nodded respectfully. He then explained the changes that happened in the Shadow Moon Hall one by one. 2 years ago, a great change suddenly occurred on Shadowed Star. A mysterious force emerged and crazily suppressed all the great sects and families on Shadowed Star. Anyone who did not submit would be killed. For a time, all of Shadowed Star was in a reign of terror. Countless cities were reduced to ruins overnight. Hundreds of millions of lives perished. Whales filled the world as corpses piled up into mountains. Blood flowed freely. Soon, the claws of that mysterious force reached out to Shadow Moon Hall. In the face of such a powerful force, the leaders of Shadow Moon Hall did not know what to do. Shadow Moon Hall was divided into 2 factions. This was revealed when Qiantong was still on Shadowed Star. In the face of a crisis, this division became even more serious. In the end, the pro-surrender faction led by Xiechen emerged victorious. Xiechen and the others launched a sneak attack on the old temple master, and some of the leaders of the pro-war faction, causing Shadow Moon Hall to suffer heavy casualties and fall apart. Overnight, Shadow Moon Hall changed owners. Xiechen became the new temple master of Shadow Moon Hall, and submitted to the mysterious force. The high-level cultivator who supported Qiantong in the past was almost completely exterminated. Fei Ji too, who was in Heavenly Fate City, was also imprisoned. Only a few elites managed to escape from Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were called by the old temple master the night before the incident. The old temple master told them to take the sect's hallowed treasure, the Heavenly Moon silver plate, and leave Shadow Moon Hall. Over the past 2 years, the two of them had been hiding their identities and running around, living an extremely difficult life. The reason why they appeared near Heavenly Fate City this time was to rescue Fei Ji. Tuesday, Xiechen sent out news that Fei Ji too, who refused to submit, would be beheaded in Heavenly Fate City today as a warning to others, so Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had no choice but to appear. Even if they knew that this was a trap, the two of them jumped in without hesitation. The old temple master is dead. Old Fei is imprisoned? Qiantong's face was as gloomy as a dark cloud, and anyone could clearly feel his towering anger. What about High Heaven Sect? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Shadow Moon Hall suffered such a disaster, but did High Heaven Sect not help? If High Heaven Sect really didn't help, then he would be too disappointed. When Yang Kai was in trouble, Qiantong and Fei Ji too had helped him a lot. The reason why Fei Ji too's cultivation had fallen was also related to Yang Kai. But thinking about it carefully, High Heaven Sect had Yi Shiyan in charge, and with Yi Shiyan's temperament, It was impossible for her to sit back and do nothing. High Heaven Sect has reinforcements. Many of the disciples who escaped from Shadow Moon Hall have been taken into High Heaven Sect to take refuge. Moreover, Great Elder Yi has also sent a number of third-order origin returning realm masters. But what? But they were not their opponent, and several of them died, so they had no choice but to return. Wei Guchang said sadly. What? Yang Kai was shocked. Even Qian Tong had a look of disbelief on his face. The origin returning realm masters dispatched by High Heaven Sect were definitely masters from Star Emperor Mountain, so how could they not be their opponent? And several of them even died. It was impossible for Shadow Moon Hall to be so powerful. Corpse Spirit Religion has countless masters, and it is rumored that they even have an Origin King Realm Master. High Heaven Sect's disciples were killed by one of their Origin Kings, Wei Guchang explained. Corpse Spirit Religion was the name of the mysterious force that had just risen. Impossible. Qian Tong had a look of disbelief. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. Origin Kings had appeared on Shadowed Star? And 4 of them at once. How was this possible? This place was suppressed by the mysterious world principles, so no Origin King Realm Masters had been born here for tens of thousands of years. If not for this, Qian Tong and the others would not have followed Yang Kai on this voyage. But now, Wei Guchang was actually telling them that 4 Origin Kings had appeared on Shadowed Star. None of them could accept this. Disciple has only heard rumors, so Disciple does not know the real situation. Wei Guchang's expression dimmed, but suddenly, as if remembering something, he said again, Right. Great Elder Yi should be clear about this. What do you mean? Yang Kai's expression changed. It is rumored that Great Elder Yi once encountered 2 of these 4 masters, and after a fierce battle, she was seriously injured and returned to High Heaven Sect, where she is still recuperating. Yi Shiyin was seriously injured. This was extremely bad news. However, Yang Kai and Qian Tong glanced at each other and inferred some useful information. The 4 masters in the rumors. They should not be Origin Kings. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Yi Shiyin to escape unscathed from 2 of them. As long as one of them took action, Yi Shiyin would have been easily killed. But in fact, Yi Shiyin had only escaped with serious injuries. However, the strength of the other party was indeed not to be underestimated. Yi Shiyin's cultivation had reached the limit of the Origin Returning Realm, and if it were not for her being unwilling to leave Shadowed Star, she would likely have been an Origin King by now. The other party only dispatched 2 masters to injure Yi Shiyin, so it seemed that they were masters on the same level as Yi Shiyin, perhaps even stronger. The expressions of Yang Kai and Qian Tong fluctuated as they quietly digested the information Wei Guchang conveyed. Unexpectedly, after 7 or 8 years, such a huge change had occurred on Shadowed Star. What the hell was this Corpse Spirit Religion? Why had it been so obscure before? Why had it suddenly appeared? Brother Yang, you don't need to worry about High Heaven Sect. Today, High Heaven Sect can be regarded as the last pure land on Shadowed Star. Although it is heavily surrounded, no one can attack it. Wei Guchang saw Yang Kai's expression turn ugly and quickly comforted him. I know that, Yang Kai nodded. Regarding the safety of High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai was not worried. Outside High Heaven Sect, there were 3 blazing flame rings, each of which was an Emperor artifact. Even if an Origin King Realm Master came in person, it would be impossible for them to break through the defenses of the 3 blazing flame rings. Many people who are unwilling to submit want to escape to High Heaven Sect, but Wei Guchang sighed. He and Dong Xiener also wanted to enter High Heaven Sect, but unfortunately, there were too many enemies on the periphery, and they had no chance at all. For the past 2 years, they had been forced to hide here and there, living a very difficult life. Are you done chatting? Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from the side. Xiechen. He had been watching coldly from the sidelines, not attacking or stopping Wei Guchang from divulging information, but now he suddenly spoke. Qian Tong turned his head and looked at him with a cold expression and sharp gaze. Xiechen's heart jumped, but he forced himself to calm down and sneered. Great Elder Qian, long time no see. Xiechen. Qian Tong took a deep breath. It seems that this old master was too merciful back then. I thought that since we were both from Shadow Moon Hall, Killing each other would only weaken Shadow Moon Hall. So when the Xie family rebelled, this old master let you go. But I never thought that my past mercy would lead to today's misfortune. This old master will not be able to absolve himself from the blame, even if he dies 10,000 times. Ha. Xiechun laughed wildly. Qiantong, you're about to die, yet you still dare to spout nonsense. Who do you think you are? Yes, you did make this old master fear you back then, and you also had the ability to kill me. But since you didn't do so, you no longer have the chance. Today, this old master is also a third-order origin returning realm master and Shadow Moon Hall's temple master. You are no longer my opponent. Qiantong, out of consideration for your great contributions to Shadow Moon Hall, this temple master can spare your life. As long as you are willing to submit to corpse spirit religion, this temple master will restore your position as great elder. Qiantong looked at him indifferently, as if he was looking at a clown, the sarcasm and contempt in his eyes obvious. Yang Kai was also amused by Xiechun. Xiechun was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, who had just broken through a few years ago. Yet he dared to challenge the current Qiantong. It seemed that he really didn't know how to write the word death. Chapter 1671. Seeing Qiantong not speaking, Xiechun thought he was afraid, so he became even more arrogant and shouted, Qiantong, a wise man submits to circumstances. Corpse spirit religion has 4 origin kings, and will soon unify Shadowed Star. Don't be stubborn, as long as you are willing to submit. This temple master can put in a few good words for you. With your cultivation, you will be valued no less than this temple master's. Qiantong let out a long sigh, his tone bleak as he glanced over at Xiechun faintly. You said that corpse spirit religion has 4 origin king realm masters? Yes. Xiechun grinned meaningfully and nodded. Do you know what the origin king realm is? The origin king realm. Xiechun paused for a moment as a look of confusion appeared on his face. This realm had been passed down on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years, and the world only knew that it was a realm higher than the origin returning realm. But when Xiechun really spoke about it, he didn't know how to describe it. After all, he had never seen it before. Unable to help becoming angry out of shame, Xiechun roared, Do you know? Qiantong looked at him faintly and did not speak, then stretched out his hand towards Xiechun, grasped the air lightly and withdrew it. Xiechun instinctively stepped back and pushed his Saint Qi to form a protective barrier, but the storm of attacks did not reach him, and there was not even a single scar on his body. He also did not notice any trace of Saint Qi surging from Qiantong's body. Qiantong, you dare fool this temple master? Xiechun flew into a rage, his face alternating between red and blue. You're dead. Since you and I both came from Shadow Moon Hall, this temple master did not want to kill you, but since you don't put this temple master in your eyes, no one can save you today. Kill him. Xiechun roared his last sentence at his subordinates. When Yang Kai saved Wei Guchang earlier, he keenly noticed that these people were all from Shadow Moon Hall. Before he figured out the truth of the situation, he didn't kill them. All he did was shake them away from Wei Guchang. These people were fine, and now they had all recovered. Hearing Xiechun's order, the group of 6 or 7 origin returning realm masters hesitated. Xiechun was afraid of Qiantong, but so were they. Although everyone's strength had increased after joining the corpse spirit religion, Qiantong's prestige was deeply rooted in their hearts. At this time, it was impossible for them to make a move against Qiantong. They were undoubtedly very nervous. Palace Master, you. Suddenly, a middle-aged man seemed to have discovered something shocking. He pointed at Xiechun in horror and shouted loudly. The others looked in the direction he was pointing and couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Horror appeared in their eyes and they couldn't help but pull away from Xiechun, avoiding him as if he was the plague. What's wrong? Xiechun was still a little slow to react. When he looked down, his expression changed drastically and he cried out in horror. What's going on? He suddenly discovered that his arms were filled with energy. At the base of his legs, there was a wave of energy running rampant. This energy could be seen with the naked eye, but there was not the slightest fluctuation. This energy was like a locust that tore a small hole in Xiechun's body and drilled into it. Throughout this process, Xiachen didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Xiachen felt his hair stand on end. He felt a chill run down his spine, almost causing the soles of his feet to cramp. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk 4 explosions rang out and blood splashed everywhere. Xiachen's hands and feet exploded into a bloody mist. Only his short upper body remained as it crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. Xiachen's expression twisted. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The traders of Shadow Moon Hall also looked as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Their expressions changed drastically. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This is a nightmare. Xiachen roared like a wounded beast. Without his hands and feet, he looked both comical and miserable, as if he had suffered some kind of cruel torture. This palace master is a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. No one can do this except for an origin king. This palace master doesn't believe it. Xiachen had obviously suffered a huge blow, and looked like he had gone mad. As soon as he spoke these words, his entire body froze. Staring at Qiantong in a daze, fear finally filling the depths of his eyes as he muttered, "Origin King realm? You're already an Origin King?" If Qiantong was not an Origin King, it would have been impossible for him to be reduced to this state with just a wave of his hand. If Qiantong was not an Origin King, Xiachen would definitely have been able to fight back. "You're not too stupid," Qiantong said indifferently. "What? Great Elder is already an Origin King?" Wei Guchang was stunned. Dong Xian covered her mouth with her small hands, and her beautiful eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. Like a drowning person who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw, her originally dim eyes once again shone with light. Origin King realm. Had Honored Master actually reached the legendary realm that had existed on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years? If this was the case, then the Shadow Moon Hall could be saved. Dong Xianer's tender body trembled as tears overflowed from her beautiful eyes. At this moment, she thought of all her brothers and sisters who had died tragically in front of her. All of you should be able to rest in peace now. Honored Master has now reached the Origin King realm, and will soon be able to avenge all of you by killing all those murderers and giving you justice. Asterisk Putong. Asterisk the several Origin returning realm traders in the Shadow Moon Hall knelt on the ground, all of them staring at Qiantong in horror, constantly kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Great Elder, this subordinate was wrong. This subordinate knows his wrongs. This subordinate asks Great Elder to spare this subordinate's life. Great Elder, this subordinate was forced to do this. This subordinate's wife and daughter are in the hands of those bastards. This subordinate had no choice but to collude with them. This subordinate asks for Great Elder's judgment. Great Elder, please spare our lives. Let us live. Great Elder is merciful. Please let us go." Qiantong looked at them with disgust and hatred before taking a deep breath and asking, "Chong or Xianer, have they ever killed any of my Shadow Moon Hall's loyalists?" "Yes." Wei Guchang's eyes were burning with anger as he replied in a deep voice. Vicious enemies were not hateful. What was hateful were these traitors who aided the tyrant in his evil deeds. Wei Guchang had seen these traitors kill his former compatriots more than once. Good. Qiantong's clothes fluttered without any wind as his monstrous anger spread out like a tsunami, completely drowning the traitors in the Shadow Moon Hall. "Since you've already killed them, there's nothing left to say." Saying so, Qiantong stretched out his hand and pointed at these traitors. Silently, these traitors froze in place as if they had been struck by lightning. Everyone's face showed a pained look, as if they were enduring some unbearable torture. A moment later, boom boom boom, loud noises rang out, and without exception, the traitors all exploded and died. Their souls were destroyed. The only one left was Xiachen, who had lost all his limbs, his meridians shattered, and his cultivation crippled. "Kill me! Kill me!" Xiachen roared in a low voice. In his current state, he would rather die. After cultivating for nearly 100 years, Xiachen was met with such retribution because of a single mistake. Killing you is letting you off too easily. Qiantong was unmoved. With a wave of his hand, he stopped the blood from flowing from Xiachen's wound. He reached out and lifted him up, taking large strides towards Sky Fortune City. Chang Xian'er, come with this old man to save your martial Uncle Fei. Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er looked at each other and followed excitedly. They knew that Qian Tong was truly angry this time. Otherwise, with his past temperament, he would never have acted so viciously. Killing someone was nothing more than a simple matter, but he had forcibly saved Xie Chen's life and used pain and fear to torture his body and mind. It seemed that Qian Tong was going to make a big fuss this time. Let's go and take a look, Yang Kai called out to Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang. I owe a debt of gratitude to City Lord Fei. Since he is junior brother's benefactor, we must save him. The two women replied in unison. Inside Sky Fortune City, security was tight. There was a sentry every 3 steps and a guard every 5, as if they were guarding against something. And in a certain square inside Sky Fortune City, Fei Jitu's hair was disheveled, his body was shackled, and his hands and feet were heavily shackled. He looked terrible, and there were no energy fluctuations coming from his body. It was unknown whether he had been sealed or his cultivation had been crippled. But even though he was down and out, he still stood straight. Around the square, countless residents of Sky Fortune City had gathered. These people were all looking up at Fei Jitu standing on a high platform, their expressions filled with grief and indignation. Fei Jitu had been Sky Fortune City's city lord for many years, and although he had not done a perfect job, he had still been able to empathize with the people and protect the safety of Sky Fortune City. But ever since corpse spirit religion took over, Sky Fortune City had been in complete chaos. Countless children had disappeared inexplicably, and countless beautiful girls had been abducted. As long as the people of Sky Fortune City showed any signs of resistance, they would immediately be punished and suppressed. Compared to the days when Fei Jitu was the city lord, life now was simply torture and hell. So they missed the days of those days very much. However, today was the day Fei Jitu would be beheaded in public. Corpse spirit religion wanted to use this to warn all of Shadowed Star how miserable the fate of those who resisted would be. Not far from the high platform where Fei Jitu was standing, there were several high-ranking members of Shadow Moon Hall. In the past, Fei Jitu had some dealings with them and even called Fei Jitu brothers, but now, they were gathered around a young man in a purple robe who looked very luxurious, fawning over him. This young man was not very old, only about 17 or 18 years old. But his face was abnormally pale, and there was a faint cold aura around him that made people feel very uncomfortable. If one got close enough, one could even smell a faint rancid smell coming from his body. At this moment, he was sitting under the scorching sun and seemed to be a little irritated. From time to time, he would look up at the sun in the sky and curse under his breath. One of the high-ranking traders of Shadow Moon Hall noticed this and immediately waved his hand. Bring in the blood food. As soon as he gave the order, a Saint King Realm cultivator rushed over from nearby. This cultivator carried a child in his hand and rushed to the high platform in a single step. Chapter 1672. The child that was brought up was only around 2 to 3 years old. He was fair and chubby, as if he was carved from jade. He looked very cute. However, being treated so rudely, the child naturally cried and screamed, waving his arms and legs in the air. In the crowd below, there was a man about 30 years old. After hearing the child's cries, he suddenly trembled and looked at the child with trembling eyes, calling out in a shrill voice, "My child!" This 3-year-old child was his flesh and blood. A few days ago, he had inexplicably disappeared from his home, and he didn't know who had abducted his child. Only today did he realize that the one who had abducted his flesh and blood turned out to be someone from Shadow Moon Hall. So, the rumors are true. During this period of time, many children under 5 years of age within Heavenly Fortune City, as well as many young and beautiful girls, had mysteriously disappeared. Their families had searched everywhere for them, but unfortunately, they hadn't been able to find anything. Everyone privately speculated that this was the work of Shadow Moon Hall. After all, in this small piece of land, only Shadow Moon Hall had the ability and strength to do so. But guesses were just guesses as they did not have any proof. Moreover, the Shadow Moon Palace of today was no longer the Shadow Moon Palace of the past. They did not dare to question the Shadow Moon Palace, but could only grit their teeth and swallow it down. as they silently shed tears. Now his child had suddenly appeared in front of him. Naturally, the man was very excited and hurriedly rushed forward. His cultivation wasn't high, only a third-order transcendent. He hadn't even reached the saint realm yet. Normally, he would never dare to act presumptuously in front of the masters of Shadow Moon Hall, but now that he loved his child so much, he couldn't care less. His figure leapt up and flew up into the air, straight towards the high platform. Impudence! A loud shout rang out, and a stream of light flashed. The man who was in the air let out a muffled groan as a bloody hole appeared in his chest. When he fell to the ground, he was already a corpse. An uproar broke out as the surrounding crowd trembled with fear. Their eyes were filled with fear. In front of Master Fong, "You dare act so presumptuously? Kill 100 of them!" shouted the cultivator who had attacked earlier. The residents of Sky Fortune City all had expressions of grief and indignation, but none of them dared to speak. At this time, the 3-year-old child had already been sent in front of the youth surnamed Fong. The young man looked the child up and down with a satisfied expression. He waved his hand gently. Immediately, a young woman with heavy makeup walked out from behind her. Twisting her snake-like waist, the corner of her mouth held a cold and seductive smile. "What are you guys trying to do?" Fei Jitu suddenly asked. He stood on the high platform, and although he couldn't use his own strength, he still stared sharply at the young man. The young man curled his lips and did not reply. He clearly believed that a prisoner like Fei Jitu did not have the qualifications to speak to him. On the other hand, the traitor from the Shadow Moon Hall chuckled. "Brother Fei, it's better if you don't talk so much. It's not bad to quietly enjoy the last moments of my life." After mocking and ridiculing, the traitor no longer paid attention to Fei Jitu's day. The young woman came in front of the child and reached out to grab the child's tender wrist. She stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips, looking extremely seductive. She lightly opened her red lips and smiled. "Very tender blood food, I'm sure Master will be satisfied." "Do it." The youth surnamed Fong was non-committal. The young woman nodded and flicked her wrist. Suddenly, a cold gleaming dagger appeared. She gently cut the child's wrist, and dark red blood immediately flowed out from the wound. The young woman's other hand had a glass bottle. She placed it under the child's wrist and caught the blood that flowed out. Drip, drip. The sound of blood sputtering and the child's mournful cries affected everyone's heart. The onlookers were filled with righteous indignation, their eyes spitting fire. "You are all heartless. You will all die a horrible death." Fei Jitu roared and struggled to rush over to save the child, but before he could take 2 steps, he was knocked to the ground by a cultivator on the high platform, and was ruthlessly kicked a few times. The youth surnamed Fong coldly glanced at Fei Jitu and sneered. "What right does a loser have to speak to me? But don't worry, this is only the beginning of your life. After I cut off your head, this king will grant you a new life." His words were inexplicable and many people did not understand, but to Fei Jitu, they were no less than the voice of a demon. He prostrated himself on the ground and roared with his head raised. "Fong Fengqi, I won't let you go even if I die." The youth sneered. "When you become a member of my corpse spirit clan, you won't think like this. At that time, you will also have the right to enjoy this kind of blood." As he spoke, he took the glass bottle filled with fresh blood from the young woman's hand. He placed it under his nose and sniffed it. An intoxicated expression appeared on his face. Then, he raised his head and drank the cup of warm blood in one gulp. The onlookers were all shocked. Countless pairs of eyes stared blankly at the trace of blood at the corner of Fong Fengqi's mouth. Everyone froze in place as if they had been struck by lightning. This person actually drank blood? Also, what kind of strange creature was the corpse spirit clan he spoke of? The scene in front of them was beyond their imagination. At this moment, Fong Fengqi was undoubtedly the incarnation of a demon in the eyes of the crowd, the source of evil. Many people did not even have the courage to look at him. Fei Jitu's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. He stared at Fong Fengqi as if he wanted to tear him into pieces. "It tastes good." Fong Fengqi stretched out his hand and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. The coquettishly dressed young woman knelt in front of him, stuck out her scarlet tongue, and sucked his finger clean of blood. A strange, heart-tugging moan came from her throat. The child who had been drained of blood looked dispirited at this moment. He did not have the strength to cry, and his little face was pale. He was taken away by the Saint King Realm cultivator. Although his life was not in danger, suffering such a disaster at the age of 3 was bound to leave a shadow in his heart. Perhaps it would accompany him for the rest of his life, and could not be erased. Okay, the time has come. Fei Ji2, prepare to welcome your new life. This is a special treatment given to you by the religion master. You must be grateful. Fang Fengqi stood up. After drinking a bottle of blood, an abnormal blush appeared on his originally pale face, and he exuded an extremely powerful aura. Fei Ji2 laughed. I, Fei Ji2, swear that even if I become an evil spirit in the future, I will kill all of you. I will also kill all of you bastards. Remember this. His eyes swept over the traitors in the Shadow Moon Hall one by one. Everyone who caught his eye trembled in fear, their faces ugly. Well said. A warm and angry voice suddenly came from the void, extremely abrupt. Fang Fengqi's face changed greatly. He quickly looked up at the sky. He instinctively had a bad feeling. The strength of this person seemed to be extremely high, actually invading right under his nose without him noticing. Fang Fengqi was already a third-order origin returning realm master, so being able to escape his detection meant that this person's strength had reached the peak of the third order. This is... Fei Ji2 was stunned for a moment, but soon he began to laugh wildly. He already recognized it. The one who spoke just now was Qian Tong. In the void, a figure flickered and Qian Tong appeared. Great Elder. The traitors in the Shadow Moon Hall all showed looks of horror as they cried out in horror. Very good, you still have me, your Great Elder, in your eyes. Qian Tong swept his gaze down lightly, making the traitors feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. 2 streams of light quickly flew over. It was Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer who had followed closely behind Qian Tong. They saw the distressed Fei Ji2 at a glance and immediately shouted, Martial Uncle Fei! Fei Ji2 looked at the 2 rising stars of the Shadow Moon Hall, and sighed heavily. During this time he had been unable to contact Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, so he didn't know how they were doing. Now that he saw that they were unharmed, he naturally felt relieved. Go and rescue your martial Uncle Fei, Qian Tong ordered. Yes. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer quickly rushed down to the high platform. The cultivator responsible for guarding Fei Ji2 was at a loss for what to do. He didn't know how to deal with this situation. Just as he was at a loss, Wei Guchang sent him flying with a kick. Scram! Wei Guchang, how dare you be so impudent in front of Master Fang? Someone immediately reprimanded loudly. Wei Guchang laughed coldly. While guarding Dong Xianer as he untied Fei Ji2, he looked down on the person who shouted, Yuan Qi. I, Wei Guchang, have always respected you, but I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Not only did you become the enemy's lackey, you even tried to harm Martial Uncle Fei. Good, very good. Today is the day you die. The cultivator called Yuan Qi's face turned green and red at Wei Guchang's words. He retorted, What do you know? Don't spout nonsense. Wei Guchang seemed to want to say something, but Qian Tong said calmly, Don't waste your breath on them. There's nothing to say to the dead. Wei Guchang thought about it seriously and nodded. Great Elder is right. Yuan Qi was furious. Suddenly, he saw something in Qian Tong's hand. He looked at it carefully and his expression changed. Hall Master? It was only now that he realized that the thing in Qian Tong's hand was actually Xie. Xie had lost both his hands and legs. Furthermore, he wasn't dead yet. His expression was one of pain, as if his heart was being bitten by 10,000 ants. He looked extremely miserable. Hearing him say this, the others finally reacted. Seeing Xie miserable end, it was as if it was foreshadowing their own futures. They couldn't help but feel their hands and feet go cold. They all quietly moved closer to Fang Fengqi, as if they were looking for some sense of security. Qian Tong casually threw Xie upper body onto the high platform and said calmly, I don't want to stain my hands with too much blood from my fellow disciples. I'll give you all a chance. Kill yourselves. Everyone's body trembled. Old Ghost Qian, don't you think you're exaggerating? It's more important for us to leave this place as soon as possible. Fei Zhitu shouted anxiously. Qian Tong was indeed powerful, but there were too many enemies here. He didn't think that Qian Tong could handle them all. If Qian Tong died here, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Chapter 1673. Not only did Fei Zhitu think so, but so did the Shadow Moon Hall elders who had surrendered to corpse spirit religion. All of them stared at Qian Tong strangely, as if they were looking at a young man who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Fang Fengqi laughed. Old dog, you talk big, do you think you're an origin king? Qian Tong still looked indifferent, and did not intend to answer him, instead focusing his attention on the traders of Shadow Moon Hall. To the side, Wei Guchang looked excited and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he held back. Yang Kai wanted to announce loudly that Great Elder had really reached the Origin King realm. He wanted to see what kind of reaction these fence-sitters would have when they heard this shocking news. It would definitely be wonderful, right? However, since Great Elder did not want to answer, why should he be in such a hurry to jump out? Once they witnessed the Great Elder's godly methods, they would understand how ridiculously wrong they were. On the high platform, Qian Tong said in a bleak tone, I'll give you 30 breaths to think about it. After 30 breaths, this old master will act personally. Great Elder, don't go too far. Old Ghost Qian, aren't you looking down on us too much? So what if you're the former Great Elder? Even ants drag out their lives, how can we commit suicide? If you want our lives, come and take them yourself. That's right, Qian Tong, if you try to kill us here today, don't blame us for being impolite. The group of people shouted aggressively, mainly because Qian Tong's calm attitude was too infuriating. It was as if he was really an Origin King realm master. Just by moving his lips a few times, he was able to make them commit suicide? Qian Tong had been in retreat for the past few years, and it seemed that he had cultivated to the point where his brain was muddled. Qian Tong closed his eyes and ignored their noise. Instead, it was his 4 limbs that were gone. Xie Chen, who still had vitality, seemed to have lost his mind, and was suffering both physical and mental torture. He could not help but chuckle mischievously, his laughter reaching everyone's ears. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Noisy! Fang Fengqi coldly snorted and waved his hand. A blade-like attack slashed out and directly cut Xie Chen's body in half. You will all die. All of you will die. Xie Chen roared twice before he completely stopped breathing. Fang Fengqi's expression changed slightly as he glared at Xie Chen's corpse. He coldly snorted. You can't succeed. Among the traders of Shadow Moon Hall, Xie Chen wasn't the strongest, but he was the one who knew how to act according to circumstances, which was why Fang Fengqi had supported him as temple master, and used the secret technique passed down by the religion master to promote his cultivation, allowing him to break through to the third-order origin returning realm in a short time. But Xie Chen had not expected him to be so useless. Not only did he fail to kill the 2 Shadow Moon Hall's juniors, and snatch the Heavenly Moon silver plate as planned, his limbs were cut off, and he was carried back like a dog. There was no point in keeping such a person alive. At that moment, there was another flash of light on the high platform and Yang Kai appeared with Su Yan and Xia Ningchang. Seeing Fei Zhitu's miserable appearance, Yang Kai's heart tightened. He quickly squatted down, grabbed Yang Kai's wrist, and circulated his Saint Qi to investigate. Yang Kai, you're here too, Fei Zhitu grinned, a warm and touched look on his face. He had not lived his life in vain. At the most critical moment, not only had old Ghost Qian brought 2 juniors to rescue him, even Yang Kai had come. Fei Zhitu was a man made of iron. Yang Kai's eyes could not help becoming moist. When Su Yan and Xia Ningchang appeared on the high platform together, the whole world seemed to become much brighter. Almost all of the high-ranking traders of Shadow Moon Hall had their eyes focused on the 2 women, exclaiming from time to time that there were such perfect women in this world. It was as if they didn't exist in this world. Fang Fengqi's eyes flashed a terrifying light. His pair of eyes stared at Su Yan and Xia Ningchang back and forth, a strong sense of possessiveness flashing in the depths of his eyes, as if he had seen some delicious food. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. even his breathing becoming slightly rapid. Senior Fei, your injuries. Yang Kai examined Fei Jitu for a moment before frowning, hesitating to speak. Fei Jitu's expression changed as he became nervous. It's nothing serious, Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's just that your Saint Chi has been sealed and you've suffered some physical pain. You scared me to death. Fei Jitu let out a long breath, thought for a moment and said, and he still has a use for my body, so naturally he won't destroy my foundation. It's just a minor injury, Senior Fei doesn't need to worry about it. Little senior sister, do you have any spirit pills suitable for him now? Yang Kai looked back at Xia Ningchang. Xia Ningchang took out a jade bottle from his space ring without saying a word, and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it, opened the bottle cap, and poured out a dark red pill. Fei Jitu didn't even look at it, directly snatching it and stuffing it into his mouth. In an instant, his eyes bulged as he exclaimed, "This is..." Before he could finish speaking, he immediately sat down cross-legged on the high platform and began circulating his secret art to dissolve the medicinal efficacies. In a very short time, Fei Jitu's body gave off rich energy fluctuations, and the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer glanced at each other, both secretly shocked. How could they not see that the spirit pill Xia Ningchang just took out was definitely an origin grade or above pill? Most likely even an origin grade high-rank pill, otherwise, its medicinal efficacies would not have been so obvious. An origin grade high-rank pill being taken out so casually, Wei Guchang couldn't help feeling moved. Many thanks, sister-in-law. Wei Guchang cupped his fists solemnly and thanked her along with Dong Xianer. Xia Ningchang's small face blushed slightly for a moment before she glanced at Yang Kai and pursed her lips. Brother is too polite. Senior Fei is junior brother's benefactor, so he is our benefactor as well. A trivial pill is nothing. Brother Yang, you're so lucky. Wei Guchang winked at Yang Kai, quite envious of him hugging so many beauties. Grab those two women for me. They belong to this king. Fang Fengqi suddenly shouted. Without even mentioning Su Yan and Xia Ningchang's beauty, just the pill Xia Ningchang casually took out was enough to make him jealous. On Shadowed Star, origin-grade high-rank pills were extremely rare. As such, he couldn't wait to capture Su Yan and Xia Ningchang. As long as he got his hands on them, the things in their space rings would belong to him. Kai Yong coldly glanced over at him, his eyes as sharp as a knife, cold as ice. For some reason, Fang Fengqi's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a sense of horror. It was as if the other party could pose a threat to his life. 30 breaths have passed. At that moment, Qian Tong suddenly opened his eyes and coldly swept his gaze around, saying indifferently, "Since none of you are willing to commit suicide, this old master will send you on your way." As soon as these words fell, an astonishing aura burst out. This aura gathered into a force visible to the naked eye and pushed forward madly. Territory field. This was the territory of an origin king. The dozen or so Shadow Moon Hall traders were shocked and hurriedly pushed their Shi to resist, but in front of Qian Tong's domain, their Shi was like throwing an egg at a rock, unable to provide any protection at all before collapsing one after another. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so origin returning realm masters were forced to retreat, their faces pale. A powerful force field enveloped them, and within the force field, there was a nimble wind surging. This was the unique power of Qian Tong's territory. The wind gathered into blades and began to wreak havoc. Screams rang out one after another as the dozen or so origin returning realm masters wrapped in the territory seemed to be enduring the harshest punishment in the world as the wind blades madly cut at their skin like gossamer threads. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their flesh was badly mangled. Origin King Realm. Everyone cried out in horror. Fang Fengqi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he looked at the enraged Qian Tong with trembling hands and feet, his heart cold. It was just a joke, but who would have thought that it would come true? Qian Tong was really an origin king. Great Elder, please spare me, I know I was wrong. Great Elder, please spare me. Just like the scene outside Heavenly Fate City before, when these traitors realized how powerful and unstoppable Qian Tong was, they begged for mercy one after another. Some even disregarded their sense of shame and knelt on the ground, kowtowing until their heads were covered in blood, hoping to move Qian Tong's compassion. They had escaped this calamity. Qian Tong's expression was indifferent and unmoved, but there was a trace of sadness in the depths of his eyes. Blood splattered and flesh scattered. The dozen or so traitors from Shadow Moon Hall were cut into pieces in just 10 breaths of time. Almost every one of them seemed to have been tortured by 1,000 cuts, leaving only white skeletons behind. The flesh on the bones had all disappeared, and their internal organs had been reduced to dust. Good. Good kill. Good kill. Don't let them escape. Avenge the dead children and women of Heavenly Fate City. Kill them. The onlookers suddenly roared and swarmed forward from all directions. Everyone's faces were filled with unforgettable hatred. Everyone's blood boiled as they circulated their Saint Qi, grabbed their weapons, activated their secret techniques, summoned their artifacts, and attacked the enemies who were still alive. Fang Fengqi's location, within a 300-meter radius, was instantly flooded by a variety of lights. Even the beautiful young woman who served Fang Fengqi before did not escape the onslaught of the angry crowd. Her second-order origin returning realm cultivation lasted less than 3 breaths of time before her Saint Qi protection was broken, and she died tragically on the spot. A stream of light soared into the sky, forcibly carving out a bloody path through the crowd, and quickly fled outside. Fang Fengqi. After all, he was a third-order origin returning realm master, and would not die so easily. He did not even look back as he desperately pushed his strength to escape from this place. Qian Tong had suddenly become an origin king, so staying here was tantamount to courting death. This news had to be reported to the 4 protectors, and the religion master no matter what. He felt that Qian Tong did not seem to have any intention of chasing after him, and was instead still standing there, motionless. Although he did not understand whether the other party disdained to attack him or not, Fang Fengqi was overjoyed, thinking that he could escape this calamity. Just as he was thinking this, a young man suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Chapter 1674. It's you. Fang Fengqi recognized the young man in front of him at a glance. Surprisingly, it was the young man who had been standing on the high platform just now. His expression filled with anger as he continued to rush forward, punching the air as he shouted, "Scram!" He was in a hurry to escape, so how could he have the time to tangle with Yang Kai? As such, he used his full strength. A strange force lingered around Fang Fengqi's fist, causing his seemingly weak fist to become as solid as an artifact in an instant. What's more, Fang Fengqi's arm also began to grow some dark red needle-like hair. These hairs looked extremely strange, and exuded an aura that made Yang Kai feel extremely uncomfortable. These hairs covered his entire arm and fist, causing the power of his punch to soar. Yang Kai frowned as a trace of suspicion flashed across his face. What kind of martial skill is this? He had never encountered a martial skill that could cause such a change to his body. With a thought, Yang Kai looked up at Fang Fengqi and couldn't help calling out in surprise. Yang Kai was surprised to find that Fang Fengqi's appearance had undergone a huge change. Previously, he looked cold and gloomy, but now, Yang Kai didn't know if he had used some kind of secret technique, but his face had become extremely distorted and 2 fangs were protruding from the corners of his mouth, flashing with a cold light. From his mouth and nose, Yang Kai could faintly sense a death qi. Recalling the name corpse spirit religion, Yang Kai's mind flashed and he suddenly had a guess about Fang Fengqi's origins. Seeing the incoming attack, Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect and waved his hand to release a golden blood thread, which gently wrapped around Fang Fengqi's arm before suddenly tightening. A clear wound appeared on Fang Fengqi's arm, but even with the sharpness of the golden blood thread, it was unable to cut through Fang Fengqi's arm. Dark green blood flowed out, and the blood emitted a nauseating smell. If an ordinary person were to take a whiff of it, they would probably die instantly. Poison. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Not only was this green blood poisonous, but it was also extremely corrosive. The golden blood threads wrapped around Yang Kai's arm began to corrode. A crackling sound was heard. Fang Fengqi roared angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of stinky green gas at Yang Kai. Yang Kai snorted coldly. His figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. He had already arrived above Fang Fengqi's head. Holding the verdant dragon-bone sword in his hand, he was in an upside-down position, directly stabbing towards the top of his head. Idiot! Fang Fengqi was disdainful. In his opinion, this bladeless sword couldn't even hurt his hair. Therefore, he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he threw another punch at Yang Kai. Yang Kai twisted his body slightly to the side, avoiding Fang Fengqi's powerful blow, and stabbed his dragon-bone sword straight into Fang Fengqi's head. The seemingly slow-witted sword was now bursting with an unimaginable power. The faint roar of a dragon could be heard coming from the sword as it destroyed everything in its path. Like a hot knife through butter, the sword broke through the defenses of Fang Fengqi's body and skull, and stabbed directly into his chest. Fang Fengqi's eyes bulged in an instant as a look of disbelief filled his face. Only at this moment did he realize the strangeness of the dragon-bone sword and exclaim, "An Origin King grade artifact." Even after suffering such a blow, he did not die and instead struggled violently, trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. The power of space fluctuated, and thin spatial cracks formed around Fang Fengqi's body. Immediately after, they cut towards him from all directions. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao. Asterisk a series of clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Fang Fengqi's physique was extremely strong and was able to resist some of these void cracks. But no matter how powerful he was unable to resist Yang Kai's violent killing blow. Numerous wounds appeared on his body. His flesh and blood were all banished to the void. Green blood continued to flow from his wounds. The entire world seemed to be polluted. "Don't kill him yet." Qian Tong's voice suddenly rang out. Obviously, he had also noticed some problems. Standing on the high platform, he stretched out his hand and completely imprisoned Fang Fengqi, who was struggling to resist, before being dragged back to the high platform. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at Fang Fengqi, a trace of uneasiness surging in the depths of his heart. At this moment, the onlookers also noticed the strangeness of Fang Fengqi. Many of the more timid ones did not dare to look directly at him, turning their gazes away one after another. Even those who were more courageous couldn't help showing a look of horror, as they stared at Fang Fengqi in horror, unable to believe that such a person existed in this world. "Old dog, quickly release this king, otherwise, when Religion Master takes action, he will make you die without a burial." Fang Fengqi did not beg for mercy, and instead threatened Qian Tong. Qian Tong's eyes coldly swept over Fang Fengqi's body before fixing on Fang Fengqi's abdomen. Stretching out 2 fingers, he pierced through it in an instant. Even though Yang Kai had pierced his head with the dragon-bone sword, Fang Fengqi did not show the slightest fear, but when Qian Tong did this, he revealed an extremely terrified expression and cried out in alarm, "Old dog, what are you doing?" Qian Tong ignored him, and instead stared solemnly at the wound on Fang Fengqi's abdomen. There was a green bead about the size of a fingernail, but it contained an astonishing amount of energy. "If this old master is not mistaken, you will die if you destroy this bead, right?" Qian Tong glanced indifferently at Fang Fengqi. Fang Fengqi's face changed slightly, but he grit his teeth and did not answer. "Yang Kai, restrain him first, this old master has some things to ask him," Qian Tong said. Yang Kai nodded, stretched out his hand, and pulled the dragon-bone sword out of Fang Fengqi's head before sending out a dozen golden blood threads to bind Fang Fengqi tightly. The chaos came to an end. Qian Tong stood on the high platform, looked around, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, this old master has been in retreat for many years and has only just emerged today. I am deeply saddened to hear about the great changes that have occurred on Shadowed Star, but please rest assured that Heavenly Fate City will still be under the jurisdiction of my Shadow Moon Hall. From now on, no one will dare invade this place. As for that corpse spirit religion, this old master will meet with them to give justice to all of you and restore Shadowed Star to its former glory." Countless people boiled up, frantically shouting Qian Tong's name, as they gathered around the high platform. Over the past 2 years, Heavenly Fate City had been under the jurisdiction of corpse spirit religion, and these people had lived a precarious life. Everyone had lived in fear, afraid they wouldn't be able to see the sun rise tomorrow. But now Qian Tong had returned, and he was an Origin King Realm Master. With him protecting Heavenly Fate City, the tragedies of the past would no longer occur. Elder Qian, please uphold justice." My daughter went missing a month ago, and someone saw traces of her in the city lord's mansion. Elder Qian, please let this old man go to the city lord's mansion to see if my daughter is still alive. My son also disappeared 3 months ago. He must be in the city lord's mansion. My daughter is also missing. Qian Tong showed a pained look in his eyes as he stretched out his hand, suppressing the cries and shouts of countless people as he slowly said, "Everyone, please wait a moment. This old master will send someone to the city lord's mansion to take a look. If your children are still inside, I will definitely reunite you." Many thanks, Elder Qian. Elder Qian's great kindness, we will never forget it. Qian Tong sighed softly as he turned his head to look at Wei Guchang. Disciple will go and take a look. Wei Guchang understood and immediately rushed towards the city lord's mansion with Dong Xianer. Yang Kai thought for a moment before saying, "I'll go too." Su Yan and Xia Ningchang followed closely behind. In the city lord's mansion, some cultivator who had pledged allegiance to corpse spirit religion saw someone trying to break in and wanted to meet the enemy, but these people were not strong enough to stop Yang Kai and the others. They rampaged through and killed hundreds of people. After capturing one of them and obtaining some clues from him, Yang Kai and the others went straight to the dungeon. The dungeon was dark and damp, and there were at least hundreds of people locked up in the cells. Without exception, these people were all children under the age of 5, and there were also young and beautiful women. Whether it was the children or the women, their vitality was dim, as if they had been tortured, and there were wounds on their arms. Thinking of what Fang Fengqi had done to that child, how could everyone not know what these people had suffered in the dungeon? Heartless. Su Yan was furious and opened the cell door one by one with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, releasing these people. Xia Ningchang stood guard at the door, checking the condition of these people one by one, and giving them pills to restore their vitality. Along the way, Yang Kai and the others wore heavy expressions. When they reached the bottom of the dungeon, the expressions of Yang Kai and the others became even uglier. At the bottom of this dungeon, there were no living people. There were only white bones. From the size and shape of the bones, there was no doubt that they belonged to children and women. However, they had all suffered inhumane torture when they were alive. Their flesh and blood had been removed, and the remaining white bones were casually discarded here. There were at least a few thousand skeletons in the mountain. Heavenly Fate City had encountered such a thing just 2 years ago. And this was only Heavenly Fate City, so what was the situation like on Shadowed Star? Hateful. Wei Guchang grit his teeth and roared, his expression ferocious. The noise in Heavenly Fate City lasted for 2 days before gradually subsiding. The children and women that were released from the dungeon were reunited with their families, but even more of them had died in the dungeon. The chaos of these past 2 years had left countless people in Sky Fortune City with painful memories that could not be erased. Inside the city lord's mansion, Qian Tong and the others wore heavy expressions as they glared angrily at the subdued Fang Fengqi, their eyes spitting fire. "Great Elder, let me kill him," Wei Guchang shouted as he stood up. Qian Tong waved his hand, motioning Wei Guchang to calm down before turning to look at Fang Fengqi and asking, "If this old master is not mistaken, you are from Grand Burial Valley, yes?" Hearing this question, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a look of understanding as he thought to himself. Sure enough, he had also guessed so. Grand Burial Valley was an extremely special place on Shadowed Star. It was rumored that more than 2,000 years ago, it was the headquarters of a huge force called the Ancient Yang Sect, but unfortunately, it offended Star Emperor Mountain and was uprooted overnight, along with its headquarters. In Grand Burial Valley there were countless dangers and spirit arrays, but the most dangerous of all was a group of special creatures that lived in Grand Burial Valley, a group of people who should have died. Chapter 1675. When the ancient Yang sect was destroyed, countless sect disciples were killed or wounded, but for some unknown reason, after their deaths, they were reborn in a completely new form, becoming corpses that could cultivate, move, and fight. On Shadowed Star, some of the younger generation probably did not know the situation inside Grand Burial Valley, but Qian Tong did. Yang Kai also knew that when he and Yang Yan explored Grand Burial Valley, the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, the sun's true essence, and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal were all brought out from Grand Burial Valley. At that time, he was besieged by several powerful corpse generals, and if not for his space force, he would not have had a chance to escape. As soon as he fought with Fang Fengqi, Yang Kai had some speculations, and Qian Tong's inquiry confirmed his suspicions. Old thing, you have good eyesight. I'm indeed from the Grand Burial Valley. I'm from the noble corpse spirit clan, and I'm above all living things. Fang Fengqi didn't show much fear, and shouted arrogantly, corpse spirit race. This was what the special creatures of corpse spirit religion called themselves, something Qian Tong had already heard from Feiji Tuesday. You think you can stand above all things? Qian Tong's expression was indifferent. You are just people who should be dead. You don't have the qualifications. Heh. Fang Fengqi chuckled. Whether I have the qualifications or not is not for you to decide. You will know in the future. Old dog, don't waste your time. This king won't tell you anything. Really? Qian Tong sneered. Even if this old master destroys your corpse bead, you won't cooperate? Corpse beads were the beads filled with corpse qi in the abdomens of corpse spirits like Fang Fengqi. To a member of the corpse spirit race, this bead was no less important than a monster core to a monster beast. All the abilities of the corpse spirit race originated from their corpse beads. Feiji too had fought with members of the corpse spirit race. Naturally, he knew about this information. Fang Fengqi's expression changed slightly as he shouted, Old thing, how dare you threaten me? Whether it's a threat or not, you'll know once you try. Qian Tong's tone was aggressive. Fang Fengqi seemed to have seen through Qian Tong's decisiveness. His face turned cold and twisted. He shouted, You want to pry information from me? You're dreaming, old thing. I won't let you get what you want. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from his abdomen, followed by a slight cracking sound, as if something had broken. Not good. Feiji Tu's expression changed drastically. The others quickly realized what was happening, and Yang Kai quickly began circulating his Saint Qi, protecting Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang. Qian Tong waved his hand and wrapped Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer in a thick layer of Saint Qi. One day, my corpse spirit church will unify Shadowed Star, and all of you will die. Ha 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 ha. Fang Fengqi laughed wildly. Accompanied by a loud bang, his entire body suddenly exploded. A thick green corpse qi burst out from his body and spread out in all directions. Wherever the corpse qi passed, the ground corroded, the tables and chairs turned into dust, and the entire city lord's mansion shook violently. It was on the verge of collapsing. At the last moment, if not for Qian Tong's protection with his Origin King realm cultivation, the city lord's mansion would have been destroyed. After all, the self-destruction of a third-order origin returning realm master was immeasurable. Sparing Fang Fengqi's life was originally to inquire about the situation of Corpse Spirit Church, but not only did he fail to get what he wanted, he even got himself into trouble. Qian Tong's expression turned ugly. If every one of the Corpse Spirit religion's members were as crazy as them, it would be troublesome. Outside the main hall, suddenly, an origin-returning realm cultivator hurriedly walked in, turned his head, and looked around, a look of shock filling his face, not knowing what was going on. What's the matter? Qian Tong asked in a deep voice. The man quickly cupped his fists and replied, reporting to Great Elder, the Corpse Spirit Church disciples hiding in Heavenly Fate City have been wiped out. Well done. Were there any casualties? With the assistance of High Heaven Sect's elders, only a dozen or so were killed or injured. Bury them. Yes. In Shadow Moon Hall, although many people were afraid of death and had pledged allegiance to Corpse Spirit Church, there were also many who were able to stand their ground. Without exception, all of these people had been imprisoned and had been rescued 2 days ago. At this time, it was just the right time to serve Qian Tong. In Heavenly Fate City, Fang Fengqi was not the only corpse spirit. When Yang Kai, Wei Guchang, and the others attacked the city lord's mansion, they encountered some corpse spirits and were all killed. Heavenly Fate City's corpse spirits had also been scattered and hidden, but at this time, they were all picked out one by one. It could be said that it was only now that the entire Heavenly Fate City had been refreshed, and its internal troubles had been eliminated. Yang Xiaozhu and the others stepped in from the outside. Thank you for your hard work. Qian Tong quickly got up and cupped his fists gratefully. Yang Xiaozhu waved his hand, his expression not relaxing in the slightest. It was just killing some small fries, it wasn't hard work, but if a trivial heavenly fate city is like this, I really don't know what the other cities on Shadowed Star are like. Fei Jitu sighed. In the past 2 years, Corpse Spirit Church has developed extremely quickly. They seem to have a secret technique that can turn living people into corpse spirits, making them even more loyal to them. When Corpse Spirit Church first appeared 2 years ago, there were only 1,000 of them, but now there are more than 10,000. Many of these 10,000 members are origin-returning realm masters from various great sects and families. They cannot be underestimated. Fang Fengqi had also planned to turn Fei Jitu into a corpse spirit before, so he had not wasted his cultivation or destroyed his meridians. As long as his meridians were not destroyed, even if he was beheaded, Fang Fengqi had a way to turn Fei Jitu into a member of the corpse spirit race, allowing him to display the strength he had when he was alive. Shadowed Star's great calamity. Qian Tong sighed heavily. After going out for 7 or 8 years, his homeland had actually become like this. The joy of breaking through to the Origin King realm was instantly replaced by deep sadness and worry. Everyone, I want to return to Clear Sky Sect to take a look, Mou suddenly said. He had been helping out in Heavenly Fate City these past 2 days, and had only found some time to return now. Brother Mo. Qian Tong opened his mouth, naturally understanding his mood. They did not know the current situation of Clear Sky Sect, but now, at least half of the great forces on Shadowed Star had been involved in this turmoil. Clear Sky Sect was one of the great forces on Shadowed Star, and one of Corpse Spirit Church's key targets, so the situation was likely not optimistic. Mou wanting to return to Clear Sky Sect was perfectly justified. After all, he was Clear Sky Sect's great elder. However, at this time, letting him return alone was really unsettling. If possible, Qian Tong would naturally be willing to accompany him, but although he had conquered Heavenly Fate City, the issue of Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters had not yet been resolved. The headquarters was still in an abyss of trouble and urgently needed him to deal with it personally, rescue the disciples who were unwilling to submit to Corpse Spirit Church, and kill the traitors who had betrayed them. This Mo is no longer an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master, so you don't need to worry, I will be careful, Mou smiled lightly. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Qian Tong did not say anything more and simply said in a deep voice, since that's the case, Brother Mo should be careful on the way. Don't worry, on Shadowed Star today, I'm afraid there are few who can stop me, Mou nodded. In the past, Mou was one of the top origin returning realm masters on Shadowed Star, and after experiencing the Blood Prison, although he was unable to break through to the Origin King realm in one fell swoop like Qian Tong, his overall combat power had improved greatly. No matter how powerful Corpse Spirit Church was, as long as there was no Origin King present, they would not be able to do anything to him. Senior Mo, how about waiting for a while? I'll go with you, Yang Kai suddenly said. Young Kai, do you want to go back to High Heaven Sect? Qian Tong asked. Although High Heaven Sect is impregnable and there is no need to worry about it being broken through, I don't know how Elder Ye's situation is, so I want to go back and take a look. It just so happens that Senior Mo is on the way. Good. Although he did not understand why Yang Kai wanted him to wait for a while, Mou still agreed. After everything was discussed, Yang Kai immediately went to the location of Heavenly Fate City's space array. When Corpse Spirit Church took control of Heavenly Fate City, they had destroyed the space array, so Yang Kai wanted to try and see if he could repair it. If possible, it would save some time on the road. After all, the journey to High Heaven Sect was not a short one. Yang Kai had borrowed Heavenly Fate City's space array more than once, so he naturally knew its location. Soon he brought Su Yan and Xia Ningchang to the location. The two women spread out to guard against the unexpected while Yang Kai came to the front of the space array and carefully observed it. Being proficient in the space array did not mean one could arrange a space array. This required a huge amount of knowledge about spirit arrays. Yang Kai had never arranged a space array before, but he had seen Yang Yan arrange one before, so he had some confidence. After observing for 2 hours, Yang Kai constantly released his divine sense to spy on the internal structure of the destroyed space array and deduce its complicated circuits. After 2 hours, Yang Kai looked slightly happy. Fortunately, although this space array was destroyed, the damage was not too serious. There were still traces of its various patterns and structure. If it was just a copy, Yang Kai was confident he could restore it. After carefully sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai leapt onto the space array. Various rare ores were taken out of his space ring and smelted with his conflagrated knowledge to repair the destroyed parts of the space array. This was his first time arranging a space array, so it was inevitable that he would be unfamiliar with it. Several times, he fell short, causing Yang Kai to feel quite annoyed. However, as time passed, he became more and more familiar with the process. Moreover, arranging a space array seemed to be compatible with his mastery of the Tao of space, allowing him to deepen his understanding of the Tao of space. This inadvertent harvest made Yang Kai very happy. It seemed that there would be another way to cultivate the Tao of space in the future. The Tao of space had always been difficult to cultivate. In the beginning, Yang Kai cultivated by absorbing energy from space spirit crystals, but he had long since used them up. Now Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of space, mainly by opening up the sealed world bead. Arranging a space array was undoubtedly a completely new method. Chapter 1676. A day later, the space array was repaired. Yang Kai summoned Mou, Yang Xiaozhu, and the others before bidding farewell to Qiantong. Yang Kai wasn't worried about the Shadow Moon Hall at all. Qiantong was now an origin king, and could be said to be the strongest master on Shadowed Star in the past 10,000 years. If even he couldn't handle the crisis in Shadow Moon Hall, all of Shadowed Star would likely be finished. Brother Yang, take care. Wei Guchang cupped his fists and said goodbye. Yang Kai returned the gesture. Yang Kai, where does this space array connect to? Mou asked from the side. And, if I'm not mistaken, it should connect to Demon Blood City. What do you mean you're not mistaken? Mou was stunned. Demon Blood City was very close to the Luyan Desert, and was not far from Clear Sky Sect, so Yang Kai had located the space array there. But what he said made Mou feel very strange. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. This is the first time I've arranged a space array, so I can't guarantee that it will teleport directly to Demon Blood City. Mou was dumbfounded while Yang Xiaozhu and the others also wore speechless expressions. But don't worry. Yang Kai observed their expressions and knew what they were worried about. Even if it doesn't connect to Demon Blood City, there won't be any danger in the teleportation. I can guarantee that. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A space array's teleportation was a very strict process. If there was even the slightest mistake, one would be banished into the endless void, never to return. Many such incidents had occurred on Shadowed Star over the years. Usually there was a problem with the space array, resulting in the person being teleported either disappearing or being directly cut into pieces by the chaotic space force field. So when everyone heard Yang Kai's words just now, they were a little nervous. However, since Yang Kai could guarantee that there wouldn't be any danger in this teleportation, there was nothing to worry about. Even if the teleportation location was wrong, it didn't matter. At worst, they could just use their star shuttle to travel. It's getting late, let's get going. Yang Xiaozhu also couldn't wait to return to High Heaven Sect to see how things were going. Everyone nodded and stood on the space array. Yang Kai stood at the center and pushed his Saint Chi, connecting it to the entire space array. In an instant, the Saint Crystal placed on the space array flashed with dazzling light, and a huge amount of energy was drawn out. The rich power of space fluctuated. The group of people disappeared. After Yang Kai and his group disappeared, Qiantong waved his hand and said, "Destroy the formation first. Don't let anyone teleport in from the outside." Upon receiving the order, Wei Guchang threw a punch at the formation that Yang Kai had painstakingly rearranged. The formation was immediately split into 2 halves and could no longer be used. Qiantong's eyes flickered. Looking into the distance, he muttered in a low voice, "It's time to return to Shadow Moon Hall." Fei Ji too, Wei Guchang, and the others all looked shocked as they looked in the direction of Shadow Moon Hall, murderous intent flashing in their eyes. The void. With a flash of light, Yang Kai and the others strangely appeared. Apart from Yang Kai, the group of people was a bit dizzy. The others were a little dizzy, and it took them a while to gradually get used to it. Most long-distance teleportations were accompanied by such side effects. Only Yang Kai, who cultivated the Tao of space, could adjust his state in the shortest time possible. Fortunately, there was no danger nearby, otherwise, everyone would have been caught off guard. Looking around, Yang Xiaozhu was stunned. This isn't Demon Blood City, where is it? The place where everyone appeared was clearly a vast plain. As far as the eye could see, there was no sign of a city. Sure enough, there was something wrong with the teleportation. Yang Kai was mentally prepared for this. Naturally, there was nothing to be embarrassed about, so he simply said, "We should be somewhere between Demon Blood City and Heavenly Fate City. Do you have any impression of this plane?" Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han-yi, and Lin Yu Rao slowly shook their heads, indicating that they did not recognize this place. Although they were cultivators born and raised on Shadowed Star, they had not cultivated for long periods of time. However, most of them had been in retreat on Star Emperor Mountain all year round, so they weren't clear about the situation in the outside world. Even Yang Kai's knowledge of the outside world was inferior to theirs, so asking them to learn about the general situation at this moment was undoubtedly somewhat difficult for them. On the other hand, Mou's eyes lit up and he showed some joy on his face, constantly looking around before flying up into the sky to observe. A moment later, he returned with a look of excitement. "I know where we are, this is Whitebone Plain. There is a heaven-splitting gorge nearby that is only a day's journey from Black Sea City." "Oh, Clear Sky Sect's Black Sea City?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. And Yang Kai nodded lightly. It seemed that the transmission error wasn't too outrageous, and for Mou, this might be good news. Black Sea City was a city under the jurisdiction of Clear Sky Sect, so it wasn't too far from Clear Sky Sect's headquarters. Similar to the relationship between Heavenly Fate City and Shadow Moon Hall, coming here by chance was a great opportunity for Mou. In that case, we might as well go to Black Sea City first. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. He urgently needed to inquire about the situation outside High Heaven Sect, so going to Black Sea City was undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, he did not know what the situation in Black Sea City was like, so he naturally wanted to go with Mou to investigate. Perhaps there was something he could help with. After all, it was on the way. "Many thanks." Mou quickly cupped his fists. This was the territory of Clear Sky Sect, so Mou was very familiar with it. Leading the group forward, it took only a day before they saw a majestic city standing on a plain in front of them. "That's Black Sea City." Mou pointed to the front and introduced. "There seems to be a battle going on." Yang Kai noticed the glow of many secret techniques and artifacts. "It's my Clear Sky Sect's people." Mou's face sank as he sped up. A battle near Black Sea City was neither good nor bad news. At the very least, everyone knew that Black Sea City had not yet been occupied by corpse spirit religion, and that there were still people resisting, but they did not know what the situation was over there. On the city wall of Black Sea City, a beautiful woman stood with a pale face. Around her were more than a dozen Origin returning realm masters, but the situation of these Origin returning realm masters was not very optimistic. Almost all of them were injured, some light and some serious. The most serious of these Origin returning realm masters had even lost their right arm, and it seemed to have been cut off not long ago. Wrapped in white gauze, blood still seeped out and dyed the gauze red. This cultivator was quite stubborn. Even if the pain was unbearable, he grit his teeth and remained silent. Below the city wall, some corpse spirit race masters with white, green, or red hair were wantonly fighting some human cultivator. The situation was very chaotic. There were at least several thousand people involved in this battle, and the human cultivator was not standing on the same side. Many human cultivators were even assisting the corpse spirit race masters in killing their own kind. These people had obviously taken refuge with corpse spirit religion. "City Lord, order them to return. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid they will all die." On the city wall, someone cupped his fists and said to the beautiful woman with a pained look on his face, "This was a completely unfair battle. The enemy outnumbered them 10-1, and almost every cultivator on Black Sea City's side had to deal with multiple enemies. 600 people rushed out. In less than 15 minutes, there were only 200 people left who were bitterly holding on. These 200 people were also stretched to the limit, and were surrounded by danger. That's right, City Lord, these are the last elites of my Clear Sky sect. If we were to lose them here, it would be a huge loss. If they die here, how will we explain this to our ancestors in the future? We can't withdraw, the beautiful woman shouted coldly. Black Sea City's barrier and spirit array are currently being repaired. If we withdraw now, Black Sea City will not be able to resist at all. When Corpse Spirit Religion's army arrives, all of Black Sea City will be destroyed. How could we not know this? But the person who spoke before said with a sorrowful expression, 600 elites had rushed out just to buy time for the city's spirit array to be repaired. This was nothing more than paying with their lives. The fact that Black Sea City had been able to survive until now was largely due to the many barriers and spirit arrays in the city. Without them, Corpse Spirit Religion's army would have razed the city to the ground. However, they had already reached their limit. Corpse Spirit Religion only needed to organize one more powerful attack to break through the city. With Corpse Spirit Religion's history, at that time, only a few of Black Sea City's million residents would survive. Hateful Fierce Wind Pavilion and 100 Transformation Sect. Traceless Sect, these despicable people, always tried to curry favor with my Clear Sky sect. But now they are willing to follow Corpse Spirit Religion's orders and kill my sect's disciples. If this old master can survive, he will make them pay for this blood debt. Someone roared angrily. Everyone else's expressions were extremely ugly. Fierce Wind Pavilion, 100 Transformation Sect, Traceless Sect. Many small sects and families were originally affiliated with Clear Sky Sect. When Clear Sky Sect was strong, these small sects and families had tried to curry favor with it, even wishing they could become its slaves. Clear Sky Sect had never been stingy with these affiliated forces, and had even opened up some of its sect's secret techniques to them. Every year, Clear Sky Sect would accept their elite disciples to cultivate in Clear Sky Sect, so they could be personally taught by masters. However, after the great changes on Shadowed Star, these greedy wolves took the initiative to defect, not only betraying Clear Sky Sect, but also launching an unexpected sneak attack on Clear Sky Sect's headquarters. In that battle, Clear Sky Sect's headquarters was destroyed, and only a few people managed to escape. Within a 10-kilometer radius of Clear Sky Sect's headquarters, only Black Sea City remained. The beautiful woman City Lord did not say a word, but the pain in her beautiful eyes was obvious. How many people in this world could remain steadfast under the oppression of powerful evil? As such, she was not angry. These people had chosen to drag out an ignoble existence, but what they had lost was their very foundation. Where is Chun Shi Tao? The beautiful woman suddenly shouted. Not far away, a beautiful woman with peach blossom eyes and a graceful figure heard this and quickly rushed over to the beautiful woman's side, cupped her fists and said, "Elder Du, disciple is here." Normally, such a woman would definitely attract the attention of many men, but at this moment, not many people were paying her any attention. The beautiful woman solemnly said, "Chun Shi Tao, this elder orders you to select 300 people from Clear Sky Sect's younger generation, and take them through the space array to leave Black Sea City quickly." Chun Shi Tao was stunned, but she was also an intelligent woman, and immediately understood the intentions of this beautiful woman. Her pretty face paled as she called out, "Elder Du." The beautiful woman smiled gently. "My Clear Sky Sect's headquarters has been destroyed and our sect master has been killed. Now, those remaining in Black Sea City are the last remnants of my Clear Sky Sect's bloodline. Take those 300 people with you and survive no matter what. Only if you survive will my Clear Sky Sect have a future and hope." Chapter 1677. Chun Shi Tao's eyes immediately became red. "But Elder You, rest assured, we will buy you some time. Remember, you must go to High Heaven Sect. Only by going to High Heaven Sect can you survive. This task is very difficult, so you must find an opportunity to bring these disciples to High Heaven Sect." "Elder." Chun Shi Tao shook her head repeatedly. Why haven't you left yet? The beautiful woman glared at Chen Shitao fiercely. Do you want my clear sky sect to be erased from Shadowed Star? Do you want us to have no face to see clear sky sect's ancestors? Chen Shitao was stunned speechless. Another clear sky sect elder looked at Chen Shitao softly and smiled. Remember, you must survive and wait for Great Elder to return. As long as Great Elder returns, my clear sky sect can be revitalized again. Let's go. The beautiful woman shouted. Chen Shitao shed tears as her tender body trembled, and she knelt on the ground, respectfully kowtowing 3 times to the elders before getting up and preparing to leave. At that moment, the beautiful woman standing on the city wall, and the few remaining masters of Clear Sky Sect seemed to have discovered something incredible, and turned their eyes towards a distant place. As far as their eyes could see, the rear of Corpse Spirit Religion's camp was in chaos. Chaotic and powerful energy fluctuations erupted from the heavens and earth as dazzling brilliance bloomed. Every breath, hundreds of Corpse Spirit Religion's enemies were killed. Elder Du, someone seems to be attacking from that side. I see them, who could it be? The beautiful woman gently nodded. Not many, it seems there are only 7 or 8 of them, but they're strong. The Origin returning Realm Master who spoke sucked in a breath of cold air. He only saw flashes of light as Corpse Spirit Religion's cultivator was cut down like grass. He could not help feeling shocked. Oh, that's the Azure Sun Chaos Tower. It's Great Elder. The Great Elder is back. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on a pagoda-shaped artifact in the sky that was more than 100 meters tall, and exuding a mysterious blue light. The pagoda-shaped artifact continued to spin as it smashed down from the sky. Countless Corpse Spirit cult disciples would be smashed into meat patties, and countless cyan mystic rays would be shot out from the tower. These mystic rays looked very sharp, and once struck by them, the disciples and lackeys of Corpse Spirit cult would be turned into nothingness, completely disappearing from this world. In a short while, more than 200 Corpse Spirit Religion disciples had died to this secret treasure. It really is the Azure Sun Chaotic Pagoda. The beautiful woman's beautiful eyes emitted an astonishing radiance. It was as if she had seen hope again, and her expression was excited. The Azure Sun Chaos Tower was Clear Sky Sect's sect-hallowed treasure, an existence between Origin Grade and Origin King Grade artifacts. It could be said that it was already a quasi-Origin King Grade artifact. And this was a powerful artifact. The Great Elder, MOU, had always been in charge of it. At this moment, the appearance of the Azure Sun Chaos Pagoda was clearly because of MOU. Even though they couldn't see MOU's figure, they could feel the familiar energy fluctuations coming from MOU from afar. We're saved now. The Great Elder has returned. Haha. Kill those Corpse Spirit Religion bastards. Make sure they don't return. Avenge Sect Master and our dead brothers and sisters. In an instant, frenzied shouts rang out from the city wall as everyone was filled with righteous indignation. If it weren't for the beautiful woman's order, they would likely have rushed down to support the Great Elder already. Among the crowd, the beautiful woman frowned as a look of uneasiness flashed across her face. Great Elder's sudden appearance at this time. She didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Although the Great Elder's strength was unfathomable, and he had the help of an artifact like the Azure Sun Chaos Tower, there were simply too many enemies. If the Great Elder was surrounded and couldn't escape, Clear Sky Sect's last hope would be annihilated. Pass down my order. Those from Clear Sky Sect who still have the ability to fight, follow this city lord down to support the Great Elder. The beautiful woman's thoughts turned sharply and she quickly made a decision. Yes. Immediately, someone replied and passed down the order. Not long after, the remaining forces of Clear Sky Sect were integrated. The beautiful woman looked at the less than 1,000 people remaining, and a deep sadness appeared in the depths of her beautiful eyes. In the entire Clear Sky Sect, there were only a few people left, and almost all of them were injured and their strength was mixed. Although there were 1 million residents in Black Sea City, only this number belonged to Clear Sky Sect. Most of the rest were ordinary people who had never cultivated before, or were cultivators whose strength was so low that they simply couldn't play a role. This time, only death awaits us. Are you all ready to support the Great Elder? The beautiful woman looked around and asked sternly. The 1,000 people all wore solemn expressions and shouted in unison, "We're ready." In the future, my Clear Sky Sect's Soul Consolation Monument will definitely have your names on it. Let's go. The beautiful woman didn't waste any time, and was the first to rush out of Black Sea City with a wave of her hand. The others followed closely behind. Everyone's faces were filled with an unforgettable hatred. Everyone's eyes were filled with the determination to fight for survival in the face of death. The 1,000 people rushed out of the city, followed by countless others. These were the residents of Black Sea City and the cultivators who had fled here. How could they not understand the principle that no egg could remain intact when the nest was overturned? Seeing Clear Sky Sect integrate all their remaining forces to launch an attack, they immediately followed and contributed their own strength. Below Black Sea City, there seemed to be a mighty army moving out. That woman Du Yanling is crazy. Ha ha ha. She wants to bring a bunch of trash who haven't even reached the Saint Realm to break through my corpse spirit religion's blockade? Kill them all and bring Du Yanling to me. At the center of corpse spirit religion's army, a burly man stood on top of an 8-horse carriage and shouted. Like Feng Fengqi, this man was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but his aura gave off a cold and gloomy feeling as well as a faint rotting smell. Corpse spirit race. And a top-level corpse general at that. As soon as these words fell, a blue tower suddenly descended from the sky. The burly man coldly snorted and leapt up, avoiding this terrifying blow. Hong Long. As the blue tower fell, the 8 horses pulling the carriage were instantly smashed into meat patties. Red and white blood splattering all over the ground. Who goes there? Red needle-like bristles protruded from his body, and 2 terrifying fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth as he turned his head and stared in a certain direction. At the same time he shouted. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside him. This beautiful figure was like a celestial maiden descending to the world. Behind her was a pair of crystal white wings that seemed to be carved from ice and jade. A bone-chilling aura exuded from her body, one that seemed capable of freezing one's soul. In her hand was a long sword that exuded a cold light. The long sword was swung, like mercury falling to the ground. The burly corpse general struggled to resist, but the pervasive cold aura froze the strength in his body. After only 3 moves, his head was cut off by the woman's sword. Kacha. Ice filled the air, and even though the burly man was a member of the corpse spirit race, and possessed an extremely powerful vitality, his body was instantly frozen solid. His vitality was completely annihilated. Suyen. This was the first time she had fought since leaving Scarlet Wave Star. And as soon as she attacked, she displayed an astonishing combat strength. At least, Mo's eyelids twitched as he watched. He could clearly feel the strength of the corpse general. Even if he were to fight it alone, it would take him at least 2 to 3 hours to determine the victor. And even if he won, he would have to pay a heavy price. But this woman of Yang Kai's had actually dealt with the corpse general in just 2 to 3 hours. Yang Kai was already a monstrous genius. But why was the woman following him also so monstrous? Moyu was shocked. After killing the corpse general, Suyen did not stop, grasping the profound Frost Divine sword, and using her monster transformation secret technique, borrowing the power of the Ice Phoenix source, she rushed into the corpse spirit race army on her own. Wherever she passed, people were thrown off their feet and horses were thrown off their feet, no one able to withstand a single blow. As for the enemies that were killed, they were all turned into ice sculptures. At the forefront of the battlefield was a small group of Clear Sky Sect disciples. They had already rushed out before Yang Kai and the others arrived in order to buy time to repair Black Sea City's barriers and spirit arrays. Of the original 600, there were now less than 100 people left. At this moment, they were surrounded on all sides. Surrounded by countless enemies, people fell every breath, dyeing the earth red with blood. In the middle of the crowd, there was a young girl with long hair fluttering in the wind. Her figure was as agile as a rabbit as she dashed left and right in the enemy's formation. Her body flashed with multicolored light, and her seemingly weak body contained a terrifying power. When she punched out with her small fist, even the air was blasted out with a buzzing sound. Any enemy hit by her fist, as long as they were not origin-returning realm masters, would immediately explode and die. Even if it was a cultivator of the first-order origin-returning realm, if they were hit by her fist, they would suffer severe injuries and howl miserably. Countless attacks flew towards her, but she dodged them with ease. Occasionally, some attacks that she could not avoid hit her body, but she did not suffer much damage and instead stimulated the fierceness in her clear eyes. This young girl's body seemed to be incredibly strong. If it were not for her protection, the remaining 100 people from Clear Sky sect would have been wiped out long ago. Each of her companions who were still alive gave grateful looks to this young girl. Her activity finally attracted Yang Kai's attention. The five-colored glow that covered her body gave Yang Kai a very familiar feeling. This was clearly the sword chi of his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. From a distance, Yang Kai took a moment to look at this young girl. Although she was covered in blood and it was impossible to tell how old she was, judging from her growth, she was only about 13 or 14 years old. This was definitely a body that had not yet fully matured. With her hair fluttering in the wind, her face was vaguely familiar to Yang Kai. Could it be? Kai Yang wrinkled his brow and quickly destroyed the enemies in front of him. His interest in the young girl was piqued, so he brought Xia Ningchang and rushed towards her. Sensing that someone was attacking, the young girl turned around and threw out a punch. Yang Kai raised his hand to block. Hong. An unimaginable amount of power burst out from that delicate little fist. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai couldn't help but tremble slightly. Fortunately, his cultivation was much higher than this girl's, so he didn't make a fool of himself on the spot. Otherwise, his old face would have been completely lost. Chapter 1678. Unable to defeat her opponent with a single blow, the girl's reaction was extremely quick. Lowering her body, she sent out a flying kick as a golden light flashed from the tip of her foot like a sword. 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, golden sword. Invincible. Her little foot seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that stabbed straight towards Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai smiled lightly as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the girl's ankle. At the same time, he pushed his Saint Chi to resolve her attack, holding her in his hand like a toy. The girl's skirt fluttered in the wind, almost exposing her naked body, but fortunately, she reacted quickly and managed to grab hold of her skirt. Just as her face was filled with annoyance though, she suddenly saw Yang Kai's smiling face. Oh, Uncle Sect Master. The girl recognized Yang Kai at a glance, and a surprised smile appeared on her pretty face as she called out. Sure enough, it's you. Yang Kai gently nodded before putting the girl down with a slight tug on his wrist. Staring at her young face, he frowned and asked, Yin'er, why are you here? This young girl was the little girl Huang Wan had adopted, Lin Yin. When Yang Kai returned from the Emperor Garden and passed through a city beside the limitless ocean, he met Huang Wan by chance and brought her back to High Heaven Sect. At the same time, he brought back a little girl. Lin Yin was only 5 or 6 years old at that time, but she had already displayed amazing physical strength. Yang Kai noticed the abnormalities in her body and had Yi Shiyin carefully investigate her. Later, Yi Shiyin told Yang Kai that Lin Yin was incredibly talented and possessed a special physique, the tyrant body of strength. This was a very rare physique that may be related to some kind of sea beast. After all, according to Huang Wan, Lin Yin's mother had the bloodline of a sea beast. She was a cultivator with this special physique. She was born with divine strength, and as one's cultivation increased, so would their strength. Before leaving Shadowed Star, Yang Kai had passed down the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. 7 or 8 years had passed since then. The little girl who was 5 or 6 years old back then had now become a budding flower. Judging from the 5-colored light on her body, she had already reached the minor accomplishment level in the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Coupled with her tyrant strength physique, the strength she could display could only be described as terrifying. Her cultivation wasn't high. Under Yang Kai's investigation, she was only a 3rd-order saint. Even if High Heaven Sect did not lack financial and material resources today, Lin Yin also had the personal guidance of a master like Yi Shiyin, so being able to cultivate to the third order saint realm in just 7 or 8 years was a testament to her talent. This little girl is definitely a dazzling star in the future territory. Yang Kai looked at her as if he was looking at a future supreme master. Furthermore, the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art that he had passed down seemed to be tailor-made for her, matching it with the tyrant strength physique. She was actually able to fight against the cultivator of the first order origin returning realm, when she was only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the saint realm. This level of leapfrogging far exceeded Yang Kai's expectations. Even he himself was unable to resist the attacks of an origin returning realm master, when he was just a 3rd order saint. However, it was obvious that although Lin Yun was extremely strong, she had almost no strength left in her body. Moreover, there were more or less injuries on her body, so she was obviously an arrow at the end of its flight. However, her spirit was still quite good. When Shadowed Star was in chaos, Yun'er happened to follow Great Elder's orders to come to Clear Sky Sect, but in the end she couldn't go back, so she stayed here, Lin Yun'er said with some grievance. 2 years ago, she was only 11 or 12 years old. She had been drifting for 2 years, so she missed High Heaven Sect very much. She missed Yi Shiyun, who taught her carefully, and Huang Wan, who had always taken care of her like a mother. She missed her brother's senior sister, and every blade of grass in High Heaven Sect. She had always been very strong, perhaps because of the loss of her parents when she was a child, but after seeing Yang Kai at this moment, a layer of mist filled her big eyes and her small mouth pouted. So that's how it is. Then why did you appear on this battlefield? Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know who the city lord of Black Sea City was, but why did he arrange for Lin Yun, to come out and fight? Yang Kai could also see that almost all of these people who had come out to fight were stalling for time with the determination to die. Lin Yun was still a disciple of High Heaven Sect, and at such a young age, it was not her place to do such a thing. I came out on my own. I just wanted to do what I could, Lin Yun sniffed. Good. Yang Kai nodded heavily, stroking Lin Yun's head, thinking for a moment before taking out a restorative spirit pill from his space ring, and handing it to Lin Yun. Take this. Lin Yun was not wary of Yang Kai at all, so even if they had not seen each other for 7 or 8 years, she still swallowed this spirit pill without hesitation. Yang Kai raised his head, looked at Xia Ningchang, and said, Little senior sister, escort them back to the city. Yes. Xia Ningchang responded, waving her hand as she formed a series of complicated hand seals. The world energy was mobilized, and under the guidance of Xia Ningchang, this world energy seemed to undergo a strange transformation, transforming into streams of light that drilled into the exhausted cultivators' bodies. In the next moment, each of the Clear Sky Sect cultivators' bodies shook, and they became full of energy. Staring at Xia Ningchang, their eyes were filled with disbelief. They didn't know how Xia Ningchang had done it, but she had actually refined the world energy into their bodies, nourishing their almost dried-up meridians and dantian. Come with me, Xia Ningchang called out, the light sapphire on her forehead exuding a dazzling brilliance, making her look like a goddess. Wherever this brilliance passed, all the enemies felt an inexplicable power surge into their hearts, causing them to lose some of their fighting spirit. Xia Ningchang led the team of less than 100 people, cutting a bloody path through the enemy and converging with Du Yanling and the others. Yang Kai flew high into the sky and released his divine sense, searching for stronger enemies on the battlefield, his golden blood threads transforming into streaks of golden light that wildly reaped the lives of corpse spirit religion's disciples. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han-yi, and Lin Yu Rao formed a triangular formation, and had already set off a storm in the enemy's direction, leaving behind a trail of corpses wherever they went. Under MOU's control, the Azure Sun Chaos Tower fluctuated in size, emitting a mysterious blue light that prevented the enemy from approaching. A group of 7 or 8 people had completely disrupted Corpse Spirit Religion's army. Soon, some people realized that the situation was not good. On the battlefield, Corpse Spirit Religion's masters were being killed one by one, and with no one to command them, the rest were scattered like scattered sand, unable to put up any effective resistance. This situation became even more serious after Du Yanling led her forces out. Corpse Spirit Religion's army was routed like a landslide. The Corpse Spirit race clansmen screamed and fled, and the sects and families that had surrendered to Corpse Spirit Religion also fled. Du Yanling and the others' eyes turned crimson red as they chased after the Corpse Spirit Religion disciples for several tens of thousands of miles. Only after the Corpse Spirit Religion disciples suffered a crushing defeat did they finally return victorious. At this moment, Black Sea City was filled with people. The entire city seemed to be boiling with excitement. Corpse Spirit Religion's army had been besieging Black Sea City for a full year now, and Clear Sky Sect's forces had been damaged time and time again. Seeing that the city was on the verge of being completely destroyed, however, at this critical juncture, someone had suddenly appeared and turned the tide, saving Black Sea City from its current predicament. Not only did they save Black Sea City, but they also ruthlessly crushed Corpse Spirit Religion's morale. Everyone was inquiring about the origins of these reinforcements. In the end, after they learned that the ones who had come were Clear Sky Sect's Great Elder Mou and High Heaven Sect's Sect Master and Elders, they suddenly understood. No wonder these people had such powerful combat power. No wonder they could slaughter Corpse Spirit Religion's army until they cried for their parents. It turned out that it was these people. For a time, in Black Sea City, the reputations of Clear Sky Sect and High Heaven Sect rose like the sun. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the remaining high-level members of Clear Sky Sect sat with Yang Kai and the others. Black Sea City's City Lord, Du Yanling, who was also an elder of Clear Sky Sect, bowed deeply to Yang Kai and the others and quickly said, "Many thanks to Sect Master Yang and all of you for your assistance this time. If it weren't for you, Black Sea City would likely be in a state of misery and suffering. On behalf of Black Sea City's millions of inhabitants, this mistress thanks Sect Master Yang and all of you for your life-saving grace. City Lord Du is too polite. This Yang and Senior Mo are not outsiders. Naturally we would help." Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. His modesty gave Du Yanling a good impression of him, and she couldn't help looking at Yang Kai carefully. Speaking of which, on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai was almost a legend. He had only been famous for a short time. However, the things he had done were earth-shattering. The Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain made him shine brilliantly, and then he occupied the forbidden zone of Shadowed Star, the Lu Yen Sand Field, established his own sect, and then used its full strength, destroying Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and conquering Star Emperor Mountain. Yang Kai and High Heaven Sect had almost become the most famous existences on Shadowed Star. During the 2 years of Shadowed Star's chaos, High Heaven Sect had done many things. The sect had frequently dispatched masters to assist the besieged sects and cities in order to express its gratefulness to the entire human race. Yang Kai, as the sect master of High Heaven Sect, could almost be said to be the strongest master on Shadowed Star. Every time he stamped his feet, Shadowed Star would tremble. This was the first time Du Yanling had met Yang Kai, so she was naturally a little curious about him. However, even with her third-order origin returning realm cultivation, she still couldn't see through Yang Kai's depths. This seemingly young man seemed to be even stronger than Great Elder, and the sect master who had died in battle. Du Yanling was shocked. "Junior Sister Du, the situation in Black Sea City is so bad. What about Clear Sky Sect's headquarters?" Mou asked nervously. Du Yanling and some of the elders who knew about this situation wore gloomy expressions. Mou observed the situation carefully and couldn't help having a bad feeling, asking anxiously, "Could it be that headquarters?" Du Yanling nodded sadly. "Headquarters has been breached, and Sect Master also died in battle." "What?" Mou got up abruptly and staggered slightly, seemingly unable to accept such an outcome. Yang Kai also sighed slightly. Yang Kai had met Clear Sky Sect's Sect Master Guzhen a few times. He was a good man with a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivation, but now he had passed away. "Great Elder, my condolences." Du Yanling didn't know what to say. How could headquarters have been breached? Why was Black Sea City able to hold on until now? Mou's face was gloomy and frightening. Du Yanling said bitterly, "Some people colluded with Corpse Spirit Religion from the inside, so headquarters was not able to be saved." "Who?" Mou shouted. "They're all dead. Sect Master took them down with him. Du Yanling said sadly. Mou was stunned for a long time before he seemed to lose all his strength and fell into his chair, unable to say a word for a long time. Chapter 1679. After letting Mou rest for a while, Yang Kai began to inquire about the situation of High Heaven sect. However, Du Yanling didn't know much. Black Sea City had been besieged for nearly a year, and had long been cut off from the outside world. Only when some cultivator occasionally fled into Black Sea City to seek refuge could they bring back some information. According to the cultivator who fled, the entrance to High Heaven sect seemed to be surrounded by Corpse Spirit Religion's army, and no one could enter or leave. As for the situation inside High Heaven sect, no one knew. A year ago, High Heaven sect had frequently dispatched masters to assist the besieged sects and forces, but with the loss of High Heaven sect's masters, High Heaven sect had not moved for the past year, and the situation seemed to be not optimistic. In order to prevent High Heaven sect's masters from leaving, Corpse Spirit Religion had placed a large number of its members outside Lu Yen Sand Field to monitor the situation. It was even said that there was a protector stationed here. It could be said that although High Heaven sect had not taken the initiative to help its fellow human race compatriots, its existence had pinned down a lot of Corpse Spirit Religion's combat power. If not for this, Black Sea City would not have been able to persist for so long without being breached. One had to know that Corpse Spirit Religion had at least 4 corpse generals on the same level as Yi Shiyun, not to mention the elusive religion master. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded lightly and did not ask any more questions. After resting in Black Sea City for a day, Yang Kai took the people from High Heaven sect to bid farewell to Mou. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to bring all of Clear Sky sect's people to High Heaven sect. As long as they entered Lu Yen Sand Field, they could sit back and relax without worrying about being killed by Corpse Spirit Religion's masters. However, after some consideration, Mou declined Yang Kai's proposal. Clear Sky sect did not have many disciples left. However, there were still millions of people living in Black Sea City. If Clear Sky sect followed Yang Kai, the millions of people living in Black Sea City would definitely be slaughtered by Corpse Spirit Religion. Most of these people had fled over the past 2 years for the sake of Clear Sky sect's reputation, so Mou could not abandon them. This idea might be a little pedantic. However, Clear Sky sect's remaining upper echelons unanimously agreed. They were all willing to stay behind with Mo Hai and continue protecting Clear Sky sect's foundation. Yang Kai was moved. Yang Kai, you don't need to worry. Although my Clear Sky sect doesn't have many people left, Black Sea City is now filled with people, so I will find a way to replenish our forces. As long as the cultivator here can unite, it shouldn't be a big problem to protect this city. Mo Hai said to Yang Kai with a smile before leaving. Yang Kai nodded. In that case, take care of yourself, Senior Mo. Cupping his fists deeply, Yang Kai bid farewell to Du Yanling and the others before leading Su Yan, Xia Ningchang, and the others out of Mo Hai City. They headed straight for Lu Yen Sandy Land. Watching the figures of Yang Kai and the others disappear, Mou's expression became solemn as he waved his hand and ordered, inform all cultivator above the Saint Realm in Black Sea City that if they are willing, they can temporarily join my Clear Sky sect and protect this city with me. Yes. Du Yanling and the others immediately set to work. It wasn't that they hadn't considered borrowing the strength of the cultivator in Black Sea City before, but time was simply too tight. There was simply no time to do such a thing, and at that time, Corpse Spirit Religion's army was pressing down on the city, so the cultivator in the city didn't have much fighting spirit and couldn't display their full strength. But now the situation was different. Corpse Spirit Religion's army that had besieged Black Sea City for a year had been repelled, resulting in countless casualties. Black Sea City's morale was high, so it was undoubtedly a good opportunity to strengthen itself and absorb new strength. Black Sea City was a long way from Lu Yen Sandyland to Black Sea City. It would take at least 7 or 8 days. Yang Kai was eager to return to the sect, so he directly used the Origin King grade starship. Although this starship was extremely large, its speed was much faster than a star shuttle, and the starship was sturdy, so it was quite safe to stay inside. Along the way, they encountered a number of scattered Corpse Spirit Religion troops, some numbering in the thousands, some in the dozens, all of them under the leadership of a single corpse spirit, wreaking havoc on Shadowed Star. The starship's crystal cannons fired a volley, and without exception, these enemies were blasted off their feet, suffering heavy casualties. Yang Kai didn't give any orders to stop and immediately fled after this attack. After just 3 days of travel, the number of enemies killed by the starship's crystal cannons had reached tens of thousands. Only a small number of these enemies were from the corpse spirit race, while most of them were human cultivators who had pledged allegiance to the corpse spirit religion. These cultivators followed corpse spirit religion's lead, so naturally, there was no need to be polite to them. The masters from the 3 clans who had been staying in the sealed world bead were also released by Yang Kai and placed on the starship's deck, allowing them to watch the slaughter along the way. Since they wanted to establish a foothold on Shadowed Star, they naturally needed to integrate with this world. Yang Kai wanted them to integrate into this star as soon as possible, and let them see the level of this place's cultivator. Sure enough, after perceiving the strength of these enemies, Ling Taisu, Thunder Dragon, Zhang Yuan, and the others all fell silent, but everyone's eyes flashed with a desire to become stronger. Lin Yun-er, on the other hand, showed a liveliness consistent with her age. When she thought about returning to High Heaven Sect and seeing the people she missed so much, she was very happy. Along the way, she flew around Yang Kai like a lark, chattering nonstop. Su Yan and Xiaoning Chang both liked this little girl very much, and after learning about her tragic childhood fate, the 2 women's motherly love burst into tears, leaving Yang Kai speechless. 3 days later, the Origin King grade starship arrived at the periphery of the Lu Yen Desert. Standing inside the starship, through the polished crystal glass, Yang Kai saw a dense crowd of people gathered around the periphery of the Lu Yen Desert. At a glance, there was no end to this crowd, and it was impossible to tell how many tens of thousands of people had gathered here. So many. Yang Xiaozhu was also taken aback. They really think highly of our High Heaven Sect. Chu Han-yi said coldly. According to City Lord Du, our High Heaven Sect has now become the last paradise on Shadowed Star. This is no longer just a matter of having a bone in one's throat, but also a symbol, an unshakable spiritual pillar. As long as High Heaven Sect still exists, Shadowed Star will not give up resistance. If I were Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master, I would also do my best to attack, Lin Yu Rao said faintly. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Sect Master, should we pass through? The High Heaven Sect disciple in charge of controlling the starship turned his head and asked. Kill them all. Yang Kai said coldly. Yes. The High Heaven Sect disciple accepted the order, and began directing the starship's crystal cannons excitedly. Being surrounded by so many enemies at his doorstep made him quite angry, so Yang Kai's order had undoubtedly given him an outlet to vent his anger. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk white beams of light shot out from the starship's crystal cannons, and wherever they passed, everything was reduced to nothingness. This Origin King grade starship was personally built by Yang Yan, so its ability to attack and destroy cities was outstanding. On top of that, the energy source for the crystal cannons was the Saint Crystal sources condensed by the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao, which further increased the power of the crystal cannons. Under the barrage of crystal cannons, the momentum was terrifying, as if the end of the world was approaching. Each crystal cannon swept through a large area, and all the corpse spirit race and the human cultivator who had surrendered to them were unable to resist, turning to ash upon contact. Chaos reigned below. The appearance of the several dozen meter-long pitch-black starship brought an extremely oppressive atmosphere to the corpse spirit race, and now that it had revealed its ferocious face, they were naturally terrified. A human cultivator recognized the origin of this starship, and began to flee while shouting. The starship ignored him and rushed into the sky above where countless enemies were gathered, firing crystal cannons one after another. The earth trembled as huge craters appeared in the ground one after another, with white smoke rising from them. Inside the starship, Yang Kai sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction, sneering. There's a big fish over there, I'll go meet him. Junior brother, be careful. Su Yan and Xiaoning Chang had just finished exhorting when Yang Kai disappeared. On the periphery of the flowing flame sand field, There was a palace that seemed to be newly built. This palace wasn't very big, only occupying a few dozen meters in radius, but it was built magnificently, a stark contrast to the barren and hot-flowing flame sand field. Inside the palace, a white-clothed man was currently reclining on an armchair. His posture was languid, and his hand was supporting his chin. The corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile as he looked down at the dozen or so beautiful women who were singing and dancing. These women were all tributes from the major forces that had pledged allegiance to corpse spirit religion. Each of them was an outstanding beauty, a rising star of their respective forces. But now, they seemed to have become playthings that could only serve as entertainment for this white-robed man. They seemed to be very afraid of this white-robed man, occasionally meeting his eyes but hurriedly looking away, each of them moving cautiously, as if they were afraid of making a mistake. The earth shook, the palace trembled, and an astonishing energy fluctuation and buzzing sound came from not far away. The white-robed man's face sank as he sat up straight and asked sternly, "What's going on?" The dozen or so young women singing and dancing below also stopped and looked around blankly. Immediately, someone rushed in from the outside and said in a panic, "Reporting to Protector Kong. A black starship has sailed in from the outside and is wantonly slaughtering our corpse spirit religion's disciples. Presumptuous. Who dares to do this?" The white-robed man suddenly stood up and an astonishing momentum spread out, scaring the dozen or so young women pale and hugging each other. "Subordinate. Subordinate doesn't know." The cultivator who came in to report replied helplessly. "What do I need you for?" The white-robed man coldly snorted and stretched out his hand to grab the cultivator. His hand seemed to have crossed the barrier of space and directly grabbed the other party. With just a gentle twist, the cultivator's neck was broken. The dozen or so young women exclaimed in unison, the panic in their eyes growing stronger. You dare take the initiative to come here? Interesting." The white-robed man suddenly looked up at the void and released his divine sense from several dozen kilometers away, fiercely clashing with Yang Kai. Hong. Where the divine sense clashed, the void collapsed. Inside the palace, the white-robed man was forced to retreat a few steps, as if he was not a match for Yang Kai. Chapter 1680. Yang Kai's powerful spiritual energy caused the white-robed man's expression to change greatly, and in a fit of anger, he let out a loud roar and his entire body suddenly underwent an obvious change. Just like Fang Fengqi, who was killed by Yang Kai in Heavenly Fate City, the white-robed man's body suddenly increased in size and white needle-like hairs appeared on his exposed skin. 2 fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth, and even the breath he exhaled was filled with green corpse chi. Leaping up from the ground, the white-robed man shot up into the sky like a cannonball, smashing a hole in the palace as his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Staring in the direction Yang Kai was coming from, he waved his 2 claw-like hands again and again, sending out one claw after another towards Yang Kai. Scram! Yang Kai roared, not even bothering to dodge as he wrapped his fist in black flames, and sent a punch towards the white-robed man's face. The sky full of claw attacks collapsed and a huge force bombarded the white-robed man, causing him to let out a muffled groan as he plummeted down like a meteor. A moment later, with a loud bang, a human-shaped crater appeared in the ground. The white-robed man became more and more furious, but after taking a blow from Yang Kai, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. Leaping out of the crater, he opened his mouth and spat out a round bead. The thick green corpse chi condensed into an arrow and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai flicked his wrist lightly and summoned the verdant dragon bone sword, pouring his Saint Chi into it. The verdant dragon bone sword let out a loud dragon roar, and transformed into a giant green dragon that swooped down. Yang Kai stood atop the dragon's head and looked down at the white-robed man, his eyes filled with disdain. The corpse chi, which was enough to kill an origin-returning realm master, had no effect on this giant green dragon. Corpse chi was poisonous, but so was this giant green dragon. Naturally, it couldn't do anything to it. On the other hand, the giant green dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed the green corpse chi that originated from the corpse bead, causing the white-robed man to panic. The distance between them was quickly closed. Staring at the dragon head that was growing larger and larger as it opened its giant mouth, the white-robed man was finally unable to remain calm. Letting out a strange cry, the white-robed man hurriedly dodged. The giant green dragon missed its target, but Yang Kai leapt down from its head and stretched out his hand, summoning the giant green dragon back into his dragon bone sword. Yang Kai slashed down fiercely. It was as if it was going to cut through the world. The long sword without any edge was exuding a terrifying aura. The white-robed man was shocked and hurriedly raised his arm to defend himself. Without a sound, a green light flashed, and an armful of white hair was cut off and fell to the ground. The white-robed man was truly frightened this time. He had never had Yang Kai's of Yang before, Yangs before him. But of Yang Kai of this of us of this opponent of his of course of this his of a minds, of him he and Yang be, s's. SSS Yangs. His hims he's he, s's. Yang of with death's Yang's man's spirit Yang of, hurriedly rolling to avoid this blow, the white-robed man picked up his severed arm, stood up, and retreated. Only when he was 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai did the white-robed man stop with some lingering fear in his heart, and turned to stare at his enemy with a gloomy expression on his face. Where Yang Kai had cut off his arm with his dragon bone sword, many granules began to grow and wriggle, quickly reattaching the severed arm. While the white-robed man was doing all this, Yang Kai just stood by and watched. Not stopping him, Yang Kai waited for the white-robed man to reattach his arm before suddenly grinning. "Have we met somewhere before?" Hearing him say this, the white-clothed man also frowned, and then came to a sudden realization. Pointing his finger at Yang Kai, he shouted in disbelief, "It's you, it's actually you. We really have met before." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "It was in the corpse cave, right? I remember you." When Yang Kai first saw this white-robed man, he felt he was a little familiar, but now he finally remembered. At that time, he and Yang Yan had gone deep into the corpse cave in the Grand Burial Valley, and had met this white-robed man face to face. The other party had even attacked him. At that time, this white-robed man was a corpse general level master, and had forced Yang Kai to flee. After so many years, his strength had obviously improved a lot. "I also remember you," the white-robed man grinned. "It was you who sneaked into the corpse cave and stole many things, but this protector must thank you." "Thank me for what?" Yang Kai frowned. "Thank you for taking away that massive sun's true essence. If it weren't for you, this protector would not have today's achievements." The white-robed man laughed. "What does that have to do with sun's true essence?" Yang Kai was puzzled. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." The white-robed man sneered. "This protector is Corpse Spirit Religion's white-robed corpse general, Kong Fei Rao. Boy, report your name." White-robed corpse general. Yang Kai raised his brow. "Are there also red-robed corpse generals, azure-robed corpse generals, and so on?" He remembered that in the corpse cave, he had seen several other corpse generals dressed in different clothes. Indeed, Kong Fei Rao did not deny it. "Boy, my corpse spirit religion will sooner or later unify Shadowed Star. You are so young but have such good cultivation. Why not join my corpse spirit religion? This protector will definitely report this to the religion master, and make you a deacon." "Not interested." Yang Kai curled his lips. "Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This protector is also interested in your talents. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Can you?" Yang Kai smiled lightly. As soon as these words fell, Kong Fei Rao's face changed greatly, because he suddenly discovered that Yang Kai, who had been 1,000 meters away from him, had used some unknown method to instantly appear in front of him. Yang Kai then stretched out his hand and formed a huge void crack in front of him, slashing towards him like a giant blade. Space Force. Kong Fei Rao's pale face became even more pale as he finally remembered that Yang Kai had been able to escape from the corpse cave safely, because of his Space Force. Now seeing him use such a technique, it was obvious just how profound his attainments in the Tao of space were. A creepy feeling suddenly rose up in Kong Fei Rao's heart as he quickly retreated, barely avoiding the void crack. A trace of annoyance appeared on Yang Kai's face, but soon a sly smile appeared on his face. Kong Fei Rao instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Just as he was puzzled, a huge force hit him from behind, causing him to feel as if a towering mountain had smashed into his back, causing the sound of countless bones breaking to ring out from his body. After suffering such a heavy blow, Kong Fei Rao opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of green blood, his aura greatly weakening as he fell towards Yang Kai under the influence of his momentum. In vain, Kong Fei Rao managed to turn his head around, wanting to see who could approach him silently and give him such a heavy blow. But after a single glance, Kong Fei Rao was dumbfounded. The one who had attacked him was actually a simple-minded stone giant holding a black stick. This stone giant didn't have the slightest aura of life, no wonder he couldn't sense it. Let's see how you dodge now. Yang Kai grinned as he waved his hands, causing void cracks to rapidly form and converge into a giant net that flew towards Kong Fei Rao, blocking all his escape routes. Kong Fei Rao's expression changed greatly as he felt the strange power coming from the void cracks, took a deep breath, and suddenly stopped. The next moment, his entire body seemed to turn into nothingness as he quickly dove into the ground. It was as if he could merge with the earth. The void cracks that had converged into a giant net flew over his head, but they didn't have much effect. Stop him! Yang Kai's face sank as he knew that he absolutely couldn't allow Kong Fei Rao to escape underground, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find him. Receiving this order, the stone puppet's body flickered, and it disappeared into the depths of the ground. Immediately afterwards, an astonishing battle fluctuation spread out from underground, causing the ground to rise up and down like a wave. A moment later, accompanied by an angry roar, Kong Fei Rao burst out from underground, his whole face twisted in anger. The stone mongoose chased after him, the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand as if it was weightless as it swung its stick, forcing Kong Fei Rao to not dare to stop. Trying to escape underground in front of the stone mongoose, Kong Fei Rao could only be said to be stupid. Earth escape was one of the stone mongoose's innate divine technique. At some point, Yang Kai had arrived above Kong Fei Rao's head, and with a flick of his fingers, more than a dozen golden blood threads shot towards Kong Fei Rao like golden snakes. In an instant, Kong Fei Rao was tightly bound. Kong Fei Rao still wanted to struggle, but the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar had already swept over. Under this one blow, Kong Fei Rao's lower body was pulverized and his body was sent spinning mid-air. His misfortune didn't end there though. The void cracks opened like the maw of a beast and swallowed most of his body. By the time Kong Fei Rao landed on the ground, all that was left was a broken body. If it had been an ordinary person who suffered such a heavy blow, they would have long since died. However, the corpse spirit race was born from the dead, and their vitality was extremely tenacious. So this kind of injury wasn't enough to take his life. A violent energy fluctuation came from his abdomen and spread to his limbs and bones, causing his flesh and blood to squirm and begin to repair his damaged body. Yang Kai stepped forward, reached out, and inserted his hand into Kong Fei Rao's abdomen, grabbing his corpse bead. The squirming flesh and blood finally stopped moving, but Kong Fei Rao remained motionless as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. His eyes were filled with resentment, but in the end he compromised and sighed. Speak, what do you want in exchange for letting me go? Are you negotiating with me? Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. That's right. Do you think you have the qualifications? Yang Kai continued to sneer. You didn't kill me because you wanted something from me, otherwise, why would you let me live? Kong Fei Rao coldly snorted. You're quite smart. Yang Kai nodded, but you still don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. I can crush an existence like you with one hand. Kong Fei Rao's expression became gloomy, but in the end he couldn't refute. Chapter 1681. Kong Fei Rao also realized that even without the help of the strange stone giant, he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. This young man hadn't even used his full strength. How could there be such a powerful origin returning realm master in this world? Kong Fei Rao had thought that he had reached the limit of the origin returning realm, but today, he discovered that he was wrong. Tell me, what is this sun's true essence all about? Yang Kai's voice came. Why are you thanking me for all your achievements? I don't remember doing anything for you. Kong Fei Rao glanced at him but didn't answer immediately. It wasn't until he sensed a destructive aura from the corpse bead that his expression changed, and he quickly said, "You didn't do anything. Perhaps you don't know." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his brow. "Do you think the sun's true essence was just placed there casually? You're wrong. The reason why the sun's true essence was placed there was to use its sun's true fire to suppress the underworld spring well." Underworld spring well. Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Kong Fei Rao grinned. "And it is a passage that connects to the underworld, where a rich in corpse death chi gushes out. This in corpse death chi is useless to any living being, only harmful, but to our corpse spirit clan, it is a great supplement. With this in corpse death chi, our strength can grow to the limit of the origin returning realm. And perhaps not the limit." Kong Fei Rao thought that he was already standing at the peak of the origin returning realm, but after fighting with Yang Kai, he realized that he was still far from reaching that level. "There is such a thing under Grand Burial Valley?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. Kong Fei Rao laughed. "How do you think the corpse cave was formed? My ancient Yang sect's ancestors discovered the underworld spring well long ago, so they used the sun's true essence to suppress it. The reason why we were able to become the noble corpse spirit clan is also because of the corpse chi in the corpse cave. Before, we couldn't do anything about the underworld spring well, but after you took away the sun's true essence, things were different. So shouldn't this protector thank you?" Yang Kai's expression became ugly as he said gloomily, "Shadowed star becoming like this because of me? Ha ha ha." Kong Fei Rao laughed to the sky. "And naturally you have your reasons. Say, if the people on Shadowed Star learned about this, wouldn't they hate you to the bone? I've never been one to be threatened. If you want to use this to threaten me to let you go, then I can only say that you've made the wrong decision," Yang Kai sneered. Kong Fei Rao's expression changed a few times. In the end he didn't say anything to anger Yang Kai. Now that his corpse bead was in Yang Kai's hands, his life and death were in his hands, so he naturally wouldn't be so stupid. "Who is your cult master? Was he one of the corpse generals I saw that day?" Yang Kai asked again. Kong Fei Rao shook his head. "No." "Who is that?" "I don't know." "Nonsense." Yang Kai coldly snorted and increased the strength of his hand. Kong Fei Rao's corpse pearl immediately made cracking sounds, as if it would break at any moment. Kong Fei Rao's body trembled. Gnashing his teeth he roared, "I really don't know. Cult Master isn't a member of our corpse spirit race at all. He suddenly came to the corpse cave one day, and taught us some corpse cultivation methods, and how to transform our clansmen. If it weren't for him, it would have been impossible for us to leave the corpse cave. I'm afraid he's still exploring the corpse cave. After all, no one has ever walked this path before." While Kong Fei Rao was speaking, Yang Kai had been observing his expression, and found no flaws. There were only two explanations for this situation. The first was that Kong Fei Rao wasn't lying and really didn't know the identity or origin of this cult master. The second was that Kong Fei Rao's acting skills had reached such a high level that he couldn't see through any flaws. Yang Kai felt that the former was more likely. "Then what is his strength?" Yang Kai asked again. Kong Fei Rao hesitated a few times. Gritting his teeth he said, "If I said that I didn't know what his cultivation was, would you believe me? What do you think?" Yang Kai stared at him coldly. Kong Fei Rao sighed. "But I really don't know what his cultivation is. He has never made a move before." "Then how did he become the cult master of corpse spirit religion? Don't tell me that just because he taught you some cultivation methods to convert your clansmen, you were willing to follow his orders. How is that possible?" Kong Fei Rao curled his lips. A trace of anger appeared on his face. "The reason why us brothers submitted to him is because he has." Before Kong Fei Rao could finish his words though, his expression suddenly changed, as if something terrible had just happened to him. His eyes suddenly widening as a look of shock appeared on his face, his expression one of extreme pain. A strange aura spread out from his body. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly withdrew his hand and retreated. The next moment, Kong Fei Rao suddenly let out a miserable howl, followed by a destructive aura erupting from his corpse bead, turning into a green flame that burned Kong Fei Rao from the inside out. Kong Fei Rao's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears all spat out green flames, making for a terrifying sight. In less than 10 breaths of time, this powerful top-level corpse general who had fought against Yi Shiyin was incinerated by the green flames, leaving behind only a pile of black matter. Yang Kai watched this scene from beginning to end and couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. Yang Kai didn't know what Kong Fei Rao had encountered, but he guessed it was related to the mysterious cult master of corpse spirit religion. Perhaps this cult master had placed some kind of powerful seal on Kong Fei Rao's body, so once Kong Fei Rao tried to reveal some critical information, this seal would immediately activate and detonate his corpse bead, creating a corpse fire that would instantly kill him. Although it was only a guess, Yang Kai felt it was quite likely. What a vicious method. What a vicious scheme. However, what kind of sensitive information was Kong Fei Rao trying to reveal that actually triggered the seal on his body? Yang Kai recalled the words Kong Fei Rao had said before he died. Although the other party hadn't said the complete sentence, Yang Kai could infer something from it. That mysterious cult master may have had some kind of artifact in his hands that could control the corpse spirit race. This was the most likely speculation. Kong Fei Rao was dead and could no longer be resurrected, so Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little bit of dread towards this mysterious cult master. Being able to place such a seal on his subordinates, this cult master was obviously not an easy character to deal with. As for Kong Fei Rao saying that Shadowed Star's current situation had something to do with him, Yang Kai did not deny it. Perhaps it was because he had taken away the sun's true essence that suppressed the underworld well, allowing the corpse spirit race's strength to soar, but the most critical reason for this was because the mysterious cult master had taught him the corpse cultivation secret art, and the method to transform corpse spirits. Without this method to transform corpse spirits, corpse spirit religion would never have been able to grow. So Yang Kai only thought about it for a moment before putting this issue aside. Looking up, the Black Origin King Grade starship was wantonly crushing the corpse spirit religion army, each crystal cannon blast taking the lives of dozens of corpse spirit race soldiers, or those who had surrendered to corpse spirit religion. While Yang Kai was fighting with Kong Fei Rao, the area around Lu Yan's desert was already filled with corpses. With a loud roar, Yang Kai flew up into the sky, his figure flickering as he wrapped himself in his space force and returned to the starship. Return to the sect, Yang Kai shouted. After this round of cleansing by the starship, corpse spirit religion had lost more than half of its forces besieging High Heaven sect. Even white-robed corpse General Kong Fei Rao, who had been stationed here, had been killed by Yang Kai. The rest of them had scattered and fled, so there was not much they could do to kill them. Returning to the sect was more important. The people from Tongxian realm needed to be settled down. After all, they had been trapped in the sealed world bead for several years now, so the sooner they could come into contact with this world and familiarize themselves with its world principles, the better. Moreover, Yang Kai also wanted to know the current situation of High Heaven sect. It was rumored that High Heaven sect had suffered heavy losses in the past 2 years, and Great Elder Yi Shiyin had been seriously injured. It was unknown whether she had recovered or not. The 3 blazing flame rings of Lu Yan's desert were extremely overbearing, and even an ordinary Origin King Grade starship would be burned to ashes if it tried to enter. However, High Heaven sect's starship was personally refined by Yang Inflammation, so it was naturally branded with Yang Inflammation's aura. The 3 blazing flame rings did not repel the starship, allowing it to easily break through the flame barrier. Only after the huge figure of the starship disappeared did the fleeing corpse spirit religion cultivators breathe a sigh of relief, each of their faces filled with lingering fear. Under the powerful force of the starship, they could not even muster up the will to resist, and could only be slaughtered. Now that the starship had left, they naturally felt relieved. Without receiving orders to leave, no one dared to leave without permission. So after a short while, the corpse spirit religion cultivators gathered from all directions, ready to wait for Kong Fei Rao's instructions. None of them knew that Kong Fei Rao had fallen. It was not until an hour later that Kong Fei Rao did not appear. Feeling suspicious, they went to investigate the palace and learned that the white-robed corpse general had actually died. Countless people were in an uproar. One of corpse spirit religion's 4 protectors had died. and High Heaven Sect's origin King-grade starship had returned. All of this seemed to indicate something. High Heaven Sect was located in the fourth-layer territory of Lu Yen Sand Field. However, after Yang Inflammation took back the first 3 blazing flame rings, Lu Yen Sand Field no longer had a 6th-layer territory. Only 4 layers remained. So, strictly speaking, High Heaven Sect was located in the 2nd layer. The outer layer was surrounded by the 3 blazing flame rings. The inner layer was also surrounded by the 3 blazing flame rings, and further inside was the loft where Yang Inflammation slept. After passing through the flame barrier, Yang Kai glanced around at the familiar scenery, and could not help feeling a little excited. Although Tongxian Realm was his homeland, Yang Kai had lived on Shadowed Star for the longest time since he came to Star Territory. High Heaven Sect was also located here, so he still had a strong sense of familiarity with this place. After all, this was the sect he founded himself, the place where his sect, High Heaven Pavilion, flourished. This kind of personal creation and support was irreplaceable. Chapter 1682. In less than an hour, High Heaven Sect, located among the mountains, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The mountain road paved with white jade was clearly visible. At the top of the mountain road, there was a huge plaque with the words High Heaven Sect written on it. Sure enough, this is a beautiful place. Ling Tai Su stood inside the starship and looked down through the crystal glass, very satisfied with the current environment of High Heaven Sect's headquarters. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Yang Kai stood to the side with a smile and explained to his Grand Master. What we see now can only be regarded as a part of High Heaven Sect. High Heaven Sect is composed of 81 peaks, 1 main peak and 72 auxiliary peaks, each of which has a different scenery, but because there were too few people before, we chose to settle down here. Even I haven't fully explored those peaks, but once everyone settles down here in the future, you can find a peak you like to live on. Good. Chu Ling Xiao also felt relieved. Before, they were a little worried that Yang Kai would not have a place to settle the nearly 10,000 people from the 3 clans. After all, the 3 clans had quite a large number of people, so if they wanted to completely settle down, they would need a large place. But now looking around, there was lush greenery everywhere, with towering peaks rising and falling from the clouds and looming pavilions. Of the 81 peaks, there was enough space for all the masters from the 3 clans to settle down. And there was even a large part of it left empty. Will we live here in the future? Thunder Dragon Great Senior looked down with a flushed face. This place was hundreds of times better than the Beast Sea Jungle on Tongxian Realm. Not only was the world energy extremely rich, but the scenery was also superb. If the monster race could cultivate and live here, their future achievements would definitely not be too low. A headquarter was a foundation. Thunder Dragon, as a monster race Great Senior, was well aware of the importance of a foundation to a race. Yang Kai, my demon race owes you. In the future, if you need anything, just say the word and my demon race will not hesitate, Zhang Yuan said proudly. Zhang Yuan spoke from the bottom of his heart, implying that he wanted to join High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai nodded. The monster race demon race was something Yang Kai had taken the initiative to bring out when he left Tongxian Realm. Strictly speaking, Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan did owe Yang Kai a favor, but Li Rong and Han Fei of the ancient demon clan didn't think so. Yang Kai was their master. They had vowed to follow Yang Kai for the rest of their lives, and they would only feel proud of it. Leaving the masters from the 3 clans to immerse themselves in shock and joy, Yang Kai commanded the starship to descend towards the huge square below while simultaneously sweeping it with his divine sense to see how High Heaven Sect was faring. But a moment later, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He found that there were about 1,000 people gathered in High Heaven Sect at this moment. However, none of these people had an aura that he was familiar with. Yi Shiyun, Wu Yi Changqi, Hao and Huangwan, and all the others seemed to have disappeared. Even the auras of the masters who had submitted to Star Emperor Mountain seemed to have disappeared. The starship was such an obvious target, but no one from High Heaven Sect came out to greet it. Instead, from the lofts near the square, countless unfamiliar divine senses stretched out and constantly scanned the area. This discovery caused Yang Kai's face to sink and his expression to become ugly. Seemingly noticing something, Ling Taisu leaned over and whispered, "Yang Kai, is something wrong?" Yang Kai sneered softly, "Something is indeed wrong." "Grandmaster, you wait inside the starship for a while, I'll go take a look." "Good." Ling Taisu responded. Yang Kai waved his hand, opened the starship's hatch, and led Yang Xiuzhu out. Chu Han Yi, Lin Yu Rao, and Yang Xiuzhu stepped out of the starship. Yang Xiuzhu and the others obviously also noticed the problem, and after exchanging a glance with each other, none of them understood what was going on. But soon, Yang Xiuzhu circulated his Saint Qi and shouted, "Sect Master has returned to the sect." A long howl rang out. This howl spread throughout all 81 peaks of High Heaven sect. Still, no one came to greet them. On the other hand, the divine senses that had been investigating the starship seemed to have become entangled, and were silently communicating. The atmosphere in the entire High Heaven sect suddenly became extremely strange. After a while, those divine wills dispersed. They seemed to have reached some kind of consensus. At this time, some figures flew out from the pavilions in all directions. Yang Kai stood on the square, like a towering mountain, exuding a cold aura as he waited quietly. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk silhouettes landed nearby one after another, gradually forming an extremely terrifying force. All of these people were masters above the origin returning realm, and there were even a few third-order origin returning realm masters. However, when these people looked at Yang Kai, their gazes were all evasive, as if they had a guilty conscience, not daring to meet Yang Kai's eyes at all. Occasionally, a few of them would glare towards Yang Kai provocatively, as if they were looking at an enemy. Yang Kai glanced around and fixed his eyes on an old woman with white hair, who was holding a dragon-headed walking stick. Standing next to this old woman was a beautiful young girl, who had a first-order origin returning realm cultivation, and was a rising star of Shadowed Star. The reason why Yang Kai was paying attention to this old woman was because he recognized her. This old woman was clearly Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, she had intervened at the last moment in an attempt to snatch the Emperor Jade that had fallen to Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai did not have a good impression of this old woman. Although she had not been defeated by Great Elder Jin Shi of Demon Blood Temple at that time, she had not had any good intentions. As for the beautiful young girl next to her with a shrewd light in her beautiful eyes, Yang Kai remembered her name was Feng Yan. She was the granddaughter of Old Woman Feng. At this moment, Feng Yan was looking up and down Yang Kai with a pair of curious eyes, an eager look flashing across her beautiful face, as if she wanted to fight with Yang Kai to determine who was stronger and who was weaker. Yang Kai naturally had no interest in her. The other party was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. He could crush her with a single finger. Looking around, Yang Kai saw some familiar and unfamiliar faces, most of which he could not name, but judging from their robes, all of them were from first-class sects or great forces on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai also saw the current sect master of Colored Glass sect, Gong Ao Fu, and the younger generation's disciple, In Su Dai. The previous sect master of Colored Glass sect, Gong Xing He, had fallen while exploring the Emperor Garden, and was replaced by his daughter, Gong Ao Fu. Over the years, Gong Ao Fu had also become a third-order origin returning realm master. Dai Yuan was not here. Yang Kai frowned, wondering where this beautiful yet ugly girl had gone. Logically speaking, she was a disciple of Colored Glass sect and should be with Gong Ao Fu. In all of Colored Glass sect, Yang Kai only had a good impression of Dai Yuan. After all, he had cooperated with this little girl several times. In the square, there was silence as Yang Kai just looked around coldly. The origin returning realm cultivator across from him also showed no intention of speaking. After a long time, Yang Kai smiled. Interesting, this sect master has returned to the sect, but none of the elders have come out to greet him. Sorry for the inconvenience. As for why these people had appeared in High Heaven sect, Yang Kai could guess a thing or two. When he was in Black Sea City, Yang Kai learned from Du Yanling that High Heaven sect had done a lot of things in the past 2 years. Not only had they frequently sent masters to rescue the human race elites, But under the orders of Great Elder Yi Shiyun, they had also opened High Heaven Sect to accept the fleeing cultivator. These people should have come to High Heaven Sect to seek refuge. After all, this was the last pure land on Shadowed Star. And with the protection of the 3 blazing flame rings, no matter how powerful corpse spirit religion was, they could not invade. No one could criticize Yi Shiyun's actions, not even Yang Kai. If he had been in High Heaven Sect at that time, he would have done the same. Towards the fleeing cultivator, Yang Kai was not so cold-hearted as to leave them in the lurch. However, the current situation made him extremely angry. Although Yang Kai did not know what was going on in High Heaven Sect, or why Yi Shiyin and the others had not shown up yet, he knew that there must be some kind of filthy plot going on. The Origin returning Realm Masters on the opposite side glanced at each other before finally focusing their eyes on Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain. Old Woman Feng did not decline and stepped forward with a kind smile on her old face. Sect Master Yang is too serious. Now that the world is in chaos, High Heaven Sect has become the most indestructible haven for our human race. It is the last hope of our race, so it is understandable that we have come to greet you. Our human race? Yang Kai looked at Old Woman Feng with a smile, keenly grasping the key point of Old Woman Feng's words. Senior Feng seems to mean that my High Heaven Sect has now become a shared territory of the human race? How come I, the sect master, didn't know anything about this? Old Woman Feng's face stiffened, not knowing how to answer for a while. She had not expected Yang Kai's words to be so sharp. A burly man suddenly stepped forward and shouted, "Sect Master Yang, is it? High Heaven Sect relies on its natural stronghold to prevent corpse spirit religion's army from attacking, so this treasured land has naturally become the last barrier for our human race. Now that the corpse spirit race is wreaking havoc in the outside world, no place is safe. High Heaven Sect should serve the human race and share this treasured land. Does Sect Master Yang feel there is something wrong with this?" "You are." Yang Kai squinted at him. The burly man coldly snorted. "Floating Miss Palace's Palace Master, Tang Fu Shui." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Facing such a punch, he desperately pushed his Saint Chi to form a protective barrier around his body, while at the same time spreading out his Shi in an attempt to escape. However, as soon as his Shi left his body, it shattered as if it had encountered its natural enemy, causing his body to be fixed in place and the surrounding air to solidify, making it impossible for him to move. Yang Kai's fist rapidly expanded in front of his eyes. There were no Saint Chi fluctuations, but this fist was filled with an aura of death. Before this fist even arrived, Tang Fu Shui felt his Saint Chi barrier begin to shatter, and his face begin to hurt. "No!" Tang Fu Shui screamed in horror. At this moment, he no longer had the graceful bearing of a temple master, his face pale and his eyes filled with fear as he desperately tried to survive. Kong. Yang Kai punched him in the face. Chapter 1684. The onlookers who were not weak almost couldn't help jumping up in fright. From what they could see, Yang Kai's punch had directly smashed Tang Fu Shui's head into pieces. They could even clearly see the entire process of Tang Fu Shui's head being smashed, a scene that seemed to have been played countless times in slow motion. Everyone kept quiet out of fear as they stared at Kai Yang in a different light. The Origin returning Realm Masters who had been looking down on Yang Kai were now filled with fear. They were well aware of Tang Fu Shui's cultivation and strength. Of all the Origin returning Realm Masters present, Tang Fu Shui could definitely rank among the top 3. However, such a master had his head blown off by a single punch from Yang Kai, and he couldn't be more dead. Throughout the entire process, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of using his Saint Chi at all. It was as if he had only relied on his physique and the strength of his fist to accomplish this feat. No one was stupid enough to think that Tang Fu Shui had underestimated his enemy, or had somehow led to such an outcome. Tang Fu Shui was floating Miss Palace's Palace Master, and a third-order Origin returning Realm Cultivator, who had fought countless battles throughout his life. With his rich experience, how could he underestimate his enemy? And judging from the way he attacked, it was clear he had gone all out. But he was still killed in a single blow. In other words, Yang Kai's strength had far surpassed Tang Fushui's, which was why he couldn't even take a single blow. Tang Fushui was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. So was Yang Kai an origin king? Thinking so, a series of gasps rang out as everyone felt their lungs fill with cold air. Kill everyone from Floating Mist Palace. Yang Kai shouted angrily, not willing to give up. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han-yi, Lin Yurao, and the other two had long been suppressing their anger, but Yang Kai didn't say anything. They could only wait and see. So when they heard Yang Kai's order, all of them let out a roar as they pushed their St. Qian domains and rushed towards the dozen or so people in front of them. These dozen people had come with Tang Fushui, and were all wearing Floating Mist Palace robes, making them easy to recognize. Yang Kai obviously wanted to kill them all. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, or a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Yang Xiuzhu and the others rushed into the Floating Mist Palace camp, and in less than 10 breaths of time, the dozen or so origin returning realm masters from Floating Mist Palace had been completely subdued, encountering no decent resistance at all. Strictly speaking, Floating Mist Palace's force wasn't too weak, except for the dead Tang Fushui, who was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. There was also a third-order origin returning realm master, 3 second-order, and 7 or 8 first-order. However, they had long been terrified by Yang Kai's terrifying methods. Yang Xiuzhu and the other two were top powerhouses who had survived the blood prison, so how could they resist the onslaught of these three? 10 breaths later, the square was filled with corpses. The smell of blood filled the air. Yang Xiuzhu and the others didn't say a word. They returned behind Yang Kai and stood there quietly. The entire audience was silent. Everyone could hear the fierce heartbeats in their chests as they looked at Yang Kai, Yang Xiuzhu, and the others. It was as if they were looking at a group of evil demons, their eyes filled with horror and panic. You actually dared to be so ruthless. Feng Yan's tender body trembled. She pointed at Yang Kai and said in an incredulous tone, "These are the last high-end combatants of my Shadowed Stars human race." The blood around her and the tragic deaths of her martial uncles finally sobered Feng Yan up. Her tender body trembled as her thoughts became chaotic, and she made an unexpected move, rushing straight towards Yang Kai and shouting, "I'll kill you." Yang Kai just stared at her blankly, not showing any intention to stop her. Lin Yurao, who was standing behind him, took a step forward and waved her hand gently, sending out a stream of light from her fingertips. Feng Yan's beautiful eyes widened in an instant, and when she reached within 5 meters of Yang Kai, she suddenly fell to the ground, blood flowing from her slender white neck. At this point, all of Myriad Beast Mountain's members were dead, and this sect was completely erased from Shadowed Star. "You can't kill me!" From the crowd, a panicked shout suddenly rang out. "This old master is the top alchemist on Shadowed Star, and has made great contributions to the human race. You can't kill me!" Yang Kai looked towards the source of the voice and found that the speaker was actually Great Elder Li Jianming of Medicine Pill Sect. His face was pale, and after seeing Yang Kai's bloody methods, he couldn't help collapsing. "It looks like your Medicine Pill Sect is also involved in this?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his figure flickering slightly as he arrived directly in front of Li Jianming, and stretched out his hand towards him. Although Li Jianming was Medicine Pill Sect's Great Elder, in the end, he was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Years of alchemy left him with no spare energy to devote to the martial Dao, so his cultivation wasn't high and he didn't have much combat experience. When Yang Kai sent out his palm, Li Jianming didn't show any intention of dodging and instead just yelled, "You can't kill me!" Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him, and simply smashed his head to pieces. "Stop!" A belated shout rang out, and it wasn't until Li Jianming's head exploded that this voice reached Yang Kai's ears. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw the other elders of Medicine Pill Sect glaring at him. As soon as they met these cold eyes, the elders of Medicine Pill sect felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar and couldn't help shivering. The one leading them was another elder of Medicine Pill sect. He was the one who had shouted just now. Seeing Yang Kai staring at him, this elder clenched his teeth and said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master Yang, we are willing to submit to High Heaven sect. Please spare our lives." As soon as this statement came out, everyone couldn't help feeling moved. Although Medicine Pill sect didn't have many people, it had always been a proud and aloof sect. When Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect were at their peak, it wasn't that they didn't have ideas about annexing Medicine Pill sect and forcing its alchemists to work for them, but Medicine Pill sect refused to compromise. So even if Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect were envious, they couldn't do anything about it. Every year, they could only cooperate with Medicine Pill sect and provide them with a large number of materials to refine pills. But today, the elders of Medicine Pill sect were actually willing to submit to High Heaven sect. Although Great Elder Li Jianming was dead, Medicine Pill sect still had 4 origin grade low-rank alchemists. There were also more than a dozen Saint King grade alchemists. This was definitely a force that would make anyone's eyes go red with envy. Any great force that controlled this force would be able to greatly increase its overall strength in the near future. Although the atmosphere in the square and Yang Kai's previous methods were chilling, when this elder from Medicine Pill sect said this, everyone couldn't help looking at Yang Kai with some envy. "We are willing to submit, please spare our lives, Sect Master Yang." The other elders saw that the situation was hopeless, so how could they dare act tough? One after another, they lowered their formerly proud heads and expressed their submission. Yang Xiaozhu and the others raised their brow as they stared at Yang Kai with slightly excited expressions, seemingly wanting him to agree to Medicine Pill sect's request. Yang Kai smiled playfully though. "I killed Li Jianming, don't you hate me?" The faces of the people from Medicine Pill sect changed slightly, the elder who spoke just now saying, "A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. We just made the best choice possible." "Ha!" Yang Kai chuckled lightly before his face sank and he waved his hand. "Kill them." Everyone from Medicine Pill sect was startled. Even Yang Xiaozhu and the others were stunned, none of them having expected Yang Kai to issue such a ruthless order. However, none of them hesitated and after a moment of daze, rushed out one after another. The elder from Medicine Pill sect called out, "Sect Master Yang, this old master and the others are all origin grade alchemists you." Before he could finish speaking, he was killed by Chu Hanyi's palm. The people from Medicine Pill sect didn't have much combat power, so Yang Xiaozhu and the others didn't need to spend much effort to send them to the underworld. However, everyone had a look of pity on their faces. The people they had killed were all alchemists capable of refining spirit pills above Saint King grade. In the past, they were existences that no great force had ever been able to invite, but now, they had all become corpses lying across the square of High Heaven sect, their bodies gradually turning cold. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't care. If it had been anyone else, they might have really left these people alive. After all, origin-grade alchemists weren't easy to find, especially on Shadowed Star. Every alchemist above Saint King grade was extremely precious. However, Yang Kai himself was an origin king grade alchemist, and his little senior sister's attainments in alchemy were even higher than his own. So how could he care about a few trivial origin grade low-rank alchemists? Giving them precious herbs to refine, Yang Kai was still a little uneasy, so he decided to just kill them and save them the trouble of wasting materials. After dealing with the 2 culprits, Myriad Beast Mountain and Medicine Pill sect, the anger and murderous intent in Yang Kai's heart finally subsided. Under everyone's shocked and worried gazes, Yang Kai exhaled and declared, "You now have 2 choices, submit or die." All the people here were origin returning realm masters, so they weren't weak. Chapter 1686. So after a moment of silence, someone walked up to Yang Kai. This person was a man in his 40s or 50s, and after walking over he cupped his fists with a dignified expression. "This one is Extreme Path Sect's sect master, Wang Taijin. I am willing to submit to High Heaven sect. and will obey Sect Master Yang's orders in the future. My Flame Shield Union is willing to follow Sect Master Yang's lead. Even if it is a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, we will not refuse. Boundless Pavilion is willing. Immediately, more than a dozen large and small sects expressed their intentions and stepped forward to salute Yang Kai. Yang Kai simply stood in place, his attitude neither cold nor warm, appearing somewhat unfathomable. With the passage of time, more and more forces submitted to him. In the face of absolute strength, if they still did not recognize reality, it would be tantamount to courting death. These people had fled to High Heaven Sect to seek refuge, so how could they be willing to die here? Although Yang Kai's approach was a bit overbearing and his attitude was somewhat uncomfortable, at least they were able to survive. Colored Glass Sect is willing to join High Heaven Sect. From now on, Colored Glass Sect will no longer exist on Shadowed Star. I hope Sect Master Yang can be benevolent and accept us. A beautiful woman walked up to Yang Kai and said sincerely. As soon as this statement came out, the masters who had previously expressed their willingness to pledge their allegiance all stared at the speaker in disbelief. Yang Kai also glanced over with interest, and found that he actually knew this woman. The current sect master of Colored Glass Sect, Gong Ao Fu. Strictly speaking, she was Dai Yuan's honored master, but for some special reasons, Dai Yuan was not valued by Gong Ao Fu. On the other hand, Insu Dai was quite favored by Gong Ao Fu and was always with her, vigorously cultivating her. At this moment, the gorgeously dressed Insu Dai was standing beside Gong Ao Fu and even boldly throwing a few flirtatious glances at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled as he stared at Gong Ao Fu meaningfully and slowly said, "Sect Master Gong, do you know what you are saying?" Gong Ao Fu smiled, reached out, and brushed her long black hair behind her ear, saying lightly, "This mistress is not a child, naturally she knows. Sect Master Yang need not worry. This mistress will take responsibility for her words." Submission and joining were completely different meanings. Before, the sects submitting to Yang Kai meant that although they would obey Yang Kai's orders, they were still not members of High Heaven Sect. They would retain their sect's name and status in their own sections. They would leave High Heaven Sect one day. He returned to his sect's headquarters. But if Gong Ao Fu wanted to join, things would be different. If she wanted to join High Heaven Sect, she would have to disband Colored Glass Sect. In other words, Colored Glass Sect was finished in her generation, but if Yang Kai was willing to accept them, they would become disciples of High Heaven Sect in the future. Sex without permission, sex to sex sect. This was definitely a very bold decision. After recovering from their shock, the expressions of all the Origin returning realm masters on the square changed, and soon most of them showed looks of admiration. Naturally, they knew what Gong Ao Fu was thinking. Now that Yang Kai had made a strong return and displayed astonishing combat power, only High Heaven Sect was an absolutely safe place on Shadowed Star. Joining High Heaven Sect at this time was undoubtedly the right choice, as it would provide Yang Kai with much better care. But understanding was one thing. If they were asked to give up their sects and join High Heaven Sect, not many of them would be willing. Cultivators had always attached great importance to their own inheritances. They were branded with the brand of their respective sect, which represented a kind of honor that had been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years, an existence they were proud of and recognized. Even Yang Kai was no exception. That was why the force he founded on Shadowed Star was called High Heaven Sect, not Nine Heavens Holy Land or Soaring Heaven Sect. Although the latter two sects had a close relationship with him, and he was even the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land. But no matter what, High Heaven Pavilion was his sect, and he had a special feeling towards it, one that Nine Heavens Holy Land and Soaring Heaven Sect could not replace. Gong Ao Fu actually wanted to disband Colored Glass Sect and join High Heaven Sect, which showed that this beautiful woman had a much deeper vision than most of the people present. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to make such a decision that would bring shame to the name of her ancestor. Yang Kai stared straight at her, his eyes deep, as if he wanted to peer into the depths of her heart. Gong Ao Fu did not show any intention of evading, nor did she feel guilty, simply staring straight at Yang Kai with clear eyes. Does Sect Master Yang despise my colored glass sect for being too weak? Seeing that Yang Kai did not respond for a long time, Gong Ao Fu could not help feeling a little nervous. Colored glass sect has suffered such a disaster, so there really aren't many disciples left. Only 50 people followed this mistress to High Heaven sect, but of these 50, 10 are origin returning realm masters while the rest are saint kings. Being able to have 50 people escape is not bad. Yang Kai praised casually, still not expressing any intention to take a stand. Gong Ao Fu could not help feeling a little embarrassed. This mistress knows that there may have been some unpleasantness between Colored Glass Sect and Sect Master Yang before, but if Sect Master Yang can accept this mistress, in the future, this mistress will be willing to sacrifice her life for him. For a woman to be able to say such words, she must have made a great deal of determination. Even an average man would not be able to utter such bold words. As soon as these words fell, Gong Ao Fu shouted again. Su Dai, kneel down and apologize to Sect Master Yang. I know you've done something to make Sect Master Yang angry before. Hearing this, In Su Dai's tender body trembled as she shot a pitiful look towards Yang Kai. But she did not show any intention of disobeying Gong Ao Fu and really knelt down in front of everyone, pleading softly. Su Dai was not sensible before and offended Sect Master Yang. I ask Sect Master Yang to be magnanimous and not bother with me. She was now a master of the First Order Origin returning realm, so if not for Gong Ao Fu's order, it would have been impossible for her to do such a disgraceful thing. Otherwise, if word of this were to spread, she would never be able to see anyone again. Sect Master Yang Yu. Gong Ao Fu looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before narrowing his eyes and turning to Gong Ao Fu. I want to know where Dai Yuan went. Does Sect Master Gong know her whereabouts? Dai Yuan was definitely one of Yang Kai's few friends on Shadowed Star. Although their friendship was not too deep, it was definitely not shallow. However, since Yang Kai had appeared until now, he had not been able to find any trace of Dai Yuan. It stood to reason that if Dai Yuan had really fled to High Heaven sect, she would have definitely appeared. However, Yang Kai's failure to find her made him a little annoyed, wondering if Dai Yuan had met with some kind of accident. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Gong Ao Fu actually breathed a sigh of relief and smiled tenderly. If Sect Master Yang is worried about the safety of this mistress disciple, this mistress can assure you that there is no need for such concern. What do you mean? Dai Yuan retreated to the deepest part of Luyen Sand Field with Great Elder Yi that day, so she is now very safe. Yang Kai's expression changed as he could not help feeling a little emotional. Dai Yuan retreating to the deepest part of Luyen Sand Field with Yi Shiyin was something Yang Kai could more or less guess. Presumably, Dai Yuan did not want to associate herself with these people in the square, so she left the sect without hesitation and chose Yi Shiyin's side. There was definitely a reason for this. If it were not for his friendship with Dai Yuan, she would not have committed such a betrayal of her sect. Yang Kai felt a little moved in his heart. He did not have many friends on Shadowed Star, but each one of them was worthy of deep friendship. There was no need to mention Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener. In order to rescue Fei Ji too, they had willingly thrown themselves into a trap, disregarding their own lives. Dai Yuan's actions were tantamount to betraying her sect. This mistress wonders if Sect Master Yang is satisfied with this answer? Although Gong Ao Fu asked this question, her face was full of smiles. She had already guessed what Yang Kai was thinking, so there was no longer any uneasiness on her face. Yang Kai laughed, stretched out his hand, and pulled In Su Dai up, nodding. Since Sect Master Gong has such intentions, Sect Master would appear too unreasonable if he refused. From now on, Colored Glass Sect's disciples will be my High Heaven Sect's disciples. I hope we can share trials and tribulations together. Gong Ao Fu got the answer she wanted and was overjoyed. Many thanks for Sect Master's approval. This mistress greets Sect Master. She immediately changed the way she addressed Yang Kai, drawing closer the relationship between herself and Yang Kai. Disciple greets Sect Master. In Su Dai also bowed gracefully, her pretty face blushing slightly, causing one's imagination to run wild. However, Yang Kai, who knew her temperament well, naturally would not be deceived by her pretentious appearance. This little girl cultivated charm techniques, so it was easy for her to change her temperament to attract a man's attention. She didn't even think about letting go of Yang Kai's hand, and simply held it tightly, a look of pure bliss on her face. Yang Kai's lips curled slightly as he glanced at her meaningfully, pulling back his hand without a trace before saying, "Sect Master Gong's strength is extraordinary. Since you have entered High Heaven Sect, you will serve as an elder. The original disciples of Colored Glass Sect will all be under your command." Gong Aofu's mouth opened slightly as her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Changqi suddenly walked out from the rear and bowed to Yang Kai. "Sect Master should know that the reason Great Elder led us to withdraw from headquarters was not because we were no match for those bastards, but because Great Elder was afraid the fighting would affect the sect's disciples. My High Heaven Sect's bloodline is still thin and cannot afford to suffer any losses." "I know." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Changqi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted, and without saying anything, he respectfully retreated behind Yi Shiyun. Yang Kai had thought that the reason why Yi Shiyun had retreated to the depths of the Luyan Desert was indeed because she was outnumbered. After all, there were simply too many enemies, but after seeing the situation of these people, he immediately speculated the real reason. Although the number of people in front of him was much smaller than when he left High Heaven Sect, and almost all of them were injured, Yi Shiyun seemed to be fine. If she had really displayed her strength, how could Myriad Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect, and Floating Mist Palace have been able to drive her away? The reason she had bravely retreated was entirely to take care of the others in the sect. She might be able to fight 10 enemies alone, but the others were not, especially the disciples of the Haiko family who had followed Yang Kai from the beginning. These people's cultivations were only around the Saint King realm. If Yi Shiyun had not retreated, they would have died without an intact corpse. In other words, if Yi Shiyun had chosen to fight to the death in that battle, High Heaven Sect would not have had a good end, and at least half of the people in the square would have died. Since Sect Master understands, this palace has nothing to say. Yi Shiyun nodded lightly, her expression as cold as ever. "How are Great Elder's injuries?" "On the way back, I heard that you fought with 2 masters from Corpse Spirit Religion, and were seriously injured." "And they were indeed strong. I was not their opponent when fighting 2 of them alone, but there are no problems now. I should be able to fully recover after a month or so of rest." "That's good. There will be many people moving into the sect soon, so Great Elder will be needed to make arrangements." Yi Shiyun glanced over at Yang Kai and snorted. "You seem to be quite happy." Yang Kai laughed. "That's not my strong suit. Moreover, I've been away from the sect for 7 or 8 years now, so I really don't know much about it." "Forget it. I'll make the arrangements when the time comes." Yi Shiyun took over. The group of more than 200 people quickly returned to the headquarters. When Yang Kai released nearly 10,000 people from the 3 clans from the Sealed World Bead, even the calm Yi Shiyun could not help feeling a little moved. Although she had been warned by Yang Kai that a large number of people would be moving into High Heaven Sect, she had not expected it to be such a huge number. What's more, these people were all brought back by Yang Kai from their homeland, so there was no need to consider their loyalty. In other words, in terms of numbers alone, the current High Heaven Sect had completely surpassed any great force on Shadowed Star. Of course, it still could not be compared to Corpse Spirit Religion. Now more and more people were joining Corpse Spirit Religion, and almost half of all Shadowed Star had fallen into the clutches of its army. With nearly 10,000 people from the 3 clans, how to deal with them was definitely a problem. However, Yang Kai did not need to worry about this at all. After Yi Shiyun gathered the top masters of the human, monster, and demon races, she asked them about their respective requirements and quickly arranged for them to settle down in different mountain peaks. These mountain peaks all had ready-made secluded palaces and buildings, so the 3 clans only needed to tidy up a little before they could move in. As for the original members of High Heaven Sect, they still lived in their respective residences without any changes. In just a single day, Yi Shiyun had managed to arrange all of this in a hurry. High Heaven sect had absorbed nearly 10,000 new blood at once, so it was easy to imagine that at some point in the future, it would truly become the #1 sect on Shadowed Star. After nearly 10,000 people poured into High Heaven sect, less than a fifth of the 81 mountain peaks had been occupied, leaving the rest still unclaimed. The masters from other sects who had come here to seek refuge could only watch with envy, but there was nothing they could do. What's more, most of them had offended High Heaven sect before, so although Yang Kai was no longer pursuing them, they still lived cautiously, lest they offend Yang Kai somehow and be swept out the door. Over the next few days, Yang Kai patrolled the various mountain peaks alone, investigating the integration of the human, monster, and demon clans. The results were naturally good. No one from the 3 clans was dissatisfied with this place. Compared to Tongxian Realm, Shadowed Star was simply a cultivation paradise, not to mention that High Heaven sect occupied the most fertile land on Shadowed Star. On the contrary, her desire to break through to the Origin King realm was stronger than anyone else's, because she already had the qualifications to break through to the grand accomplishment stage. It was only because she had to protect Yang Yan that she chose to stay behind, lest there be no one to oversee the sect, and an accident occur. At this moment, hearing Yang Kai's words, she was naturally very concerned. "Sect Master, what is this mysterious thing?" Gong Ao Fu asked with a smile. Although she had just joined High Heaven sect as an elder, she had quickly integrated into the sect, and was not a bad person. In less than half a month, she had already gained the recognition of her existence by the original High Heaven sect Elder Committee. As such, she still had some say in this meeting. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai curiously, looking forward to his answer. "It's this." Yang Kai did not keep them in suspense and instead stretched out his hand, grasped at the void, and took out a crystal-like object. As soon as this crystal appeared, a soft and mysterious power filled the hall, causing all the Origin returning realm masters present to show looks of shock and confusion. Although they could not see through the true essence of this power, they felt that it was more profound and mysterious than Sure, as if it was an upgraded version of Sure. Territory Stone. Yang Xiuju's eyes were sharp and he immediately recognized the origin of this crystal. Chu Han-yi and Lin Yu-rao also recognized it and exclaimed, their eyes flashing with pleasant surprise. "What is a territory stone?" Yi Shiyun's brow furrowed slightly. Of everyone present, her cultivation was the highest, so she was naturally aware of the indescribable mysteries contained in this crystal. She had only probed it slightly, but she felt as if her soul was being cleansed. It was easy to imagine what kind of benefits she could obtain if she cultivated with this crystal for a long time. Yang Kai glanced at Yang Xiuju with a smile and motioned for him to explain. Yang Xiuju did not refuse and immediately explained the origin and function of this territory stone. When they heard that this thing was actually a treasure condensed from the territory of an Origin King Realm Master, the eyes of everyone in the hall lit up. After hearing that by sensing the mysteries of this territory stone, one could see through the power of a territory, all the elders in the hall breathed heavily as they stared unblinkingly at the territory stone in Yang Kai's hand, like a group of perverts who had just seen a naked beauty. Everyone's eyes flashed with naked lust. Territory stones are very precious treasures in the blood prison, and can only be produced in Green Mountain Star's blood prison. Each piece is priceless. Although this Yang entered the blood prison once, he had no chance to obtain such a treasure, but Elder Lin's luck was quite good and she managed to obtain one. Yang Xiuju looked at Lin Yu-rao with envious eyes. Lin Yu-rao smiled and took out a territory stone from her space ring and shook it gently. Chu Hani watched from the side, envious to death. When they entered the blood prison, the three of them had separated, and although they did not encounter any disasters due to their tyrannical cultivations, they did not gain many benefits either. On the other hand, Qian Tong had broken through his own bottleneck after leaving the blood prison, and broke through to the Origin King realm. If one could obtain a territory stone, they would be able to comprehend the power of territory unscrupulously, an irresistible attraction to any Origin returning realm master. Elder Lin really has good luck. Changqi sighed to the side. However, Changqi, Hao and Ning Xiangchun, Huangwan, and the others did not care much. After all, their cultivations were only at the first-order origin returning realm, so even if they obtained a territory stone, their cultivations would not be able to keep up and they would not be able to comprehend the power of territory in a short time. They could only rely on territory stones to strengthen their Shi. After all, territory stones were the evolution and upgrade of Shi, so comprehending the mysteries of territory stones was extremely helpful to the cultivation of Shi. That being said, the importance of territory stones to origin returning realm masters was still not negated. Yi Shiyun was silent for a long time before suddenly saying, "Sect Master, if it is convenient, Gong would like 10 territory stones." A burst of gasps sounded as Yang Xiuzhu and the others turned their heads and stared at Yi Shiyun with incredulous eyes. Others did not know the preciousness of territory stones, but Yang Xiuzhu and the others were well aware. The three of them had taken a trip to the blood prison, and only Lin Yu Rao had been lucky enough to obtain a single territory stone. But Yi Shiyun actually wanted 10 at once. This was simply an exorbitant demand. This was not in line with Great Elder's style at all. Was this really the Great Elder that everyone respected and respected? Why did she seem no different from a common scoundrel? Yang Xiuzhu and the others could not help feeling a little dazed. Yi Shiyun snorted softly. "Do you think Sect Master only has this one?" With Sect Master's personality, if he did not have a great harvest, how could he display it so openly in front of so many people? He is not a child, someone who likes to show off and show off everywhere. Hearing her say this, Yang Xiuzhu and the others came back to their senses and stared at Yang Kai with burning eyes, their eyes full of expectation. Yang Kai laughed dumbly and shook his head. "Great Elder really knows how to read people's minds. I can't hide anything from you." "Sect Master." Yang Xiuzhu gulped, feeling his lips go dry. "And during my trip to the blood prison, I did obtain a lot of territory stones." "And a lot." Yang Kai had no intention of concealing anything, and stood up to look at the crowd with a smile. "A lot? How much is that?" Chu Hani asked in a trembling voice. "Enough for each of you to obtain 10 pieces." Yang Kai smiled lightly. C. Yang Xiuzhu and the others gasped as they stared at Yang Kai with almost worshipful eyes. There were not many people in the hall, only about 15, including Gong Aofu and Dai Yuan who had recently joined High Heaven Sect. Gong Aofu knew that Yang Kai did not like Yin Su Dai very much, and was instead quite concerned about Dai Yuan. So she had recently taken Dai Yuan along with her. As for Yin Su Dai, she was showing signs of falling out of favor, and was not qualified to appear here. It seems that Gong underestimated Sect Master's ability and asked for too little. Yi Shiyun frowned slightly, her expression somewhat annoyed. Yang Kai laughed heartily. "If Great Elder wants more, I will naturally satisfy you. But with Great Elder's cultivation and comprehension of Shi, I think 2 or 3 pieces are already too much for you. Any more than that would be useless to you." "If Gong has no use for them, she can give them to others," Yi Shiyun said lightly, "but forget it, 10 is 10. Yang Kai did not say anything more and simply waved his hand, sending 10 territory stones to Yi Shiyun. Without seeing her do anything, the space ring on her hand flashed, and the territory stones were stored away, displaying the demeanor of a master. "Sect Master." Yang Xiuzhu blushed as he rubbed his hands and stared at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Xiuzhu was not the kind of person who would flatter others. When he was on Star Emperor Mountain, his attitude was upright and unyielding. After joining High Heaven Sect, he was still like this, but this time, he had no choice but to put aside his old face. A third-order origin returning realm master valued territory stones more than others. Although he failed to break through to the Origin King realm this time, as long as he had a territory stone in hand and comprehended its power, the next time he left Shadowed Star, he had full confidence he would be able to break through. High Heaven Sect now had the ability to travel far, so Yang Xiuzhu believed that Yang Kai would take them away from Shadowed Star again. Chapter 1689. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi. and Lin Yurao each received 10 territory stones. Yang Xiuzhu believed that with so many territory stones, they would be able to comprehend the mysteries of the territory's power. Coupled with their experience in the blood prison, the next time they left Shadowed Star, they would have a great chance of breaking through the shackles of the Origin King realm and reaching the peak. Everyone else was also given a different number of territory stones according to their cultivation. Yang Kai, who was at the Second Order Origin Returning Realm, was given 5, while Yang Kai, who was at the First Order Origin Returning Realm, was given 3. As long as they could make good use of the gentle energy contained in these territory stones, it would not be a problem for them to condense their sure to the grand accomplishment stage. It wasn't that Yang Kai was stingy and unwilling to give them more, it was just that it was useless to give them more. Although territory stones were consumables, they were different from Saint Crystals. Each territory stone could be used for a long time. The territory stones given out by Yang Kai were definitely enough for them to use. After giving out the domain stones, Yang Kai took out a large number of artifacts from his space ring, each of which had different appearances but weren't of low grade. These artifacts were all spoils of war from Yang Kai's recent killing spree. Most of them had come from the monster race masters on Monster Star, and were all origin grade or above, many of which were high rank. With these artifacts, Yang Kai believed that the strength of everyone present would rise greatly increasing their chances of survival in the future battle with Corpse Spirit Religion. As for how these artifacts would be distributed, that was not something Yang Kai needed to consider, as Yi Shiyin would handle it. There were also a variety of cultivation pills. Yang Kai's space ring was like a veritable treasure trove, and everything he took out was astonishing. After dealing with these things, Yang Kai took Xia Ningchang and Su Yan back to First Heavenly Palace. Since entering this forbidden zone, Yang Kai had been living in First Heavenly Palace. Although the area of this palace was not too large, it was definitely not small either. There were countless rooms inside. Previously, only Yang Kai lived here, but now Su Yan and Xia Ningchang naturally lived here as well, accompanying him. Although High Heaven Sect was safe, and there was no need to worry about encountering any danger, Yang Kai still hoped to increase the strength of his closest friends. There was no need to worry about Su Yan. Now she already possessed the Ice Phoenix origin power. With Profound Frost in hand and a Third Order origin returning realm cultivation. On Shadowed Star, only Qiantong would be able to do anything. The others were no match for her. How could Qiantong attack Su Yan? Xia Ningchang was about to break through to the Second Order origin returning realm. Ever since he became the Star Master of Tongxian realm, her cultivation speed had become much faster than before, and she had been engrossed in alchemy over the years, which was coupled with her special constitution. Even if she did not deliberately cultivate, her strength was rising steadily, and she believed that it would not be long before she broke through. However, the First Order origin returning realm was still too weak. Yang Kai took out a turquoise artifact armor and a wheel-like artifact and handed them to Xia Ningchang. Little senior sister, take some time to refine these two things. I believe they will be of great help to you. This artifact armor is so beautiful. Xia Ningchang glanced at it, but did not pay much attention to the wheel-like artifact. Instead, she was very interested in the turquoise artifact armor. Yang Kai chuckled. Although I don't know what grade this artifact armor is, it is definitely Origin King grade. With it, very few people in this world can break through your defenses. Xia Ningchang was not very proficient in combat, so as a defensive artifact, this artifact armor was undoubtedly very suitable for her. Junior brother, where did you get this? This thing must be very valuable, right? Xia Ningchang looked left and right, somewhat unwilling to part with it. It doesn't matter whether it is valuable or not. What matters is whether it can protect you for me. Xia Ningchang raised her head and glanced at Kai Yang. Pursing her lips, she smiled with a satisfied expression. This artifact armor was brought out from the blood prison. When Yang Kai obtained the Monster King's Origin Essence Crystal, he also brought out the corpse of Mad Crocodile Monster King, so there was no reason for him to let go of his space ring. Mad Crocodile Monster King was a top master in the Third Order Origin King realm when he was alive, so how could there be anything poor in his space ring? It could even be said that most of the artifacts and pills that Yang Kai distributed in the discussion hall before came from Mad Crocodile Monster King's space ring. Compared with this Origin King-grade artifact armor, the rest of the wealth in this space ring was not worth much, but it still could not be ignored. At the very least, the huge wealth in this space ring was enough to support the current High Heaven sect for some time. Take this too. Yang Kai then handed over the wheel-like artifact to her. This wheel-like artifact was also an Origin King-grade artifact, the sect-hallowed artifact of Heaven Battling Union, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. When Yang Kai fought with Heaven Battling Union's Union Master, Chu Zheng, and killed him, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel was one of his spoils of war, and had been hidden away ever since. With 2 Origin King-grade artifacts in hand, as long as she refined them properly, little senior sister would not need to fear any enemy below the Origin King realm. Xia Ningchong did not say much and obediently put away the green artifact armor and the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel according to Yang Kai's request. Glancing over at Su Yan, who had been sitting quietly nearby, she quickly kissed Yang Kai on the cheek before running out like a frightened rabbit. Her steps were hurried, as if she had done something shameful. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said meaningfully, "Ning Chang's courage has grown after being taught by you." Yang Kai chuckled wryly. He had nothing to give Su Yan. When he was in Ice Heart Valley, the most important Ice Phoenix inheritance had been handed over to Su Yan, and Yang Kai had even given her the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal. With the assistance of the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal, Su Yan's cultivation speed had greatly increased, and with profound frost in hand, Yang Kai believed she would no longer need to rely on other foreign objects. Yang Kai thought of Shanqing Luo again. When they parted ways in the blood prison, he had given her 200 territory stones and the Origin King Great Thunder Fire 7 Birds Whip. Yang Kai wondered how this dragon lady was doing now, and whether her cultivation was going smoothly. Yang Kai also thought of Yang Inflammation. "Senior sister, you cultivate first, I'm going out." Yang Kai suddenly got up. Su Yan nodded gently, took out the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal, sat down cross-legged on it, and held a piece of territory stone in her hand before closing her eyes and meditating. Yang Kai left First Heavenly Palace, and went straight to the center of Lu Yen Sand Field. Although he had learned from Yi Shiyun that Yang Inflammation had been sleeping for many years and hadn't changed much, Yang Kai still wanted to see it with his own eyes. On Shadowed Star, Yang Inflammation was his closest friend, and if there were no accidents, this friendship would continue. However, Yang Inflammation's life was too complicated now, and no one knew what she would become after she truly woke up, so Yang Kai was naturally worried. The 6th layer of Lu Yen Sand Field didn't cover a large area, only a few kilometers in radius. Holding the Star Emperor token in his hand, Yang Kai easily passed through the barrier of Lu Yan's 5th layer, and arrived in front of the bamboo forest. A lofty pavilion loomed behind the bamboo forest, and Yang Kai stepped forward. The 6th layer of Lu Yen Sand Field had always been a restricted area of High Heaven sect. In the past, only Great Elder Yi Shiyun could set foot here. No one else was allowed to enter, nor did they have the ability to. It wasn't until last time, when Yi Shiyun had to retreat to the 6th layer with her people, that High Heaven sect learned of the existence of such a place. However, the lofty pavilion was still a place where no one was allowed to set foot. Yang Kai naturally wasn't one of them. Passing through the bamboo forest, Yang Kai easily arrived at the lofty pavilion, swept it with his divine sense, and went straight up to the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, the decoration was simple, with only a wooden bed and nothing else. Lying on the wooden bed, however, was a woman wearing a black robe with an exquisite figure. It was none other than Yang Yun, whom Yang Kai had not seen for a long time. Her appearance was no different from the Yang Yun from Yang Kai's memories, but her temperament was a little different. When Yang Kai walked closer to take a look, he faintly felt a sense of oppression from Yang Yun. Even though she was asleep, she still exuded a frightening aura. It was as if just looking at her was blasphemy, a blasphemy against a divine being. Yang Kai was startled for a while before his complexion suddenly changed. Because in his field of vision, Yang Yun's appearance began to blur, and he could no longer see the scene in front of him clearly. At this moment, she became illusory, as if she didn't exist, but also as if she was omnipresent. Yang Kai's divine sense was also pulled into an abyss by an invisible force, constantly falling down without end. Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and let out a low groan. A sharp pain shot through his body, and the feeling of his divine sense falling suddenly disappeared, allowing him to refocus his vision. Cold sweat broke out all over his body and seeped through his clothes. Emperor pressure, it's really terrifying. Yang Kai muttered with lingering fear. Even though she was asleep, the emperor pressure emitted by Yang Yin was enough to subvert Yang Kai's divine sense, so it was difficult to imagine what she would be like after waking up. However, Yang Kai had only come here to take a look at Yang Yin. After all, he had not seen her for so many years. When he was still very weak, it was Yang Yin who had always helped him. Without Yang Yin, there would be no Dragon Cave Mountain and no High Heaven sect today. The stone room was pitch black, without the slightest light, but this did not hinder Yang Kai's observation. At first glance, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. He discovered that there were many complete corpses stored in this stone chamber. Each of these corpses was wrapped in a thick corpse qi like a cocoon. Under the nourishment and effect of the corpse qi, the corpses that were wrapped in the corpse qi had undergone some subtle and undetectable changes. They were gradually approaching the corpse spirit race. Some of these corpses could already be considered half a corpse spirit race clansman. As long as they could absorb the cocoon-like corpse qi around their bodies, they would inevitably become part of the corpse spirit race. Sure enough, Yang Kai nodded lightly. Previously, he had speculated about the method the corpse spirit race used to transform their clansmen. It was impossible for every member of the corpse spirit race to appear out of thin air, and would require a complete corpse to transform. The source of these corpses was obviously the disciples of the various great forces and sects that the corpse spirit race had attacked and killed. They would transport these corpses back to the corpse cave, and use the rich corpse qi here to transform them. In a short time, they would be able to transform a new clansman. There were also times when the transformation failed. Yang Kai found some semi-finished corpses in this stone room without the slightest aura. These corpses had undoubtedly failed the transformation, and were completely destroyed. The strength of a successfully transformed corpse spirit race clansman was directly related to their cultivation before death. The higher their cultivation before death, the higher their strength after transformation. Therefore, in Heavenly Fate City, the corpse spirit race clansman named Fang Fengqi needed Fei Jitu's body. In any case, Fei Jitu was one of the strongest masters on Shadowed Star. The corpses stored in this stone room did not have high cultivations before death, all of them below the Saint King realm. Most of them were just saints, with some even being transcendence or immortal ascension boundary. These transformed corpse spirit race clansmen were undoubtedly just pawns for the corpse spirit religion's army. However, in this corpse cave, there were countless stone rooms, so Yang Kai guessed that the deeper he went, the higher the cultivation of the corpses would become before death. Yang Kai did not linger and continued deeper. Soon he found that his guess was correct. The deeper he went, the higher the cultivation of the corpses, gradually going from the Saint realm to the Saint King realm, and then to the origin returning realm. However, the number of corpses was also becoming fewer and fewer. Yang Kai even saw a fully transformed corpse spirit race clansman crawl out of a cocoon-like object, as if he had been reborn. This corpse spirit race clansman roared towards the sky, his body exuding a nauseating aura, two sharp fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth, and needle-like white hair all over his body. Having just completed the transformation, this corpse spirit race clansman obviously did not know how to control his strength. Yang Kai continued forward without disturbing any of the corpse spirit race clansmen, and gradually approached the place where he had obtained the sun's true essence. This place was originally the ancient Yang sect's treasure house. It had 3 floors, the innermost being where the sun's true essence and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal were stored. Standing outside the treasure house, Yang Kai suddenly frowned, raised his head, and stared deeply into the depths of the room. Immediately, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he strode forward and walked in. The first and second floors had corpse spirit race clansmen standing on both sides, all of them origin returning realm masters, but when Yang Kai walked in, none of them immediately attacked. Instead, all of them stared at Yang Kai fiercely, hissing and threatening as they watched him walk inside. After he left, these corpse spirit race clansmen suddenly swarmed forward to block his path of retreat. Yang Kai went directly to the 3rd floor of the treasure house. The 3rd floor of the treasure vault had undergone a huge change. The interior was decorated with gold and jade in a dazzling and luxurious manner. Numerous fist-sized luminous pearls were embedded in the surrounding walls, emitting a gentle light. The entire 3rd floor of the treasure vault had clearly transformed into a magnificent palace. In the center of the palace, there was a pool with a radius of about 3 feet. Yellow water was constantly bubbling in the pool. Yang Kai's eyes paused for a moment in this pool, and immediately understood that this was the legendary underworld spring eye. The yellow water in this pool was not a liquid, but a direct manifestation of pure energy. This kind of energy had no effect on anyone, and was even extremely harmful, but it had a great effect on the corpse spirit race. Yang Kai even felt special space force fluctuations from the underworld spring eye. This made Yang Kai have some speculations in his heart, but he was not certain. Shaking his head secretly, Yang Kai looked up and saw a figure sitting on a chair in front of him. But all of this was ruined by Yang Kai. Lu Yi could not even sense the existence of his origin essence crystal, let alone retrieve it. That was the crystallization and essence of his cultivation. Without it, with Lu Yi's current aptitude, restoring his strength would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After so many years, he had only managed to reach the 3rd order origin returning realm. This was simply unbearable. Sorry, I've already fused with that thing. Yang Kai smiled and pointed to his head. Impossible. Lu Yi denied immediately, as if he was looking at an ant, turning a contemptuous look towards Yang Kai and sneered. With your strength, you want to fuse with my origin essence crystal? The soul that possessed Lu Yi's body was in existence on the same level as the great emperors of Star Field when he was alive, so the origin essence crystal he left behind was naturally of extremely high grade. Even if an origin king realm master tried to fuse with it rashly, their knowledge sea would burst and their soul would be destroyed. Yang Kai only had the cultivation of a 1st order origin returning realm at that time, so how could he have fused with it? Lu Yi obviously did not believe this kind of nonsense, and only thought that Yang Kai was lying and had used some special method to hide the origin essence crystal, making it impossible for him to sense it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yang Kai shrugged indifferently. Of course, he had no obligation or need to explain clearly to the other party. With a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus, fusing with the origin essence crystal root didn't require him to do anything. Even he didn't know that this crystal root was an origin essence crystal, until a long time later. Enough nonsense, since you've come here today, don't even think about leaving. Where is this origin essence crystal? As long as I capture you, do you think I won't have a chance to ask? Lu Yi coldly snorted, his aura suddenly becoming violent and evil. Yang Kai laughed. You're about to die yet you're still boasting shamelessly. Lu Yi heard this and couldn't help being startled. The next moment, the entire corpse cave suddenly began to shake as an extremely fierce aura suddenly descended from above. This aura was so strong that Lu Yi felt as if he had been imprisoned, unable to move, only able to stand in place with an ugly expression on his face. Hong long long. The earth seemed to crack open as a huge rumbling sound spread from above. A moment later, a hole appeared above the palace where Yang Kai and Lu Yi were standing, and a figure leapt out from it, and sent a palm towards Lu Yi. Lu Ye's face changed drastically as he madly pushed his shirt, trying to escape from this overwhelming momentum. But in front of this palm, everything he did was in vain. His shirt was easily shattered and the palm fell. Lu Yi only had time to let out a pitiful cry before his entire body was crushed into a puddle of flesh and blood. Qian Tong landed, a look of suspicion on his face as he exchanged a glance with Yang Kai. After Qian Tong killed the black-robed corpse general, he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply tore space again, the next moment appearing several hundred kilometers away. As soon as they emerged from the void crack, Yang Kai and Qian Tong saw a corpse general in blue robes frantically fleeing into the distance. Without waiting for Qian Tong to act, Yang Kai summoned a dozen golden blood threads, which intertwined together to form a golden arrow that pierced through space and pierced a hole in the abdomen of the azure-robed corpse general, shattering his corpse bead. The golden blood threads circled outside before flying back, but Yang Kai didn't show any joy after killing a powerful enemy. Instead, his expression became gloomy as he tore space a third time. Chapter 1693. 5 days later, Yang Kai and Qian Tong looked at the corpse in front of them with ugly expressions. This corpse did not belong to the corpse spirit clan. Instead, it belonged to a human cultivator. His cultivation level was not high, and he was only at the first order origin returning realm. However, this was the 27th body possessed by the mysterious corpse spirit cult leader. He didn't seem to have damaged his spirit due to possession. On the contrary, he could possess an unlimited number of different bodies. This was completely contrary to Yang Kai's common sense. When a powerhouse's physical body was destroyed, their divine soul could indeed find a suitable body to seize, but seizing was a very dangerous matter. It was very likely that the divine soul would suffer a backlash and be swallowed by the target of the seizing, leading to the destruction of the divine soul. Even if the divine soul was not swallowed, every seizing would consume a great deal of soul force. It was impossible for anyone to perform a second possession in such a short period of time. However, the mysterious cult leader of corpse spirit religion had broken this rule. In just 5 days, he had attempted to possess 27 bodies. Although Yang Kai had caught him by the tail each time, pursued him relentlessly, and even killed the bodies he possessed, he had always been able to escape with his soul. After 5 days of pursuit, they failed to kill the cult leader of the corpse spirit religion. Both Yang Kai and Qian Tong realized how tricky this enemy was. However, it wasn't that he didn't gain anything. They discovered that the cult master of corpse spirit religion couldn't possess anyone's body. Only those who had the 10,000 poison evil goo planted in their minds could become his targets. Yang Kai had come into contact with 10,000 poison evil goo once. Back then, Xie Li of the Xie family had been controlled by this 10,000 poison evil goo, and had foolishly launched an attack on Dragon Cave Mountain with his entire family. In the end, he died without a complete corpse. This kind of strange insect-like existence was the cult master of the corpse spirit religion's unique secret technique. Once the 10,000 poison evil goo was implanted in someone's body, any living creature would have to obey his orders. He had also used this method to enslave his rebellious subordinates, and he had even used this method to carry out possession and escape with his soul. As long as there was a 10,000 poisons evil insect within a certain distance, his divine soul could instantly arrive at the location of the 10,000 poisons evil insect without being restricted by space. In addition to this, Yang Kai and Qian Tong keenly discovered something else. The cult master of the corpse spirit religion chose to possess the body. He was getting weaker and weaker. In the beginning, the body he possessed was still a third-order origin returning realm corpse general, a top-level corpse general, but after 2 days, he could only choose the second-order origin returning realm. Until now, he could only possess beings from the first-order origin returning realm. His possession technique was not flawless, but there was a certain degree of damage, and this damage should be targeted at the divine soul. Even the corpse spirit religion's church master couldn't avoid it. Even so, Yang Kai and Qian Tong were mentally and physically exhausted. Come again, he won't be able to jump around for long. This old master doesn't believe he can escape from this old master's grasp. Qian Tong was also annoyed. He was now an Origin King Realm Master, the #1 master on Shadowed Star, but now he couldn't even deal with the cult master of Corpse Spirit Religion. This made him very angry. What Qian Tong did not know was that the origin of this cult master of Corpse Spirit Religion was much greater than that of an Origin King like him. All the great sects and great forces are fighting on their own, making it easy for them to be defeated one by one. But now things are different. The Origin King Grade Starship, Sect Master has returned, and Elder Qian has also broken through to the Origin King realm. As long as the two of you stand up, with the reputation of High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall, I believe you can unite all of Shadowed Star. This old master has no problem with that. Shadowed Star is this old master's homeland, so Shadowed Star's contribution is naturally unshirkable, Qian Tong immediately stated. Yi Shiyin turned her eyes to Yang Kai. I also have no problem with that. Yang Kai chuckled. Great Elder and Elder Qian will be responsible for this matter. Everything in the sect can be mobilized. I'll be the one to contribute. Since Sect Master wants to slack off, then as you wish, this matter is settled. Yi Shiyin was also a decisive person and immediately made the decision. Next, the elders and Qian Tong discussed specific matters, including how to unite the remaining masters and forces of Shadowed Star, how to establish prestige, and how to eliminate Corpse Spirit Religion. In fact, everything was quite simple. High Heaven Sect's prestige was not low, and now that Qian Tong was personally taking action, with his Origin King Realm cultivation and identity, all he needed to do was raise his hand, and there would be many who would respond. With the combined strength of the two sects, coupled with the Origin King Grade Starship, it would not be difficult to rescue the masters and sects that were being harassed by Corpse Spirit Religion. When the time came, this force would snowball, and when it swept across all of Shadowed Star, Corpse Spirit Religion would no longer exist. Yi Shiyin even made preparations to send out a message to inform all of Shadowed Star that the mysterious religion master of Corpse Spirit Religion had been killed by Yang Kai and Qian Tong. Although this was false news, no one would doubt it, and Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master was currently busy hiding, so naturally he would not stand up and question this. This news would greatly impact the confidence of the Corpse Spirit race and the human race cultivator, who had surrendered to Corpse Spirit Religion, which would be of great help to the upcoming operation. Yang Kai did not participate in this and instead went to Yang Yun's loft alone. As you said, that person really is the Insect Emperor. Inside Yang Yun's knowledge sea, she sat face to face with Yang Kai, a thoughtful look on her face. 10,000 poison evil insects were one of the Insect Emperor's secret techniques, and the soul-splitting saber was his artifact. I never expected that he would actually survive the battle back then. This is my negligence. So that person was called the Insect Emperor, Yang Kai suddenly realized. And he was best at controlling and cultivating exotic insects. He felt the auras from the wild and ancient times, and even though he was just observing, he felt as if he had become one with these stars, spending hundreds of millions of years with them. He witnessed the birth, development, peak, and trough of these stars with his own eyes. He gradually developed a strange feeling that he was this stars, and this stars was him, the Star Master. Only a Star Master could have such a feeling. When Xia Ningchang was refining Tongxian Realm Star Source, Yang Kai assisted him, and accompanied Xia Ningchang to observe the evolution and development of Tongxian Realm. How similar was it to what he was seeing now? This was clearly the process of refining Star Source and becoming a Star Master. Right at this moment, her vision blurred as a figure suddenly appeared and stretched out a hand towards her. With a light grab, he pulled her behind him. Then, the young man flicked his fingers, and along with the sound of a few strong winds, the dozen or so corpse spirits that were chasing her all exploded into powder without exception. A disaster was resolved in an instant. The woman stared blankly at the figure in front of her, a feeling of having just survived a disaster rising in her heart as she called out, "Young Kai?" Her voice was still trembling and her face was pale. Obviously, she had not yet recovered from the thrill and excitement she had just experienced. Hearing this woman's name, the other human race cultivator was taken aback for a moment before they all turned to look at Yang Kai with excitement. They had naturally heard of Yang Kai's name, but very few had actually seen him in person. This time, the sect master of High Heaven sect had personally stepped in to save them, so they were naturally grateful. Insu Dai. Yang Kai glanced back at the woman and frowned. "Why are you here? Where is your master?" This little girl was Insu Dai of Colored Glass sect. In Colored Glass sect, she was considered one of the best cultivators of the younger generation. Few people could resist her beguiling technique, but facing the corpse spirit race, her beguiling technique was ineffective. With her first order returning realm cultivation, the strength she could display was greatly reduced. Otherwise, she would not have ended up in such a sorry state. Insu Dai smiled reluctantly and replied obediently, "Master is in Sea Corner City." Yang Kai released his divine sense and soon noticed that a large number of cultivator auras had gathered in a city several tens of thousands of kilometers away. That should be Sea Corner City, a city near the carefree seaside. "Why aren't you with your master? What are you doing out here?" Yang Kai asked with some displeasure. Although the human race had won a great victory and the corpse spirit race had almost no place to stand, acting alone was still very dangerous, especially in the carefree seaside. Although Yang Kai did not like Insu Dai very much, she was now a disciple of High Heaven sect. As the sect master, he could still reprimand her. Insu Dai immediately became speechless. Back when Yang Kai was still unknown, she had even tried to deal with Yang Kai, but things were different now. Insu Dai understood better than anyone that the gap between her and Yang Kai was now immeasurable. If Yang Kai stood atop the clouds, she could only stay on the ground and look up. She had envied Dai Yuan's ugly senior sister countless times, wondering what kind of methods she had used to obtain Yang Kai's care. It was precisely because of Yang Kai's attitude that her honored master Gong Aofu began to like her senior sister more and more, while Insu Dai had gradually been neglected in the past year. "Forget it." Yang Kai waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on this matter. After a moment of contemplation, she took out her communication artifact, poured her divine sense into it, and issued an order. A short time later, the human race cultivator gathered in Cape City received an order from High Heaven sect. The corpse spirit race army had been completely wiped out. All sects should return to their headquarters and recuperate. The cultivator from the various sects who received this order looked at each other and ran around to inquire, but the final result was no different from the order. The elders of Shadow Moon Hall and High Heaven sect all confirmed this. Although they didn't know why the corpse spirit race had suddenly been wiped out, the human race cultivator was still overjoyed that the catastrophe on Shadowed Star had been resolved. Out of their trust in High Heaven sect and Shadow Moon Hall, they all returned to their headquarters and discussed how to revive their sects. Countless corpse spirit race clansmen flew out, wanting to investigate the situation, but soon, they were shocked to discover that the entire Cape Mountain range was imprisoned by an invisible force, making it impossible for them to fly or escape from their hiding place. The place they used to hide and survive had now become a cage. The corpse spirit race clansmen cried out in panic, not knowing what was happening. After a dozen or so breaths of time, the Cape Mountain range had risen a few meters. Yang Kai let out a light breath as he suddenly pressed his hand back down. Hong Long. The mountain range, which stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, fell down again. The earth shook violently and a burst of explosive sounds came from inside the mountain range. At this moment, the world energy seemed to have turned into sharp blades, wreaking havoc inside the bodies of the corpse spirit race clansmen. Asterisk pung 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 pung. Asterisk one after another, the corpse spirit race clansmen burst into dust and disappeared. After the sound subsided, Yang Kai released his divine sense again, and found that there were no longer any traces of the corpse spirit race clansmen in the Cape Mountain range. The thousands of corpse spirit race clansmen who had fled here had all been killed without exception. Qian Tong watched in amazement for a long time before letting out a sigh of relief. This catastrophe should end here. After killing corpse spirit religion's religion master, I can be completely at ease. Yang Kai smiled lightly. I'll have to trouble you with this matter. This old master is now. And after you kill him, this old master will tell you more about it. There's no need to rush. Qian Tong obviously had something he wanted to say, but since he didn't want to talk about it now, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force him. The two soon separated, Qian Tong returning to Shadow Moon Hall to preside over the reconstruction of his sect while Yang Kai went straight to the limitless ocean. He was going to find the insect emperor and make him disappear from this world completely. When he was searching for the corpse spirit race before, he had also paid attention to the aura of the insect emperor, but unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find him. As such, Yang Kai directly set his sights on the limitless ocean as he believed his judgment was correct. Shadowed Star was very large, and the forces on the sea and on land were two completely different systems. Each side's cultivator rarely interfered with the lives of others. So although corpse spirit religion had caused a great deal of trouble on Shadowed Star this time, causing many of the great sects to suffer heavy losses, the forces in the deep sea had not been affected. It was for this reason that the corpse spirit race clansmen wanted to escape to the limitless ocean to avoid being hunted down by the great sects. This was not the first time Yang Kai had come to the limitless ocean. When he left the Emperor Garden last time, he had accidentally passed by this place, but at that time, he was anxious to return to his sect, and had only seen the tip of the iceberg. This was a realm that had been passed down from generation to generation, but no one had been able to reach it. Pang Zhen and the others didn't know how strong an Origin King Realm Master was, but this didn't prevent them from worrying. They were worried that Qian Tong's ambitions would soar, and he would extend his claws into the deep sea. Although Ocean Palace's influence in the uncharted ocean was extremely large, whether it could resist an Origin King Realm Master was still something they weren't confident about. Yang Kai observed their expressions and naturally understood what they were worried about. Although he was secretly amused, he didn't point it out. Not to mention whether Qian Tong had such intentions. Even if he did, it would be difficult for him to conquer the uncharted ocean alone. Shadow Moon Hall didn't have such great ability. Pang Zhen and the others were a little worried. Island Master Pang, this Yang has a request to make. I wonder if Island Master Pang can agree. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Please speak, Sect Master Yang." Pang Zhen quickly raised his head and looked over. "I would like to meet with the temple masters of your ocean palace," Yang Kai said with a smile before taking a sip of wine. Pang Zhen was stunned. "May I ask what Sect Master Yang's request is?" Although Yang Kai's identity and status were indeed qualified to meet with the temple masters of Ocean Palace, Pang Zhen still couldn't help but ask. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai curiously. A good thing. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. This sect master wants to open up a material exchange between the uncharted ocean and the inland. Island Master Pang, you also know that the uncharted ocean and the inland have different environments and specialties. Cultivation materials that can be easily found in the uncharted ocean may be extremely precious on the inland. Conversely, things that can be easily found on the inland may also be very precious in the uncharted ocean. If we can exchange what we lack, it will be of great benefit to the disciples of our respective forces. This was the reason why Yang Kai wanted to stay. Otherwise, after killing the insect emperor, he would have left long ago. How could he have wasted so much time? High Heaven sect was no longer the same as before. In the past, it only had a few hundred people at most, so it was easy to support them. Any batch of materials would be enough for them to cultivate, but now, Yang Kai had brought nearly 10,000 people from Tongxian realm with him. Every month, they would need an unimaginable amount of supplies. Even if High Heaven sect had some accumulation, it wouldn't be able to last for more than a few years. Just like the current situation, after the war with corpse spirit religion, the entire inland had withered and the yuan qi of the various sects had been greatly damaged, so cultivation materials were extremely scarce. Now that the hidden dangers of corpse spirit religion had been eliminated, there was nothing important for him to decide on in High Heaven sect. With Yi Shiyin in charge, it didn't matter whether he returned or not. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai carefully considered the various changes after becoming Star Master. As the Master of Shadowed Star, Yang Kai could naturally travel anywhere at will. As long as he had enough divine sense and Saint Qi, he could cross millions or even tens of millions of kilometers in an instant, but doing so would place a great burden on his body. Crossing hundreds of thousands of kilometers in an instant was not difficult for him. This was just a minor convenience after becoming a Star Master. Of course, the biggest benefit was that Yang Kai could cultivate on Shadowed Star. The world energy was fierce and unrestrained, allowing Yang Kai's cultivation speed to increase by several dozen, or even 100 times compared to before. This was something no one else could achieve. In battle, Yang Kai could easily mobilize Shadowed Star's world energy and kill all his enemies without any effort. This had been verified before. However, there was one thing that Yang Kai was very concerned about. He vaguely noticed that there was an invisible force covering Shadowed Star. This force had characteristics of imprisonment and sealing, like a barrier that prevented any cultivator on Shadowed Star from exploring and comprehending more profound cultivators. It was because of the existence of this barrier that no origin king had been born on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years. Did Sunrise Island or Sea Temple provoke them? Yang Kai asked casually. Pang Zhen shook his head. I don't know, but there is no harmonious relationship between Sea Temple and the Sea Clan. After all, they are two different races that live together in the deep sea, so friction is inevitable. However, this Pang has never seen a situation like today's. My Sea Temple and the Sea Clan's Sea God Palace also have some agreements that prevent us from dispatching so many masters to deal with the other side. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a few times before he asked casually. The Sea Clan's Sea God Palace should also be able to collect a lot of cultivation resources from the deep sea, right? Pang Zhen was so focused on wondering why the Sea Clan had dispatched so many masters that he didn't have time to ponder over Yang Kai's question, and simply said, they have a natural advantage in being able to collect resources from the deepest depths of the sea, something our Sea Temple cannot compare with. As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Zhen realized something and quickly turned to look at Yang Kai, only to find that he was smiling happily. Pang Zhen's expression couldn't help becoming serious as he said, Sect Master Yang, those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions. The Sea Clan is not easy to deal with. So if you want to exchange any cultivation resources with them, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The Sea Clan has always looked down on our human race. You have lived inland for a long time, so you probably don't understand this. Many thanks for Island Master Pang's reminder, Yang Kai responded casually. Pang Zhen naturally knew what Yang Kai was thinking and why Yang Kai would think this way. Yang Kai had been waiting here for several days now. Yet no one from the Sea Clan's headquarters had come to discuss the matter of trading resources with him. anyone would have been resentful. If Sea Temple was the sole ruler of the endless sea, Yang Kai would have had no choice but to wait patiently. But now that Sea God Palace had suddenly appeared, Peng Zhen knew that Yang Kai had set his sights on Sea God Palace. If he could establish a connection with Sea God Palace, it wouldn't matter whether he had Sea Temple or not. If he lost this merit, Peng Zhen would find it difficult to advance and could only remain on Sunrise Island as an island master for the rest of his life. Although he was free and unfettered, he was still some distance away from the true center of power. Seeing Yang Kai not take his words to heart, Peng Zhen also felt a little resentful. He didn't resent Yang Kai, but rather was dissatisfied with the attitude of the Sea Clan's headquarters. However, he didn't have time to think about this right now. While he was chatting with Yang Kai, the monstrous wave had already arrived a few kilometers in front of Sunrise Island, and without stopping, rushed straight towards the island. Hong Long Long. Sunrise Island's spirit array restriction shook violently, nearly breaking apart. After a long time, the monstrous wave subsided and swept across the entire Sunrise Island before disappearing. Peng Zhen raised his head towards the sky with an ugly expression and shouted, "Shang Ao, what do you mean by this? Does Sea God Palace want to declare war on my Sea Temple? Peng Zhen, hand over that person, otherwise I'll make sure your Sunrise Island will never be able to rest in peace." Shang Ao roared, his voice like a clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. Peng Zhen was stunned. Hand over who? He had no idea what Shang Ao was talking about, and felt completely baffled. Don't play dumb. This general officer will give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. If you don't see the person this general officer wants to see, you can just wait for your death. Although Shang Ao was strong, he was obviously simple-minded. Chapter 1701. Although the existence of Yang Kai had caught Shang Ao's attention, he did not pay much attention to him. The sea race was an arrogant race. They had always thought that they, who were born in the sea, were the noblest creatures in the world. All other races should bow down to them, especially the human race, which had a large population. They were qualified to be so arrogant. Every Sea Clan member from the day they were born was naturally proficient in water attribute secret arts and martial skills, unlike the human race. Many Sea Clan members never cultivated in their entire lives, and could not escape death, forever living as ordinary people. For the first time, Yang Kai experienced the arrogance of the Sea Clan. The beautiful woman standing next to Shang Ao looked down and lightly opened her lips. Island Master Pang, this is not the first time this mistress and you have met. Since everyone knows each other's roots, this mistress will speak frankly. An important person from my Sea God Palace has gone missing near your Sunrise Island. We have reason to suspect that Sea Temple's people have abducted this important person, so we ask Island Master Pang to hand over this person. Although the woman tried to keep her tone as calm as possible, her expression inadvertently revealed her inner anxiety. Peng Zhen naturally recognized this Sea Clan woman and frowned. An important person from your Sea Clan? Who is it? He was very curious about the identity of this missing Sea Clan master, and faintly felt that this person's status in the Sea Clan was definitely not low, most likely a member of the royal family. Otherwise, Shang Ao and this woman would not have come together in such an aggressive manner. No matter what, he had to find out. The woman shook her head gently and said in a pleasant voice, "Sorry, this mistress cannot tell you who it is." Peng Zhen sneered. "Great Commander Qianmo, are you sure you're not joking? Based on your guess, so many origin returning realm masters from Sea God Palace came to embarrass my Sunrise Island. Do you think my Sea Temple is easy to bully?" The woman named Qianmo frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is not just this mistress' guess. The master disappeared near Sunrise Island, otherwise, we would not have rushed here." Peng Zhen's eyes shrank. Qianmo was one of the 8 great commanders of Sea God Palace. She was in existence on the same level as Shang Ao and had a venerated status. In the Sea Clan, there were not many people with higher status than her. Yet she still had to address the missing sea race as master. Could it be that a member of the Sea God Palace's royal family had really gone missing? This was no small matter. Peng Zhen immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. If it was just a little-known member of the sea race, he could just ignore it. After all, he really hadn't seen him before. But if it was a member of the royal family, he couldn't do that. If this matter was not handled properly, it would definitely trigger a war between Supreme Ocean Palace and Sea God Palace. That was an outcome that no one wanted to see. After pondering for a long time, Peng Zhen said with a solemn expression, "My Sunrise Island has not seen any sea race members recently. Perhaps Commander Qianemo was mistaken." Qianemo interrupted him. "If it is convenient for Island Master Pang, this mistress would like to search Sunrise Island. Is that okay?" "Just searching?" Peng Zhen looked at her carefully. Compared to the current situation, this request was not too much. If it was any other occasion, at any other time, Peng Zhen definitely wouldn't agree. But since it involved a member of the royal family, if he didn't agree, it would most likely trigger Shang Ao's simple yet sturdy nerves, and a great battle would ensue. As such, Peng Zhen had to make some concessions. He was now the Star Master of Shadowed Star, so as long as he wanted to, he could monitor the movements of any place he wanted to. However, he had not been able to figure out how these creatures had disappeared. They had simply disappeared for no reason. Even their companions had not noticed. At first, only the Sea Clan disappeared, but soon, the masters from Sunrise Island also disappeared one after another. By the time the remaining people realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Of the 100 to 200 masters from the two clans, only a few were left. In the next few moments, these people had disappeared, as if they had never existed. Chapter 1702. Yang Kai suddenly got up and his figure flickered, flying directly from Sunrise Island to the territory where the incident had occurred. Floating mid-air, Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he frantically spread his divine sense outwards, trying to find the real reason for the disappearance of these creatures. Such a strange phenomenon appearing in this territory made Yang Kai, the sect master of Shadowed Star, both confused and shocked. Yang Kai stood quietly mid-air, not missing any details, but still could not find any clues. The surrounding heaven and earth was filled with a creepy and mysterious atmosphere that made one's hair stand on end. At a certain moment though, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed slightly as he turned his head to look in a certain direction. In that direction, an island shrouded in shadows had strangely appeared. This island was hazy, like the moon in the water or flowers in the fog, making it impossible to see clearly. No matter how Yang Kai condensed his divine sense, he was unable to grasp any trace of it. It was as if this island did not exist, its distance fluctuating, but it was filled with an inexplicable aura. A dark hole silently split open behind Yang Kai, and by the time Yang Kai noticed, it was already too late. The dark hole was like the maw of a fierce beast, swallowing Yang Kai in one gulp. After that, it disappeared. A strong wind blew and ripples appeared on the surface of the sea. But within a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers, there were no longer any signs of life. The place where Yang Kai reappeared was a sandy beach with the usual humidity and smell of the sea. Before Yang Kai could figure out what was going on though, he heard the sound of fighting, some of which sounded familiar to him. Looking towards the source of these voices, Yang Kai quickly found that a large number of the human race and Sea Clan masters who had disappeared from his senses were on this beach. Peng Zhen, Shang Ao, and Qianemo were among them. However, their situation was very bad as they were being besieged by a group of unknown cultivators. Although Sea Temple and Sea God Palace were not on good terms with each other, with friction occurring every year, they at least knew each other well. Now that they had suddenly fallen into such a predicament, they naturally put aside their former enmity and worked together to fight. There were not many people besieging them, only around 30 to 40 of them. But even so, the powerhouses of Supreme Ocean Temple and Sea God's Palace were still retreating. If it wasn't for the fact that those people of unknown origin didn't have the intention to kill them all, Pang Zhen, Shang Ao, and the rest would most likely suffer heavy losses. Yang Kai found this situation quite strange, as he found that none of these people showed any signs of using their Saint Qi. Instead, they were all fighting with their own physical strength. It wasn't just the cultivator with unknown origins. Pang Zhen, Shang Ao, and the others were the same. Shang Ao was tall and strong. As a member of the Sea clan, the quality of his physical body was extremely strong, so even if he was besieged by 4 or 5 enemies, he could still barely cope. He wouldn't be defeated so quickly. Pang Zhen, on the other hand, was in a difficult situation. In terms of combat power, he was actually not much worse than Shang Ao, but without being able to use his Saint Qi, his combat effectiveness plummeted, causing him to be forced into a corner. The other human race cultivator was the same. Without the natural advantage of the Sea clan's physical strength, not only were they no match for the Sea clan's men, but they were also no match for a woman like Qian Mo. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before trying to circulate his Saint Qi, but was surprised to find that the Saint Qi in his body remained motionless. It was rumored that Serene Soul Island existed in the limitless ocean, but no one had ever seen it. Anyone who had seen it had disappeared, never to return, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Many Shadowed Star cultivator doubted whether Serene Soul Island really existed, because no one could provide any evidence to prove it. Serene Soul Island. It only existed in legends. But now this thin man actually said that this place was Serene Soul Island. How could Pang Zhen, Shang Ao, and the others not be shocked? They were all creatures who had lived in the deep sea for a long time, and were familiar with all kinds of legends. So when they heard the word Serene Soul Island, all of them turned pale. If this place was really Serene Soul Island, it meant that the legends were true, and they would never be able to return to the limitless ocean. They would be trapped in this damned place where they could not use their Saint Qi, and their divine sense was infinitely suppressed. Furthermore, they would have to obey the orders of an unknown island master. This was something no master could tolerate. Indeed, this is indeed Serene Soul Island. The thin man was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He had the same reaction when he heard the news when he was trapped in this place. Calculating the time, he thought. He couldn't remember how long it had been. Shang Ao and Pang Zhen glanced at each other. Both of them roared in unison. Only a fool would believe you. Humph. Stubborn fools. The thin man coldly snorted, not wanting to waste any more time, and stepped forward. His entire body was emitting an aura that made people raise their eyebrows. With a casual wave of his hand, the few human race and Sea clan masters who stood in his way were smashed to pieces without being able to put up the slightest resistance. He didn't use his Saint Qi, instead relying on his brute physical strength. Shang Ao's eyes narrowed as a solemn expression appeared on his face. He could tell how powerful this lanky man was. That skinny body of his was actually able to produce such an unimaginable amount of strength. The thin man only took a few steps forward before arriving in front of Shang Ao. He wanted to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys, so naturally he wanted to kill Shang Ao. After all, Shang Ao seemed to be the strongest among this group. He didn't make any special movements. He simply threw out a punch towards Shang Ao's face. His punch caused the air to explode. Shang Ao roared as his burly body stood in place like a wooden stake, clenching his fists and crossing them in front of him to block. Hong. The thin man's fist slammed into Shang Ao's arms, causing the sound of bones breaking to ring out. Shang Ao's burly body was sent flying like a broken kite before crashing heavily to the ground. When he struggled to stand up, his eyes and nose were full of blood, giving him a ferocious appearance. After swaying for a moment, he fell backwards. Everyone was in an uproar, all of them showing looks of horror. The human race and Sea clan masters who were still resisting stopped what they were doing one after another. This thin man could knock out Shang Ao with a single punch, so killing them would be a piece of cake for him. Even Pang Zhen, after changing his expression a few times, signaled to the Sea Temple cultivators with his eyes, telling them to give up resisting. In the face of absolute strength, Resistance was meaningless and would only increase the number of casualties. Seeing this, the thin man showed a satisfied expression and laughed. A wise man submits to circumstances, very good. Don't worry, this king doesn't want to kill you all. Serene Soul Island hasn't had anyone here for a long time. So your arrival is just in time to replenish the population here. The island master doesn't allow anyone to kill. Of course, the premise is that you all must be obedient. Perhaps soon, we can even become companions. After some investigation, he found that these sea lotuses had obvious differences in their medicinal efficacies according to their color. The pink ones had the lowest medicinal efficacies, followed by the cyan ones, silver ones, and gold ones. The stronger the medicinal efficacies of the sea lotus, the fewer there were. There was only one golden sea lotus, and it stood in the center of the ocean link pond, admiring itself. There were also not many silver sea lotuses, only 6 in total, all of which were extremely precious. These materials could play a huge role in Yang Kai's hands. With his current level, he could infer the body-tempering pill recipe and refine it himself. Yang Kai didn't intend to let go of any sea lotus. Chapter 1704. Just as Yang Kai was enjoying himself, he suddenly heard the sound of a fish splashing against the water nearby. Looking over, he found a dolphin about a meter long swimming over and swallowing one of the blue sea lotuses in one gulp. Although most of its body was hidden in the sea, this dolphin-like creature's posture was very elegant, and even the way it chewed the sea lotus was slow. Seeing Yang Kai looking at it, the little dolphin blinked its eyes and showed no signs of fear, slapping its tail against the water as it swam slowly towards another pink sea lotus. A moment later, the pink sea lotus was also swallowed by it. The little dolphin seemed to be in a good mood, and even the speed at which it swung its tail became much faster. Yang Kai wanted to drive it away, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided against it. Since entering the sea, all the sea beasts he had encountered had been fierce and vicious without exception, all of them attacking him without any hesitation. This little dolphin looked harmless to humans and animals, and Yang Kai didn't sense any danger from it, so he simply let it be. One person and one dolphin, working separately, quickly collected the sea lotuses. The 6 silver lotuses and the golden lotus were all collected by Yang Kai, and the little dolphin only managed to pick up a few leftovers. It seemed to be a little unhappy as it boldly swam to Yang Kai's side and circled around him, constantly making strange noises. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, and after the little dolphin nudged him with its head once, he had no choice but to take out a blue lotus from his space ring. He couldn't refuse the little dolphin's eager eyes. The little dolphin's eyes lit up in an instant, and it began making urgent noises, like a baby waiting to be fed. Yang Kai brought the blue lotus to its mouth and the little dolphin swallowed it in one gulp, its eyes narrowing into crescents, making for a beautiful sight. After the blue lotus entered its stomach, the little dolphin burped in satisfaction, and swam around Yang Kai even faster. It was much more intimate than before. Yang Kai grinned. After being soaked in the sea for several days, his cold body seemed to have warmed up a lot. Not far away, the seawater was parted and rapidly approached in a straight line. There seems to be some beast under the sea, smelling the scent of Yang Kai and the little dolphin, arousing its appetite. The little dolphin was very sensitive to danger, and immediately hid behind Yang Kai. It stuck out half of its head and looked in that direction, its eyes showing human-like horror. Yang Kai reached out and patted it, signaling it to calm down. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the approaching sea beast. A moment later, a monstrous wave rose into the sky. A horrifyingly large shark-like sea beast leaped up from the bottom of the sea. It opened its gigantic mouth, and its sawtooth-like teeth gleamed with a sharp light. It bit towards Yang Kai viciously. The little dolphin's tail swung violently as it made anxious and hurried sounds. Yang Kai didn't move at all. He waited until the sea beast was about a meter away from him before he suddenly punched out, hitting the sea beast's forehead with lightning speed. With Yang Kai as the center, the seawater nearby suddenly dropped, and a circle of ripples quickly spread in all directions. Boom! At a speed visible to the naked eye, the seemingly majestic sea beast's forehead caved in, and its huge body also collapsed into a ball. Immediately, under the tremendous force, it flew hundreds of meters away before it crashed into the sea. Soon, dark red blood seeped out from the other side. The huge sea beast floated up with its belly turned over, motionless. The little dolphin was obviously stunned for a moment. Its two extremely bright eyes looked at Yang Kai, then at the sea beast in the distance, and then back at Yang Kai. It seemed to be unable to understand. It was as if this young man's blood was comparable to the most precious divine material in the world. Boy, your good luck has come to an end. The old man's eyes flashed fiercely as he flicked his wrist, and a hammer-like artifact suddenly appeared in his palm. Taking advantage of the moment when Yang Kai blocked his punch, he swung his fist fiercely, swinging it fiercely towards Yang Kai's forehead. Although he could not use his Saint Chi and could not display the full power of this artifact, the old man's tremendous strength was enough to split the sky. If it really hit, Yang Kai's head would definitely explode. Yang Kai did not expect this old man to be so cunning. Seeing the hammer close in, Yang Kai's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly tilted his head. At the same time, his body suddenly bloomed with a five-colored light. This light flowed. Gradually, the yellow light took over and covered Yang Kai's body. 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, Earth Sword Chi. The Earth Sword Chi Yang Kai cultivated was powered by divine nullification sand, a rare origin king-grade material that had extremely high defensive properties. Under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, the Earth Sword Chi quickly condensed into a shield shape in front of the hammer. Hong Long. The yellow energy shield was blasted apart, and the hammer smashed into Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai's body sank slightly, but he quickly adjusted himself. Grinning fiercely, he rushed into the old man's defensive circle and slammed his hands upwards. The old man let out a strange cry and hurriedly retreated, but he was still unable to avoid this desperate counterattack. His chin was caught by Yang Kai's hands and his entire head jerked backwards. If it were not for his powerful physical body, this blow alone would have been enough to kill him. Even so, the old man still saw stars and almost fainted. He staggered back several dozen meters, but before he could regain his footing, he glanced over at Yang Kai in fear and quickly fled. Yang Kai frowned and stood in place, not pursuing. Only when the old man's figure disappeared from sight did he move his shoulder that had been hit by the hammer. With a series of cracking sounds, the dislocated bone was restored. This old man, Yang Kai muttered thoughtfully. From beginning to end, he had not had the time or effort to ask the old man about his origins, or why he lived so far away from Serene Soul Island. The little dolphin's cry came from the island's lake. Yang Kai turned his head to look at it, and found that the little dolphin was looking at him nervously, seemingly worried about whether he had been injured. Yang Kai cast a reassuring look at it before walking over. There was still a third of the sea lotuses left in the island's lake that had not been collected, so Yang Kai naturally did not intend to let them go. The old man had called these sea lotuses shady heaven lotuses, but Yang Kai was sure that he had never heard of such a thing before. Probably as he had guessed before, shady heaven lotuses were a special product of Serene Soul Island, and only circulated within Serene Soul Island. No one could take them outside. It was conceivable that as time passed, the gap in strength between him and Yang Kai would only grow larger and larger. It's really good to have a good body tempering secret art. Shahu secretly sighed to himself. What he did not know was that the reason Yang Kai was able to absorb the medicinal efficacies of 100 shadowed heaven pills in such a short time was not only because of his body tempering secret art, but also because of the solid foundation he had built with the life-revitalizing jade cream. This was a condition Shahu did not possess. An origin-grade alchemist was a monstrous existence who had shown him kindness. Shahu would be a fool not to make friends with such a person. Shahu secretly made up his mind that whether or not he could escape from Serene Soul Island in the future, Yang Kai would be his most loyal ally. They all stood up at once. It was as if they were waiting for the sharp-mouthed man to make a move, so that they could rush up and tear him to pieces. In the end, the sharp-mouthed man did not slap her. Although he did not fear the Sea God Palace and the Sea God Palace, if they really fought, the winner would be his side. However, the island master of the Dark Moon Island had clearly ordered that the residents of Serene Soul Island were not to kill each other. Anyone who violated this order would be sentenced to death. This was not because the island master of the Dark Moon Island loved his people, nor was it because he was generous and merciful. It was because there were too few people on Serene Soul Island. There weren't many people on the island to begin with. If they were to kill each other over some trivial matters, then as the island master, he wouldn't have any subordinates to command. He would really become an island master with no subordinates, and it wouldn't be fun to be the island master. On Serene Soul Island, only the island master himself and a few of his trusted subordinates could kill. The others, no matter what position they held, were not qualified to decide the life or death of another person. When Pang Jun, Qianma, and the others had just fallen on Serene Soul Island, they were not considered residents of Serene Soul Island, so naturally they were not included in this list. Therefore, the thin leader could take advantage of this opportunity to kill a few people. On one hand, it was a deterrent, and on the other hand, it was also for fun. Now the situation was different. Although most of the cultivators of the Sea God Palace and the Sea God Palace had not officially joined Serene Soul Island, they had a register. The sharp-mouthed man did not dare to offend the island master. Good. The sharp-mouthed man sneered. You have guts to offend me. I will make you regret it for the rest of your lives. Little girl, you look down on me, right? One day, I will make you beg me to accept you. I hope you can still maintain this unwillingness to be violated when that time comes, hee. At this moment, a Serene Soul Island cultivator on the ship suddenly shouted, Master, a beaver beast has been spotted 3 miles away. It's rushing towards us. Is that so? The sharp-mouthed man's eyes lit up. He turned his head and looked in that direction. Sure enough, he saw a ferocious-looking sea beast that was more than 10 meters long. It was approaching them while raising monstrous waves. A smug smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he glanced over at the cultivators who had opposed him before and said leisurely, When collecting and searching for shadowed heaven lotuses, the greatest danger comes from these different kinds of sea beasts. And all of you have only just arrived on Shadowed Soul Island, so it is time for you to gain some experience. Except for Qian Mo, everyone else will face these enemies. I hope you won't disappoint me. Chapter 17:10. Qian Mo didn't care at all and just smiled coldly. With my status, cultivation, and beauty, do you think Mingyu will accept me if I recommend myself to him? When the time comes, I can use the Shadowed Heaven pill to refine my body, and you will have to listen to my orders. Can you guess how I will torture you then? The pointy-mouthed man's face instantly turned pale, and he was sweating profusely. If he could imagine such a scene, he could also imagine his own ending. It would be no better than death. Qian Mo was sent out to collect Shadowed Heaven lotuses, because she didn't want to submit to Serene Soul Island's control. However, she was right. With her status and beauty, once she was willing to recommend herself to him, no man could refuse. Not even Mingyu, the island master, could. When the time came, Qianemo would jump up and become the island master's wife. This was something the pointy-mouthed man didn't want to see. If he offended the future island master's wife, he wouldn't have a good ending. The pointy-mouthed man's expression changed, and his eyes suddenly flashed with coldness and ruthlessness. He gritted his teeth and said, "Bitch, you forced me to do this." As he spoke, he walked towards Qianemo with an unfriendly look. He obviously didn't want what he was worried about to happen, and the only way to avoid it was to throw Qianemo into the sea. As long as Qianemo died, he could rest easy. Although he felt it was a pity, it was nothing compared to his own life. Qianemo seemed to have expected this and didn't panic at all. Instead, she sneered, "You don't have to do it." As soon as she finished speaking, Qianemo jumped down from the ship and looked like she was going to fight with Pang Zhen and the others. She would rather die than give in. The reason why she had said that she was going to sleep with him was because she had a slim chance of deterring the sharp-tongued man. Since her plan had not succeeded, she would not give in. She could only take the initiative to jump into the sea. After falling into the cold water, Qianemo and Pang Zhen looked at each other and nodded slightly. They immediately prepared to escape in different directions. This time, there was no way to resolve the matter. Their only hope of survival was to escape from this place and stay away from the pointy-mouthed man and the beaver. The hope wasn't high, but they had to try. Moving in the sea race undoubtedly had the absolute advantage. After all, they were a race born in the sea. Boom, boom, boom. A muffled sound suddenly came from afar. It sounded as if someone was violently slapping the surface of the water. The rhythmic vibrations were transmitted through the surface of the water. At the same time, there were layers of ripples visible to the naked eye. The sound was getting closer and closer. The ripples became clearer and clearer, almost converging into a wave. Everyone was stunned for a moment and turned to look in the direction of the sound. They didn't know what had happened, even the aggressive beaver. It seemed to have sensed the approaching danger as well. It stopped moving and stopped on the surface of the sea. A row of water pillars shot up into the sky and pushed towards them at an extremely fast speed. In front of the water pillars, there was a figure. He had his hands behind his back and was walking on the sea. That rumbling sound. It was the collision when his feet stepped on the surface of the sea. Every step he took was accompanied by an indescribable concept of strength. After he left, a pillar of water shot up into the sky like a dragon behind him. This person was not young. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s, but his real age was definitely higher than that. The pointy-mouthed man and the cultivator of Serene Soul Island were stunned. They couldn't be more shocked, because it was extremely difficult to walk on the surface of the sea with one's physical strength alone. It was unknown when this city had been built, but the ancient walls were engraved with the traces of the flowing time great emperor. Almost every cultivator who had fallen on Serene Soul Island would come to this city. In Serene Soul City, the one with the highest status was the island master of Serene Soul Island, Mingyu, followed by several of his trusted subordinates, who were in charge of the entire Serene Soul Island and controlled the flow of Shadowed Heaven pills. Any cultivator living on Serene Soul Island who wanted to obtain Shadowed Heaven pills had to submit to Mingyu's rule. At the city gate, 4 or 5 cultivator wearing armor were monitoring the passing cultivators. Any cultivator who returned from sea territory would have to hand over half of what they had obtained before they were allowed to leave. The most precious shadowed heaven lotus would be collected in full, not left for any cultivator. Any cultivator who dared to take a shadowed heaven lotus would be punished with the harshest punishment. Groups of exhausted cultivators who had returned from sea were waiting outside the city gate, preparing to enter Serene Soul City. Many of these cultivators were injured, and some were even missing an arm or a leg. They looked extremely miserable, obviously having been attacked by sea beasts while they were out at sea and had suffered heavy losses. The few cultivators wearing armor were checking the harvest of the cultivators waiting to enter the city, when they suddenly heard a cry of surprise from the crowd. The leader of the cultivators frowned and was about to reprimand them, but then he seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look into the distance. On the other side, two silhouettes were rapidly approaching Spectre City. Their speed was as fast as lightning, leaving a long trail of afterimages behind them. Only after the two had covered a distance of 1,000 zhang did the trail of afterimages gradually disappear. The leader of the cultivators turned pale with fright and signaled to his companions. They all took out their secret treasures and stood in front of the city gate. When the two figures were about to approach, he shouted, "Who are you? Stop right there. Get lost." With an angry shout, the two figures rushed through the city gate one after the other and broke into Serene Soul City. The cultivators who were waiting in line to enter the city were in an uproar, and they all looked surprised. The management of Serene Soul Island was very strict, and it had been many years since someone forced their way into the city. But today, they saw it with their own eyes. Many people couldn't help but mourn for the two who had forced their way into the city. They felt that these two people were doomed, daring to challenge Mingyu's authority in Serene Soul City. They were destined to die without a burial place. But before they could finish their thoughts, they heard a loud bang. Turning their heads, they were shocked to find that the leader of the cultivators in front of them had exploded, leaving behind a large amount of blood and minced meat. The onlookers only felt a chill run down their spines and kept quiet out of fear. They didn't even know when the leader of the cultivators had been hit. At the same time, an angry roar resounded from the city. "Mingyu, get out here for this old master." The roar was earth-shattering and deafening, and many people couldn't help but turn pale. However, there were also those who were eager to see the world plunged into chaos. After being stunned for a moment, their eyes lit up with excitement as they quickly moved closer to the source of the voice. They wanted to see who was the audacious person who dared to call Mingyu by her name in Spectre City. The entire Serene Soul City was in chaos, and under Shahu's roar, countless cultivators gathered in his direction. In a short time, more than 2,000 people had gathered, and the number was still increasing. Shahu stood quietly on a street in Serene Soul City, his hands behind his back and his expression indifferent. Kai Yong followed behind him, a bored look on his face as he scanned his surroundings. Serene Soul City looked pretty good, and although it was a little shabby, it was a great achievement to be able to establish a stronghold in this damned place. There were even some shops near the street selling daily necessities. But at this moment, the people in the nearby shops had already left. Under Shahu's astonishing aura, no one dared to stay nearby and had all hidden far away. Whispers could be heard all around, and many cultivators were pointing at Yongkai and Shahu. Some were gloating, some were indifferent, and some were eager to take action. Judging from Shahu's strength when they first met, he wouldn't have lasted more than 100 breaths against Mingyu. However, over the past 3 months, Shahu had taken a lot of shadowed heaven pills. He had refined himself, and had made a certain degree of breakthrough in his physical strength, making him even stronger than he was 3 months ago. This was why he was able to fight evenly with Mingyu without falling behind. The battle between the two was extremely brutal, almost exchanging injuries for injuries. This kind of fighting style was most suitable for a cultivator with a powerful physical body. Because one's physique was strong and their vitality was abundant, the injuries they suffered would not be too serious, and it would be easier for them to recover. Yang Kai had used this kind of fighting style more than once to kill powerful enemies. However, in a situation where the physical strength of the two was balanced, this kind of fighting style was really just exchanging injuries for injuries. What determined the final victory was one's own willpower and determination. In this regard, Shahu undoubtedly had the advantage. Chapter 17:14. Little Mingyu, you didn't think you would have such a day, did you? This old master will never forget the enmity of the past. Today, this place will be your burial ground. Shahu shouted as he fought with Mingyu, his two fists twisting like pythons as they passed through Mingyu's defenses from an incredible angle and slammed into his chest. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the red light around Mingyu's body trembled violently, but the effect was not great and he quickly recovered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mingyu used his hand as a blade and slashed down fiercely, his palm seemingly transforming into a peerless blade as it struck Shahu's shoulder. Shahu's body sank and he grimaced in pain for a moment. To be honest, the fact that you were able to live to this day really surprised this island. Mingyu's voice was calm, a stark contrast to Shahu's violent rage. But what surprised this island even more is that your strength has grown to such an extent. It seems you have had many fortuitous encounters in the past 100 years. Shahu laughed loudly. No fortuitous encounters, but I did meet a noble. Mingyu frowned slightly and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai. Almost instantly he understood the hidden message in Shahu's words and felt that this unfamiliar face, Yang Kai, should be the noble Shahu spoke of. Mingyu, you are no longer this old master's opponent. This old master will tear you to pieces. Shahu continued to roar, seemingly in a frenzy, but in his heart, he knew better than anyone that it was impossible to defeat Mingyu just by relying on hot-bloodedness and impulsiveness. These seemingly meaningless words were only meant to disturb Mingyu's mind. This island master will wait and see. Mingyu's tone was still indifferent, as if he did not put Shahu in his eyes at all. In the middle of the battle, the two figures were entangled, their fists landing on flesh, blood splashing everywhere, and from time to time, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. This was simple and violent. This fierce and thrilling battle caused all the onlookers to be stunned. Needless to say, Mingyu's subordinates had never seen Mingyu use his full strength before. At this moment, they realized that Mingyu had not become the island master by luck. His true battle prowess was much stronger than theirs. Even Kai Yang was watching from the side with great interest. Although Yang Kai was confident that his physical strength was stronger than Mingyu and Shahu's, he knew that both Mingyu and Shahu were powerful cultivators who had made great achievements in the aspect of physical strength. There weren't many opportunities to observe such a cultivator's battle up close. He put himself in their shoes, observing and deducing the direction of the battle, and actually gained some small gains. Time passed slowly. The battle between Shahu and Mingyu continued at an astonishing speed and intensity, but they were still evenly matched. It was impossible to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. During the battle, the two of them would stuff some shadowed heaven pills into their mouths from time to time to make up for the consumption of their qi and blood, and the lack of physical strength. He kept the crimson light outside his body in its strongest state. Mingyu's subordinates were secretly nervous. They didn't know what would happen to them if Mingyu was defeated. Although they wanted to help, they didn't have the courage, so they could only turn their attention to Yang Kai. However, after Yang Kai killed the two people who came to provoke him, the rest of them no longer dared to act rashly. Among these people, their strength was basically equal. Even if there was someone stronger, they couldn't be that strong. Yang Kai had crushed two of their companions like ants, so if they still couldn't see how strong Yang Kai was, they would be blind. He just wanted to treat this place as his own restricted area. The matter of the 700 to 800 cultivators was settled in less than a stick of incense worth of time, and all the cultivators on Serene Soul Island had been assembled. Everyone's eyes turned to Yang Kai, wondering what method he would use to take them away from this place. A look of expectation and anxiety appearing on everyone's faces. Even Shahu and the others were the same. Although Yang Kai had spoken confidently before and none of them had the slightest doubt, when it came to this, they could not help feeling nervous. Corpse spirit religion had basically been wiped out, and about half of the great forces on Shadowed Star's mainland were in a state of ruin. High Heaven Sect, on the other hand, had become the symbol of Shadowed Star in the truest sense after this battle, becoming one of the most powerful sects on Shadowed Star. If not for the fact that Qian Tong of Shadow Moon Hall was an Origin King Realm Master, this title could be removed. With an Origin King presiding over Shadow Moon Hall, it was indeed on equal footing with High Heaven Sect. In addition, there were already many great forces and families on Shadowed Star who intended to form an alliance with High Heaven Sect and follow its lead. Yi Shiyin took the initiative to agree. It could be said that the current High Heaven Sect had already surpassed Star Emperor Mountain in terms of strength and prestige. Naturally there is. What about you? Yang Kai stared at Young Inflammation with scorching eyes. I have already surpassed that realm. Young Inflammation replied lightly. Yang Kai fell silent. From the information revealed by Young Inflammation, it was not difficult for him to infer that there was indeed a higher realm above the Origin King realm. And above this higher realm, there were stronger existences, Young Inflammation being one of them. Before he knew this information, Yang Kai didn't think much of it, but after learning about it, he felt like he was standing at the bottom of a mountain, looking up at the towering mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, making it impossible to see the scenery in front of him. The road ahead was endless, and there was no peak in the martial Dao. Young Inflammation didn't speak anymore, and instead observed Yang Kai's reaction. He found that Yang Kai didn't seem to have suffered any blow because of this. Instead, after a moment of silence, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief, and his expression became relaxed. His eyes, which were like burning flames, showed the drive deep in his heart. Young Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled, praising, "Your mentality is very good." Yang Kai nodded. "I've been cultivating for several dozen years now, climbing from the bottom step to the top step by step. Now I can be considered to have some small achievements. Even if the road ahead is filled with thorns and obstacles, I can only continue climbing. Sooner or later, I will be able to stand as high as you and see as far as you." Yang Yin covered her red lips with her small hand as a smile appeared on her face. "Can I say you're worth teaching?" "Up to you." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and joked. "As long as you're not afraid of making yourself sound old." Young Inflammation couldn't help glaring at him. "By the way, can I use the insect enslavement bracelet now?" Yang Kai asked. "It's best if you don't," Young Inflammation said solemnly. "The exotic insects in the insect enslavement bracelet are extremely fierce. With your current cultivation, even if you release them, you won't be able to control them and will only suffer backlash. Have you ever seen the Insect Emperor use the insect enslavement bracelet to deal with you?" Yang Kai shook his head. From the beginning to the end, he only used 10,000 poison evil insects to control his subordinates and use them to seize someone else's body. "That's right, even the Insect Emperor didn't dare use them casually, let alone you. You should wait until you reach the Origin King realm." "All right." Yang Kai nodded indifferently. In any case, he had many means to deal with his enemies now, so he didn't lack the help of the insect enslavement bracelet. Next, Yang Kai told Yang Inflammation about Serene Soul Island. Regarding Serene Soul Island, Yang Inflammation didn't deny that she had something to do with it, and even told Yang Kai that Serene Soul Island was indeed sealed by her. However, Yang Inflammation didn't explain what was hidden inside. I can only tell you that Serene Soul Island is a door. If you really want to open it, gather all the Star Emperor tokens, and you'll naturally know when the time comes. After coming out from Yang Inflammation's place, Yang Kai went to Snow and Ice Peak. Snow and Ice Peak was one of the 72 auxiliary peaks of High Heaven Sect's 81 peaks. What was even rarer was that there was an ice attribute earth vein at the base of the peak, so within a few dozen kilometers of Snow and Ice Peak, the temperature was extremely low all year round. Occasionally, heavy snowflakes would fall, painting the entire mountain a silvery white color. This situation became even more obvious after Su Yan moved to Snow and Ice Peak. Since Su Yan became the peak master of Ice Snow Peak, the world energy aura of the entire Ice Snow Peak had become so rich that it was almost impossible to disperse. The entire Black Reef Island was instantly surrounded by these hundreds of water dragons, each of them thousands of meters long and several dozen meters thick, each of them giving off a destructive pressure. It was not difficult to imagine that when these hundreds of water dragons rushed down, Black Reef Island would be reduced to ruins in a very short time. Yang Kai, who had done all this, had only raised his arms slightly, not showing any signs of using his Saint Chi or strength at all. On Black Reef Island, a commotion broke out. Suddenly being surrounded by so many water dragons, the disciples of Sea Temple were naturally terrified. None of them knew what was happening, but under the terrifying pressure, they either collapsed to the ground or desperately tried to flee, causing the scene to descend into chaos. Jiang Huayan could no longer suppress the panic in the depths of his heart, and his whole body trembled violently as he stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Unable to understand how Yang Kai was able to accomplish such a feat, no one dared to doubt that Yang Kai had the ability to remove Sea Temple from Shadowed Star anymore. The scene before them was the best explanation. Impossible. This temple master refuses to believe this is just an illusion. Jiang Huayan was still unwilling to give up and thought of a good reason, his eyes lighting up as he stared at Yang Kai. It turns out that Sect Master Yang has cultivated a profound illusion technique. This temple master was almost fooled by you. Stubborn fool. Yang Kai coldly snorted and with a single thought, sent one of the water dragons swooping down towards Jiang Huayan. In midair, the incomparably huge water dragon twisted and changed, inconceivably turning into a 30-feet-long water arrow, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiang Huayan. Jiang Huayan roared as he pushed his Saint Chi, stretched out his hand, and condensed a shield-like secret technique in front of him. All of this was in vain, as wherever the water arrow passed, the shields burst without even showing any signs of stopping. Jiang Huayan was shocked and realized that everything in front of him was not an illusion at all, but a real attack. By the time he tried to dodge, it was already too late. The water arrow pierced through his body, leaving a trail of blood behind it. Jiang Huayan's eyes bulged as he fell to the ground. However, because of Shahu's previous plea, Yang Kai did not kill him, but even so, this blow had almost taken half of Jiang Huaiyan's life. If he was not treated carefully, his cultivation would definitely plummet. With a single thought, the sea can change into mulberry fields. With a single thought, mountains can be moved. Young Kai, did you refine Shadowed Star's source? Shahu asked in a trembling voice as an astonishing light flashed across his eyes. What? Qi Yunhai's face changed drastically as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Refining star sources was something that only existed in legends, and once one refined a star source, they would become the star master of that cultivation star, and would be able to control everything there was to control it. Qi Yunhai subconsciously refused to believe such an incredible thing, because to refine star sources, one needed to have an extremely powerful cultivation. It was rumored that one needed to reach the third-order Origin King realm to do so. However, there was also a second-order Origin King cultivator who was extremely lucky and managed to refine a star source and become a star master. But this kind of thing was too far away, especially for a cultivator on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai was just a trivial third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, so how could he refine star sources? But if this was not the case, how could everything in front of him be explained? Even an ordinary Origin King would not be able to create such a big scene. In terms of materials, your sea temple has already prepared them. All that remains is for you to refine and integrate them into the array bases needed to construct the spirit array. As for the spirit array bases, I believe these shouldn't be difficult for you. The old man also seemed to have discovered that Yang Kai was not the fierce and evil person he had imagined and instead had an amiable attitude. So he immediately relaxed and proudly declared, "As long as we have the method to refine them, the 6 of us will not disappoint Sect Master Yang." Good. Yang Kai smiled lightly, stretched out his hand, summoned the 6 to his side, and began explaining to them what kind of materials needed to be paired with what kind of materials to refine. The 6 of them had extremely high attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays, not something Yang Kai's half-baked knowledge could compare with. Yang Kai only gave a brief explanation, but the 6 of them were able to understand. Next, Yang Kai took out the materials prepared by Sea Temple one by one, divided them into different categories, and gave them to the 6 of them to refine different components. The arrangement of a space array was extremely complicated, but before coming here, Yang Kai had already arranged a space array outside High Heaven Sect, so this was his second time, so he was somewhat familiar with the process. The main work was naturally done by him. The reason why Yang Kai had Qi Yunhai bring the 6 of them over was just to act as his assistants, which would save him a lot of time. Yang Kai was also worried that these 6 people would steal something from him. After all, the most fundamental part of the space array was still in his hands. As long as this array diagram was not leaked, even if they copied it and arranged a new one, it wouldn't be of any use. In this open space on Black Reef Island, the 7 people each performed their own duties. In just 5 days, a space array that covered an area of about 10 feet had been completely set up. Looking around, this space array was not the same as the ones in the major cities. There was no circular arch, only a circular base placed on the ground, giving it a very simple appearance. However, the area it occupied was slightly larger. After all, if this space array was completed, it could cross a distance of millions of kilometers, and could accommodate up to 50 people at a time. This was something the space arrays in the major cities could not compare with. The prototype of the space array had been arranged, so the rest was up to Yang Kai himself. The 6 array masters of Sea Temple did not rush to leave, and instead stood quietly to the side, paying attention to Yang Kai's actions. Unfortunately, no matter how they investigated, they could not find any clues. Yang Kai's divine sense shuttled back and forth across the base of the space array, carving a series of mysterious and complex patterns that gradually converged to form the space array's diagram. When the other 5 array masters heard what he said, they suddenly understood why Yang Kai had refined these 6 tokens. Although the space array was convenient to connect the 2 places, if an enemy took advantage of this gap and used this method to invade, it would be difficult to guard against. However, this transmission token refined by Yang Kai could essentially prevent such a situation from happening. Without this transmission token, it was impossible to use the space array. Yang Kai smiled lightly and didn't say anything, simply waving his hand and enveloping the 6 array masters with his Saint Chi before standing on top of the space array. Let's go and see if this array is useful.